Should be coming up momentarily.
When you're ready to go on live stream, Rick, are you going?
Ready to click, yeah. Should we go for it now or wait for a bit?
I think Flint's going right now.
Okay. Okay, if I could just get a sound check, please.
Testing, testing.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to the 131st Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute for Sunday, August 14th, 2016. And let's begin the workshop with our promotional video.
Rick, share with the Zoom, please.
Thank you. Sorry.
You have people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever. Maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, it's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the mind.
Hello? Your video stopped, Rick.
I think he might have had a dropout on his bandwidth.
No, I clicked on a screen and it stopped the video, so I couldn't do anything in the background when I'm doing this. Okay, just try it in here. Just try to complete it.
The same. will still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
The Universal Council invites you to attend the One Planet, One Nation, One Race event in Rome on the 9th and 10th of September 2016. The Council looks forward to open interaction with the public at the event. Come interact with the Council in your spoken language. The Council encourages you to bring your positive suggestions and solutions to the table on how humanity can move forward as a whole towards everlasting peace. In this way, the work of the members of the Council will become the work of humanity for humanity. The full package price for a single ticket to the event includes 3-night stay in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Accommodations for this package is based on double occupancy. The full package price for 2 tickets to the event includes 3-night stay in a twin-bed room in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Additional night stay are offered at €150 per person per night. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending a single day of the event, the cost will be €200, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending both days of the event, the cost will be €400, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race event in Rome. Come share your positive solutions on how we can work together to bring everlasting peace to our world.
Okay, well, welcome once again, everyone, to the 131st Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Sunday, August 14th, 2016. Today, we'll be getting back into Douglas's trip to Washington to present the MagGrav's generator technology to the government of the USA. And what do we have going on here right now? Can Flint or someone else, can you update us on the latest?
They're just getting ready to go. They're just going to skip breakfast and go on the road. Hopefully they'll be able to get something on the way and eat it in the car. But that's...
Are we going to get any video feed of their frantic packing up?
No. I'll once they get going, I'll ask them to do something from the car, maybe.
Okay, that'd be good. And are there more people joining them at their current location?
Well, Sandy's there.
Are they in Washington, PA now?
I believe so. Yeah, Sandy said she was going to be at the restaurant there at 6. So I don't know if there's any people. If I could get the call-in number, I'll give it to Sandy so she can at least call in, because neither of them have Sandy or her husband have a smartphone.
Okay. All right, let me get a picture of the website up here.
I'm trying to bring Mr. Keshe in. I think he's sitting.
Okay. Yeah, get in, Caroline. Yeah.
Are you there, Mr. Keshe?
Yes. Hi. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening, wherever you are.
Hello.
So
we are broadcasting already.
Yeah. And the latest update is they've overslept a little bit, and they're just going to get on the road here in just a few minutes. Probably get something on the way.
Thank you very much for yesterday. It was a very hard work. We had to stop the session as they were approaching the hotel and going to sleep for the night. We'll follow the procedure. We'll see where we're going to end up and how the things is going to be progressing. Our people already arrived. Brad has already arrived in Washington earlier on today. Harman is joining later on, and other people. As I said, we did this such a short time for the things that not to stop the knowledge to be spread as it was done before. There is no rush. This is in fact declaration of a standing as we stand as Keshe Foundation, and we are planning things in the background according to what happens in the next 8 hours, 10 hours in respect to the Chinese government. We have requested their presence in Washington in one form or another, and at the same time understand that we have nothing to do with governments. We stand alone as a scientific organization which can change the course, and we are showing the tools. In the past, when an organization or a nation wanted to show its power, it was to fight and deploy hundreds of thousands of people. We've seen it in different wars. This time, this is a tool of peace. We don't need many people. We are delivering the technology directly, and we're declaring our stand. We are the decision makers as one race and one nation. This move to White House is very much symbolic and no more. This is absolutely symbolic. As I said yesterday in the teachings, when you want to declare your position, you don't go to the weakest, you go to the strongest. That's where I stand, and I look at you parallel, eye to eye, and I create my own position of the strength. As One Nation Keshe Foundation, we have made that point. This is our stand. This is where we declare the whole thing done in the past is an end. We dictate the position, we dictate the course from now on. Not with fighting, but with accommodating and with delivering new technologies. We have a number of points to consider in the coming out. This I have to consult with a number of key people in the foundation, how we see it and how we would like to do it. And the ones who are on the lead team of the Keshe Foundation, I call that we meet at in 4 hours time from now on, 2 hours before Douglas meets. We go on the lead meeting. Those of you who are on the lead meeting, we make a decision collectively in respect to what step we'll take in respect to what position. So if you are, I don't have access to my line. Those of you who are, please call a lead meeting in 4 hours. You got to understand a lot of things going to change from today. One of them is that we have done with energy crisis. We show you the preliminary way to change the energy. At the same time, yesterday in part of the teaching, I start teaching the progress of, I would like to share a screen if you can allow me to, please. We would like, it says, is denied. Host has disabled.
Yes, I seen the error and I allowed it now.
Okay. What we have to understand is that we will deliver things our way. We will do things our way without a shadow of a doubt. But in that way, we have to understand what we are planning, what we are doing. We are setting out our statement, we are setting out our procedure. First is to share energy as fast as possible. Second is to create application of the peaceful in a psychological way, what we call, we bring peace into the soul of the man. We have the tools. I started teaching this yesterday. Those of you who are not here, I'll repeat it again. The third and the fourth is the application of the free water, and then total food application. These are main criteria for us as the people who take orders, and we need to take action in the approach we have received. Sharing energy. We discussed with the lead team when we're going to decide to release the blueprint. My condition, my observation is preliminary blueprint should be released today, but the Keshe Foundation lead team has to decide. Because if we are there to give to the world leaders, we are there to give to their nationals. And as one nation, we release it to one nation and the all leaders. But the lead team will discuss and will decide collectively the time of the release. Blueprint, initial blueprint is available. It needs to be updated, upgrade. And more or less, if the Keshe Foundation lead team decides by tonight, millions of people who made these coils and can follow the procedure, you become energy independent. So it's a gift from us to humanity. We start the process of taking charge, dictating the condition and the position. We have to go through this process. We have to share, otherwise it'll become, we're giving it to them, they can see it, they can check it. What about us? Us is us, one nation. So my approach to Keshe Foundation is we share the blueprint today. Do we have Renan in the background?
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Renan, make the plan, make the blueprint, the initial blueprint ready for release, please. If the lead team decides, we go out.
Yes, sir.
Is that okay with you, Vernie? Are you online? Do we have Vernie online?
I don't see him in the list here.
Is Douglas online?
No, I don't see Douglas in the list either. He's probably getting ready to go.
Ready to go. Okay, we discussed this in the lead time and we go ahead with it. The other hand, the most probable step, next step for us is the creation of water and food, and second is psychological condition to create peace. My proposal to the foundation as One Nation is that we apply the psychological change application immediately. This will give us not only to deliver the energy, but we prepare the man for its application. In the teachings of yesterday, sporadically as we came on and we went off and we came back on again, I explained how to make the change in the evolution and in a way progress of the soul of the man, the emotion of the man, and making man a peaceful man. In the brain of the man, as we have explained, you have your physical structure, physical material of the brain. Then in the center you have the emotion, and in the center of emotion you have the soul of the man. In our teachings we have explained how the brain structure from the physicality to the emotion, what material uses. Physicality has used copper for muscles, calcium and potassium, and it has used in so many ways what we call iron. But a lot of these are interconnected. On the emotion side, the man, the brain of the man has used more or less zinc for its level acceptance. This is the, within a spectrum of the zinc, it works, and it works with the emotion, which the emotion interacts and dictates the physicality. But in the center of the whole structure sits the soul of the man. The soul of the man is being done with iodine, but it has to have an application on its form that it connects the soul to the emotion, emotion to physicality. And because it's so powerful itself, it can dictate the change in physicality by literally overlapping the whole lot. We have two choices. We can replicate the same thing, which means you need to build the reactors which have iron in center. They have the emotional mixture, and at the end they carry the physicality of the man. A lot of you in these teachings have followed things and went into the matter state of everything, and you started here and you're trying to achieve reflection back into here. But because you don't have all the combination necessary in your ganses and the liquids to create all the conditions balance, there is a shortcut, there is a way, but you have to understand everything you do has to be replication of the reality that you can touch the soul of the man. In the teaching yesterday, partially here and there, with the question which was raised, people said, okay, we need iodine, okay, we have this. And then we need cobalt, okay, we have cobalt. Then we have the zinc, which does not need to divide, but then we have the copper and we have the zinc, what they call it, the iron and the rest. And with it, again, we need the cobalt. But the soul of the man on iodine level uses a gamma ray of a different strength, not necessarily the same, of cesium. And this cesium, it's important to us. It is very partially, it's a different strength. It's a strength that interacts with a heavier material than a cobalt with a lighter material. So you need to create a cobalt zinc condition equal that you can interact with the soul of the man. On the matter level, you handle the cobalt. On the transition, which is the emotion, you don't need division because it's just a line of communication. You send the information from the top decides what division is needed. Line of emotion is just a transmission line, what we call the in our technology, principle, transition, and the physicality. Principle, transition, physicality. The emotion as a transmission part does not need to carry to divide anything because it's just a tool of transferring, filtering, strength and divisions, and in some cases when the strength is directly equal between this and this, emotion is not used at all. That's why most of our work in our physical body does not need the emotion. We call it reflect. When we reflect, it's just we don't do, it's done automatically because the emotion is bypassed. Reflexes are interactions without the emotion, which means the soul sees its position in danger, it reacts in a physical condition to protect itself. So when you build these new plasma reactors, and if you understood how to make the materials in each section, like in the soul and the emotion, you will find you can reach the soul of every man on this planet, every creature on this planet, because all of you have one thing in common. If you facilitate in all three levels, Mr. Cohen, then you've done it. But when you're making these things, do not fall back on the what I call the matter state condition, but rely on. We have somebody in the background.
I think Renan just came in.
Shandor, I believe I got it muted.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so what we need to do is, in fact, to understand where we are. We are there again.
Chandra again.
Okay, so when you start making replication to do what you just what was just explained, you have to understand. You have to be able to follow it step by step. You cannot use matter state cobalt to affect the division here. You cannot use matter state cesium to affect there. What I suggested is use of parallel what we can do, we have in our possession. For the brain and the soul, use brain of animals nearest to us, but more or less it's the same. You can make caustic from it, then make the Gans from it. These caustics made for the emotion or the soul has to take days, because the weaker part of the spectrum of the matter isotopes deal with the physicality part. You want to go to the highest strength. In these conditions, you achieve cesium and you achieve iodine exactly as is in the body of the man. So when you put the iodine and the cesium in the center, you achieve the true strength. Interaction is immediate. If you add your own blood into it, it means you become the dictator, that I dictate, I want to give. You cannot take, because you are not strong enough to be a taker. The body, the structure of the human body in its amino acid is very weak, so you cannot be dictated to take. So for the soul, you use that part. For the emotion, you do the same. You make zinc from the natural materials, not the solid state zinc which you all are making. You have to create a zinc which is within the spectrum of the working of the body of the man. So when you make zinc, has to be a zinc which is the characteristic of the present body of the man. Then your bottom section, your physicality, is exactly the same. This needs a lot of understanding. Very few of you will achieve it, because some of you will do the copper, because you have to know what it is, where it comes from. The copper, the iron, and the rest will come from muscle tissue. The emotion and the physicality interaction will come from the outer part of the brain structure, or from the nerve system. This comes from the center of the brain. It needs a lot of understanding. It needs the totality of understanding. Some of you who understand will achieve this. You cannot go and buy zinc off the plate and be expecting to do much interaction in this zone. The progress has to be equal. Unless you develop a digestion system, a transformation system that it can transfer and in the level of the amino acid. Because you got to understand, for example, when it comes to the neurosystem zinc here, you have the zinc which has to cooperate with already Gans state of the amino acid. So it's not a normal zinc of a plate, it's a converted zinc operation, the strength. But this thing has got itself connected to the copper. It has got itself for transfer of energy connected to iron. So when you consider neurosystem, you have to consider the emotion in this respect. Here is in respect of the materials which make the body of the man. Here in the emotion, there is nothing but iron, isotopes and zinc operation, very powerful. Sits in the center of the brain of the man. If you speak to any neurosurgeons, they always tell you, if you look at the MRI, you see it, it's a gap. It's literally exactly how you make your center cores and you see that hollow spot. Nobody understood what this hollow spot is. Now you know it's the seat of the soul of the man. So those of you who are there and understand this process and you have the time, you can build systems. And if your intention is peaceful, that means to bring balance, the rest of the humanity to your level will be done. You do it in the health system. You do this in the health system in a way that what you need to do with it is very simple. You do, let me write this here, that we can save this, we can come back to it later on. So what do you do in the system? You put your coils here, you put the man in the middle, you put another coil here. The stronger to the weaker, the gradient. And you put man in the middle. So all the elements in the body of the man becomes balanced between when these they find the balance. And that's how you get rid of diseases. You do the same with the soul of the man. You have to be made of the same, that in the center you can change, and with it you bring the emotion in balance, with it comes the physicality, and that's how we will change the position. In some random orders, you touch the soul. It's inevitable, absolutely inevitable. But if to have a full understanding, one man amongst you who understood what I wrote before can change the whole structure of the soul of all the entities on this planet. This is how the prophets of the past were designated. The soul of one man brings the physicality of the Christ. Now you learn the process. And if you are a true man of peace, and you can build the systems as I described, some of you were there, you know exactly what to do, then we have accomplished the second cycle, which is psychological peace, action for man and living it. In some cases, the spectrum touches this and people react because they find peace in a part of the totality, and that is enough for them because it touches the emotion at that strength. We saw this with the 27 naval officers of the American Navy. This is a psychological warfare, and Americans don't stand a chance to win. The Chinese, the Russians, and the Iranians have perfected the art better than anything else. It'll take years for the American to catch up. And in a way, we brought our power system to Washington, not to share it, but to protect the weakest on the line. American structure, the way the development of the science is taking place between the three nations of Iran, China, and Russia, at the space level understanding of the plasma, has literally made America one of the weakest nations on the structure of what they call themselves leadership. We chose coming to Washington not to share, to give, but to show the support that we stand next to the weakest, and that the rest can follow in. So if you understood the process, you have to follow this, and in a coming time, man of peace will prevail. On the other hand, no one can create war, because the minimum is the balance. And that's where we sit. For the production of the water, in the coming days, the Innovation Center in the next couple of weeks will release you technology where you can produce water. I will see to that that it's done the correct way. Those of you who understood the creation of the two balls, which is a copy of the planet, or the structure of the soul, or the physicality, where you put gold and you collected the dust of golds here, now put water. You will have water as much as you like. This is a secret, a simple way to do it. We saw Peter placing the two balls, and he managed to create material physically here by placing the Gans of gold at this position. Now put the Gans of water and you shall collect water like nothing. Gold at a high friction is too high. Water, H2O, is 18, and most of this will create it. When it comes to food, you do the same thing with the food. You place everything which a man needs in their daily diet in a container, in the strength of the field of the Gans, and you stand the man in the middle. Man will receive all the food he needs by standing within seconds. All the energy he needs to contain and sustain his life without eating a single food. Now, I told you I opened the books of the creation. Now, you have seen how simple the water, which is the essence of the life. You stand the man here and he'll drink as much water as he needs to the balance of the body, and not one drop more. You want him the food, you put him in the same position. Now, you understand when I tell you we complete the cycle, we have completed the cycle. Jackie, in his initial experiences, started this, but he never understood and he drifted away from it. You have to realize that you got to see the totality. What works in one has to work in the other. You have the rotating balls, you put the gold, you collected gold. Now the man is the gold, and man will be satisfied with whatever he needs. If you put a drop of your own blood in this container with everything else in it, you will receive everything which fits into your structure. Your child, you change the bottle with his amino acid, will receive the same what it needs, or you can add the blood to them, because he will receive what he needs from it, not what you have. You want to taste the orange, you will see the orange. You want to see the orange physically when you're eating it, you will receive it. So in one stroke today, we feel the whole spectrum of the need of the man. Energy, the soul, the water, and its food. You have two choices. You can extend the energy system. This energy you create is temporary. You need what you need. The extra you use to create this, and the extra you can be whatever you need. Wood, iron, whatever. It allows you, if you understand the creation of the plasmatic energy, to create a plasmatic shield, and that'll be your shelter. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I'll remind the viewers that if you would like to ask a question, you can put your hand up. I can promote you to a panelist, or then you can use your microphone. There is a question in the chat, Mr. Keshe. Stephen asks, Mr. Keshe, are you describing using the Gans of brain in the middle core, cow or pig perhaps, Gans of muscle tissue in the middle core? I think he meant
the outer core.
I think, yeah. And Gans of blood in the outer core.
No, I can expand it a little bit more. You only need the brain of the man. You don't need the muscle tissues and the rest. I'm going to explain to you, you understand. This is if you understand more advanced version of it. When you have the brain in your hand, the outer part of the brain, which is the parameters of your outer side of the brain, is for your physicality. Controls everything to do with your physical. So you use that part for control of the physicality, to feed the physicality. You use the middle part without the center point where the soul sits to create the Gans to control emotion and elevate the emotion. You cannot control it. You can only elevate it if you need to receive it and accept it. And you use the center of the brain for the soul of the man. This part has no physical dimension. You have to take part of the physical dimension to contain it, that you can hold it. But there is a slight problem here. You only have the fields because at the point of the death of the animal, the soul has been released. The energy of it is so much, as you've seen with the people who explained to you that the outer core explodes on a point of death. That's what happens. The plasma of the soul released immediately because it's so powerful, with the weakening in not receiving life, what you call like oxygen and blood, into the other part of the brain. They weaken, so the capsule opens and the soul departs from the physicality. This is the reason, that's why our soul cannot be contained. But if you find that center, there is still field essence of it that you can use to replicate. This is what you need. In the recent past, and a lot of things we see, the sign of the release of the soul of the man from his physicality or animals have been shown rigorously. And that comes because the brain on the physical part and on the emotional part creates such a huge containment of the ganses of materials that it can contain the soul power. The second that any of these weakens up in number 1 or 2, the 3 has the power to break through. In a way, the soul uses the material of the physicality to contain itself in its position. So, this is what you don't need the physicality, because if you can control, if I can mark it this way that you can see it, we call soul the 1, the physicality, the emotion 2, and the 3. If you carry the emotion of the man into a space with his soul, you can create the physicality of the man to fit the environment which he arrives at. If you land on a planet which is all liquid, legs and arms are the worst thing to have. But if the soul and the emotion understand you're in a liquid condition, you need like a fin, or you need something to position yourself correctly, you shall receive, you will see yourself having wings or fins. And there are other states of the matters that man has to learn in a deep space universe that does not contain fins or lungs or legs or arms or wings. There are other methods of motion that you will come to understand. You create fields, which the fields you create your own position in respect to the others. And this method of motion is for more mature structures that they know they can have the physicality if they need, but they use the essence of the soul to condition and create position. Now, you see, you don't need the flesh, you don't need the bone, you don't need the arm, you don't need the, what do you call, muscle tissue to make the Gans. But you have to understand the structure. You have to understand the principle. And very quickly, a large number of you will be achieving it, because there is no difference between the man and other animals, which they have the same feeling, the same emotion, and everything else. There is a way which you can do it without killing an animal, but you have to learn that yourself, because if I teach you now, I will run a lot of you into a lot of problems. You're not ready for it yet. Any other question? Have you heard anything from Douglas? Flint, do you have the telephone number of Douglas? Hello?
Yes, yes, he has it.
Yes, so you can pass it on to Sydney, to Sandy to take over. Anything else, or shall we wait till they arrive?
Well, there was a question from Stephen who had asked the previous one. He says, would we then be using the Gans of the pineal gland as our center core to reach the soul? I think you kind of answered perhaps in the last thing you said there.
Yeah, you got to find out the position of the seat of the soul of the man. In the original teaching years ago, I've explained this, that if man understands that everything sits within the center of his brain, if you understand the structure, then you'll understand exactly where to look for the soul and how you can use this property. You got to understand, the second a life ends, doesn't matter animal, whatever, as I explained, the soul leaves the body, because the containment is like breaking the glass and the water inside it. And because of its highest strength in order of magnitude, it elevates to a position beyond the surface of the planet. So you are not connected to the physicality of the planet, but you have a link connections to the physicality of the planet. So you're tied up to this, the point of the birth, through your soul. When do you think they arrive? Do we have any time of arrival estimate?
They should be, if they keep on schedule, build 2 p.m., which is about, 8
o'clock. 8 o'clock our time in Italy.
Yeah, could be around that time.
How many hours so that people listening would know?
If they left now, it'd be 5 to 6 hours.
Right. So we get back together at 8 o'clock Central European time, because now it's about 3 o'clock.
Okay, and we'll just keep on broadcasting. I'll try to get a live feed from him here, and when they get on the road.
Okay. Is Armand online, or is he on flight?
I think he just stepped off of a plane.
Brett, are you online?
Went to get Armin.
Oh,
No, I'm here. I'm waiting for Armin. I think his plane's delayed or something. He's not answering his phone. It's turned off still.
okay. Is everything okay in Washington?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Have you organized everything with our people in the background?
There's still some bits to be organized, but yes, it's fine.
Okay, so please, you're there and make sure everything goes smooth. And I'll come back about 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you indeed. Share knowledge, and amongst you find peace. That's all we've got to do, nothing else. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. So just to clarify, what is the procedure here, and will we continue broadcasting first of all? And that seems to be the plan. And we'll tune in with Douglas throughout the broadcast, perhaps, depending on where he is and what activities are going on. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Sounds right to me.
yeah, I'll keep you guys updated on that.
Okay. Okay, are there any other questions or issues that people have to would like to bring up at this time?
Yes, Rick, perhaps it's Jackie. Just one thing.
Yeah, hi Jackie.
Hi, Flint. Yeah, just to let you know, this morning we have a nice meeting with the French people. And they are all with Douglas, and we record it, and they send, I think, 20 people who send the best and all the love and all the peace and all the best for Douglas on his trip. And they speak in French, and they say they are all with Douglas. It was a really nice session, and they really appreciate all what Douglas and all the Keshe Foundation are doing. And I just want to let you know this.
Yeah, that's nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, Jackie, it might be a good time for you to make that little presentation you were talking about the subscripts and transcriptions and translations and so on.
Yeah, if it's okay for you.
Sure, that seems like a good.
Yeah. You want I share my screen or you want to share the presentation?
Well, if you can do it, that would be best. Sure.
Okay. Just let me 2 or 3 minutes. I come back.
Okay, great. Thanks.
You're welcome.
For Kevin Blundell, he asks, for those just tuning in, can you give an update on Douglas, please, and a short update on how long this broadcast has been taking place and why? Well, basically, Douglas was in Washington, PA, and they were a bit tight for time, and he's on the road, and they are on their way to the next waypoint. And he might be a bit late getting into Washington, D.C. is the way I understand it. But we're just getting updates as we go along. We plan on hearing from Douglas perhaps a few times in the next, I think it's going to be, what was it said, about another 6 hours? Was that the estimate, or was it longer than that for his trip?
5, maybe 5 to 6, somewhere near.
5 to 6 hours, okay. So we're going to keep broadcasting here. And I believe Mr. Keshe will be coming in what, another 3 or 4 hours? Is that what he said, or?
Mr. Keshe said he's coming back at 7 p.m.
Which is
Central European time, and with Douglas we should be online at 8, if I understood correctly.
So how many hours from now would that be, so people know?
Mr. Keshe would be here in 4 hours.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, so it gives us an idea there. So we've got 4 hours of time to do what we wish here. So I thought it'd be good for Jackie to make his little presentation about the transcribing, translating, and subscripts.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's go ahead with that if there's no other pressing issues for the moment. There are some other questions we'll get back to in a few minutes here.
Yeah.
All right, take it away, Jackie.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Just first of all, like Mr. Keshe said, the most important thing is to share the knowledge. But before sharing, the people need to understand the knowledge and have the knowledge and the understanding. And I just take a look on the speaking languages. This is from the native speaker in millions. And you can just take a look here. It's 365 million native speaker in English. So it's a lot of people who are not the native speakers in English. So it's 5.52% of the population. So it's approximately 94% who are not native speaking English. So the idea of the Keshe Foundation on the education part is to give the possibility to every people, or a maximum of people, to have the understanding, and they can reach the knowledge of the beautiful plasma technology from Mr. Keshe. And so we are working hard with a really nice team of dedicated people who start making a lot of work on the transcription and the translation. So every people on this planet after will have access to this technology. And then when they understand in their own languages, after they can teach on their own languages for the other people on the community. And I just want to show you a little bit on what we are working right now. So for example, the first thing we want, why we were working on the subtitling, it's because for the moment, the people who wants to reach the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, they go on the official YouTube channel and they have all the Knowledge Seekers Workshop and all the workshops. So it's only one point where the people go. It's the official channel. They have all the workshops. And if we have on this video, the subtitling is, for example, it's in English, the people have only one place where they go, and they have one video, and this video will appear in many languages. So it's no file everywhere on the net, or it's difficult to find the translation, which translation is right. So we managed to, first of all, make the transcript in English. And then when we have the right timing and the right transcript approval in English, we can start working on the translation. So for example, this one is the first Kids Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and the people can choose the languages, so they can have in English, French, Polish, Romanish, and Turkish. For example, for the first Knowledge Seekers Workshop, we have with these languages. So this is the basic idea. The people go in one place, they look at one video, and on the same video on the official channel, they can have all the different languages they choose, or the maximum, because we can't have all languages. But if we have 10, the 10 most speaking languages will be wonderful. So how you can manage this, and we try to get it. So first of all, it's like I said, it's the transcription. The transcription in English need to be word by word, and we just put on the subtitle what we hear in the video. So this is the first step, a full perfect transcription in English. Then we need to synchronize and make the timing, because the transcription need to fit with the voice on the video. So we need to synchronize and make the timing that all the subtitles come at the right moment in the right place in the workshops. Then we just need to review and complete the work to just verify there is no mistakes, no words missing, the timing is good, and yeah, it's perfect. And at this time, we send the files to the education part of the Keshe Foundation, or at RIC, or the people who are managing the YouTube channel. And at that point, they have the okay to publish the files on the official channel. So at this point, the English is ready. And we say to the other people, okay, now you can start the translation. And they have the timing and the synchronization, it's already done. They just copy the same timing and they translate phrase by phrase the same as the English, and they don't need to focus on the timing, because the timing is already done with the English version. So they just focus on the translation. After, it's the same, it's a reviewing and completion of the translation, and at that point the responsible for the languages send the file to the official Keshe channel, and they upload only one click, and they upload the subtitles for the different languages. Why it's so important, another point of view regarding the transcription, it's because when we have the transcription and we have the timing of everything we're speaking or spoken in the video. So for example, now we can put the files in a database and search something with timing. So for example, if we search, for example, the word gold or the word, I don't know, CO2, the database, with the database, it's really easy, and we will find every place where we have the word CO2 with the which workshop is it, and the timing, at which time it's on the workshop. So it will be really easy to make some compilation from different subjects. So for the education part will be really helpful to start making some compilation of some parts that we are interested. For example, now we speak a lot regarding the cobalt, for example, or iodine, and we can make a research and found the small part where we speak regarding that. So this is why another thing, it's so important to have the transcription and the timing of the video. Then I just want to show you an example. I just want to open, but I share again after. You see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I just take an example on the...
You see the slide?
Well, yeah, we only see the video, one planet, one nation, one race, event, okay. Rome, typing.
Yeah, okay, so it's good. So I can search what I need. Let me just 1 second. The one planet.
If you're jumping on the video, you'll have to reshare probably the...
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. So I close this and I share again with the sound. Okay. So for example, it's the one planet, one race, one nation. We have the subtitle, so you can put or not the subtitle like what we want. And then we can choose which languages we want. So I just want to play the video 30 seconds with English, and then I will change the different languages so you can have an idea.
You have people listening of this. Knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential.
Okay, I will put in French.
Of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils, double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field.
Okay. In Polish.
And if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition. And you'll find out you become a very peaceful man.
Here, instead of having galaxies,
Romanian.
And universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nano technology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different
Okay, at the end, the Turkish.
ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano, and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid. It's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man.
Okay. So you have an idea. It's of the different languages, the different possibilities, and one video, one place, no wasting time. The people know where to go and where to search the video they want to see. They choose the subtitling and they see there is no interpretation, no modification. What is spoken, the people have the full transcription of what is said on the video. And I just want to make a big thanks to Yvonne, who is make a lot of transcription in English, Umut for the Turkish, Powell and his team on the Polish side, Monique for the French, Kate, it's Romanian, Meli French, Martin French, Jamila French, Miriam French, Jean-Claude French, Richard make all the languages, Emre, it's for the Turkish, Radu in for the Romanian, Igrid in German, Evan Chen make some start for the Chinese, One Way for the Spanish, and a lot of other people that I forget the name, but they start to be really active. And yeah, all of the people we forgot. And for the moment, for making all these kind of things, we are using a free soft on internet, directly connected on the internet. It's Amara, so everybody can make collaboration, make some part of the transcription or the translation. And we manage the files, we manage the different people working, we know where we are. And with that way, we are just trying to don't waste the time of the people, because sometimes they make some translation and they never see the translation. It's some workshop, we found 5, 6, 7, 8 transcription, because 7 or 8 people have make exactly the same work. So we just try to be a little bit more efficient, because we have so much work to do with the, like if you say, if you take a look on the 2 last weeks, it's so important. It's, I don't know, 5 or 6 or 7 different workshops for 3-4 hours. So we have a lot of to do. And so with a little bit of organization, collaboration, we will have some beautiful results. I can just show you one other things.
So Jackie, just to clarify, are you the one that's responsible for pulling all the transcriptions and translations together? And are you the central person that's organizing all the other people?
Yeah, I'm not the responsible, because I take this in charge and I try to do my best to manage this, you know, and to coordinate. But
I have an answer for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if there is nobody else, Jackie is.
Pardon me, say again?
Yeah, I said if there is nobody else, Jackie is responsible. He's just humble now. You know. I know
well,
that
the thing is, this is the thing though, Stanley, right? That I'm speaking.
Stanley speaking. Yes.
Yeah. The thing about this is I've seen this happen half a dozen times already. that we get all excited about doing the transcriptions and translations, but there's no one central figure, or that one central figure gets overwhelmed, and then that's why we end up with 6, 7, 8 transcriptions.
No, I know, but I can tell you this way, Rick. KFSI education, Jackie is part of it, you are part of it, so the effort that is coming out from KFSI education is the one that should give some results with guarantee. I know people are trying all around the world. We are happy for that. But if maybe now with this presentation, they will be listening more and actually working on subtitles, because we have a lot of free text around. And these free text we tried to use, we couldn't, because either transcription was not correct, it was too many corrections to be done, you know, and then we found out that actually if we are doing it from scratch, we are faster. And then a lot of strange formats, people are putting some snapshots inside and stuff. We can't stop them doing that, but what we are trying to encourage everyone is thinking about the model that was now presented by Jackie. And you were presenting this in the past. We believe that only subtitles are something what we can then review and even calculate the checksum if needed, so that the people, when they are downloading, they know exactly what version they have.
Yes, and then the people that like to flourish to make a more involved thing with pictures and all that can use those basic subscripts into a transcript, and then they can doll it up and make it as nice as they like.
Correct. And they actually take verified text and then they add something to it. We are not stopping the creativity, but what we would like to do now is actually to get them coordinated, those that would like to volunteer, and to get out some good results, verified results, so that the people can rely on. If they are going to the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute YouTube channel, this is an official channel, if they select any of the subtitles there, they should be sure that the subtitles were verified by somebody, and these subtitles are actually giving the correct info.
Yes, exactly.
This is the problem, because we were reviewing some transcripts which can be found on the internet, and we found out that sometimes people, because they're not native English speakers, they wrote down in the way that can be understood totally wrong.
Exactly. Sometimes it's exactly the opposite meaning of what Mr. Keshe is trying to get across.
And we never want to split Mr. Keshe, his video from and his audio from the text. We would like people to see the original, how he moves, how he draws, what he says, and then even if one word is wrong, we know how this is in movies which are subtitled. You still know what is the meaning, because you are actually participating in the context. If this out of the context is there on some pages with some snapshots, you can get totally wrong imagination. It's like reading a book and everybody has different picture about it.
Yeah, well put, Stanley. That's right. And I've always thought that's been so important, this aspect of getting the subscripts done. And I've seen all the transcriptions that were done and the hard work that people do and so on. But the fact that it hasn't been attached to the actual YouTube video so that other people can enjoy it with the video. And it's a lot of work to take a transcription and make it into the subscripts. It's much, much easier to do the subscripts first and then do the transcription out of that. And but you know, we're working at it, different people are working at it from different angles, and everything will get used one way or another. But it's like you say, we have to become more efficient, because the sheer volume of work that really needs to get done, and getting to the critical items instead of some of the parts that aren't so important and so on. It's a massive job, and it does need organization. That's the important factor. So it's good to know that it's being tied together by, you know, Stanley and others here. Go ahead, Flem.
Actually, everybody, anyone who is talking with Jackie, that means KFSI education, and it means it's talking with the central point. And we hope that will prepare the new software soon enough, also for private videos to be subtitled and for everything to be published properly and on time, because this is also a huge problem. Now with publishing public teachings on YouTube channel, there we already have a support where to upload the subtitles. But for the private videos for the students, applied students, we know that we still have an education site where the video can be downloaded, but subtitles cannot. And we are working on solving this issue as well. And then this software should also take care of coordination part, which is now on some spreadsheets on different portals. Of course, this is not the best way to do the things, but you started this initiative, I know, long ago, and Jack is now continuing this, trying to get this coordination into the one central point, a spreadsheet where you have all the videos identified in unique way, and then in the columns right to that first column for each language who is responsible for to deliver the subtitles and so on.
Yeah, it's pretty much a full-time job every day for someone to keep track of all that, and
we will have to expand the team, but until we show some results, we just can't ask for the funds. We need to do something at the beginning, and then I believe that we will find everything, people and funds, and also
Good work, guys. I'm really glad to hear that there's been some a lot of attention put on that. Sorry, Flint, I think you want to say something there.
Is there an email address people can email to apply?
Exactly.
Or to or set one up? Just call it subtitling at keshefoundation.org or whatever.
We didn't prepare extra address. Everything goes to education.
Just education, okay.
spaceshipinstitute.org, but at the moment,
this is the thing, because already there's probably half a dozen people in the chats that are saying, well, I can do translations, and who do I talk to?
I would say if they send the email to Jackie@spaceshipinstitute.org and in CC education@spaceshipinstitute.org, this should be enough for the moment, because it will go directly to the point where the info can be sorted out. When Jackie will no longer be able to deal with everything, we will expand the team, but then later maybe we will create another address, the central one. Now we are still in transition. We don't have, if we would have now one single website where all the software would be ready, we would point all the people there. But at the moment, like I said, to Jackie and education, that's enough.
Yes. Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. It's encouraging that we're working on it. It gets very complex.
I just want to show you so you have an idea on where we are, For example, here for the kids workshop, the 22 are already subtitled in English. Editing and timing, we have finished the 6 first, so we are working on. For French, we are on the 19th, and the other languages, we are moving well. And then we are starting now with the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and we are working on the most recent. So the 125, it's ready, editing, perfect, ready for publishing and translation. The 26 is quite finished. The 23, it's more than 2 hours. The 29, it's quite finished too. So we are working well, and this is some beautiful people who are for the moment working on that. And yeah, it's really good to see the people, all the people working together.
And as a sub note there, Jackie, if you have a workshop that's partially done, like sometimes it's good to get the important part. It might be a half hour or something in the middle of the workshop that's really the important part. We can still upload that, and they can be subtitles will show up, and as long as the timings are there.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind too. We could have temporary uploads of some of those things.
Absolutely.
Yes, we are avoiding doing that now because it's hard to deal. You need to write down everything, like what is partially uploaded, what is not, and to deal with all these statuses on each video. But yes, idea is
Well, otherwise it could easily take a year or two before we actually see it uploaded, and that's what's happened before. Lots of things have already been, ready to go. And that's why it takes someone. That's why it takes someone full time every day to keep track of this, all day, every day, full time.
Yes, I agree. But we did some tests. Yeah, we did some tests, with creation of subtitles, and how long does it take actually to subtitle the 3 hours workshop? And
3 hours. That's what 180 minutes times probably 10. It's probably 1,800 minutes, about at least 30 hours to 40 hours, I would say.
Yeah, we actually managed to get it even faster, So
is it completely accurate and finished by in that time frame, less than 30, 40 hours?
The first version is written down, but then the verification is needed, which is 1 hour and a half, because you are actually listening at double speed and verifying the text is correct. And if the first version is, let's say, near correct, then you don't need to stop that much. Of course, you can finish verification very fast.
Hello.
That is just that part. And
someone's trying to.
Yeah. I would like to encourage the Chinese population and other languages that many people speak in this world, that they would take these English subtitles that are finished now and translate them. What we would like to see, at least 5 public teachings which are translated in many languages, that we can have this as a reference, that people can see how does it look like when you have a public teaching, you get the English subtitles, and then it's translated to 20 or more languages, and that means you can reach millions and millions of people with one public teaching.
That's right. The Chinese are good. They're so fast. They already translate it into their language before they get the English transcription, and they've done that for many, many workshops. But the problem is that's not accurate at all. They're trying to take the words that Mr. Keshe is saying, and sometimes that can be misconstrued to start with, and then going directly into their language, and it's not the proper way to do it. It's best to go with the English subtitles to start with, like you're saying.
Gentlemen, this is Monique in Oslo. I wanted to point out another aspect. You're all talking about knowledge seekers. You know the quantity of knowledge.
Pardon me?
Student, let me please make my point. As a student, I find that what Jackie did to point us towards the kids' classes, to translate these ones, was a very good thing, because as a translator myself, I found that I learned much more deeply thanks to the translation work. The other aspect of the teaching, which is highly neglected, I found, by everybody, is the medical side. Mr. Keshe explained to us in all the medical, the health classes, the way our body functions. And if we also concentrate on subtitling those classes, it will be an eye-opener on the technology, because Mr. Keshe goes so deeply in the explanations that he gives to us of how our body functions. It's absolutely mind-blowing. And I find it amazing that everybody neglects this part of Mr. Keshe's teaching. That I'm finished.
Are we talking about public teachings or private teachings, Monique?
I'm talking about the public ones, because so far I haven't had the time to concentrate on the private ones, unfortunately, because there's so many hours in the day. Thank God, thanks to the Gans water, we don't need so much sleep anymore as we used to, so that makes us gain time. But if you want to be a good student, carry on the dispersion of the knowledge through the chat room on Facebook, and thank God we have Caroline, who does so much hard work on that side of things. And then we have our different language classes to follow. And now, as far as we are concerned, Torbjörn and I were trying now to start the Norwegian side of things. So it's one extra task on our plate. And there's that much that can be achieved if you want to do things properly, I think.
Yes, Monique was speaking about the health workshop. It's 47 or I don't know how much health workshop.
Well, they all are on use 43, I think.
43, okay. Yeah.
Because it's so important, I think, that you can't start translate the latest knowledge seekers if you don't have the basis. And the basis are acquired with the kids workshops that we translated with Jackie, and it's also I am the health classes as well. It's very, very important. How can we understand the outside world if we don't understand our own inner machinery?
You just need to find people also for the. You are talking probably about those old health workshops that were done together.
Yes.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Everything is waiting in the queue. More people interested to do the subtitles, more people qualified. Let's say if we get some people that are actually doctors or studied the medical part, that they can understand better the English words about used by Mr. Keshe and Ilya.
But the classes are very, very clear. I'm sorry to contradict you on that subject, because I am not a medical student. Okay, I've got doctors and nurses within my
class. That's the problem, Monique. I don't understand where the problem is. It's just that the subtitles are not done yet.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I think that we should concentrate
Find
on
somebody, you know, that can do that. You know, we just need that.
This is the thing. Wait a minute. Calm down, everybody. This is exactly the issue that I worry about. That we need lots of people to work on this. It's a huge, huge job, and it does have to be prioritized. And there has to be one person that's organizing it. Otherwise, if 10 people try to organize it, then we'll have 10 transcriptions of exactly the same thing once again, because it's so big and so spread out.
But Jackie has a very good centralized system. The Amara system is very clear and easy to handle.
Jackie, can you put the spreadsheet back on? Because we touched this subject many times. But I believe that the first step for this course is very simple. All the health workshops that you are talking about just needs to get into this first column. And then if people will say, I will take this one, I will take this one, I'll take this one, Jackie will reply and say, this one is already taken, can you take this one? And that's it. And once we have names next to the health workshops, which Jackie can put now in the next half an hour into this spreadsheet, we already have first step for coordination needed. Do you agree?
But that's exactly what Jackie is doing, and he's doing an excellent work of it. It's just like what I'm saying is that, number one, we need more people. And number two, I wish every single day we'd had 7 days within the time at our disposal, because it's such a wonderful task to do. But we have our lives, we have our families, we have the foundation we have to work with, study with, and it's 24/7. And it's mind-blowing that there are not more people who are willing to help with the translation, because
there are lots, Monique, there's lots and lots and lots of people willing to help. There's no shortage of people willing to help. This is the thing. This is the thing for several years now. There's been literally, I've seen hundreds and hundreds of people willing to help, many of them very well qualified and with the time to do it. But I haven't seen someone in the central place able to organize all those diverse people with all their little idiosyncrasies, because believe me, it is like rounding up cats. It is not so easy as a spreadsheet and just plugging in people, because people are all different, especially transcribers. Some of them have very specific ways they have to use their software, and they can't use their spreadsheets and so on. Anyway, it gets complicated, and somebody has to be there full-time every day, 24/7, 7 days a week, just doing that job of organizing the transcribers and translators and so on and so forth. Jackie's there, but I don't know if he's able to do that, you know, all the time. He's got many other, he's running workshops, he's doing all this other stuff. And I know Stanley's got many other jobs that he has to do and so on. Maybe we can pull it together with a team of people, but there still has to be a central figure. I was doing that for a couple of years. That's what I started. My first job with the Keshe Foundation was just volunteering, putting all my time every day, every spare minute into transcribing to get those initial English transcriptions on the first videos that Mr. Keshe was putting out. And I thought that was the most important job in the world, but I became involved in hosting and so on, and that became more important. And then I can no longer type because my back and neck muscles are seized up, and I can't even approach doing that job. But there has to be someone that's able to maintain all the spreadsheets and the communications with literally dozens and dozens of people simultaneously every day that are reporting in that they, you know, only have done partial things, or they can no longer continue for personal reasons and so on and so forth. It's managing a large group of people, and it's getting better and better with the software, and the YouTube now is much easier to work with than the Amara and all that. And I know we'll continue to increase our efficiencies and really pound at this. This is becoming more and more important as we go along. But it is a huge job, and I can sense your frustration in it. You know, we got to focus on the health ones. Well, someone else is thinking, no, we should be focusing on the latest workshop and just getting that one out as soon as possible. That's the latest information. Someone else, it'll be the kids workshops, because they are incredible. To me, the kids workshops were the most potent and had the most critical information in them, are the ones that affected me the most, actually. And the health ones, like you say, there's incredible detailed specific information about the human body and so on that we need to get down in black and white, so people can actually see the words that are being talked about and understand them. For doctors and so on, some of the technical words and all that should be in the transcriptions. But anyway, I get frustrated because I've seen this so many times that we've put a big force to do this, and then a couple people leave or whatever, and it kind of falls apart because we don't have a central figure to manage all the people and files and stuff going back and forth, and have an understanding of that flow, which comes from a dozen different directions at once. There's people, you know, there's the Facebook people, there's the ones in Amara, there's ones in YouTube, there's ones in their private things and other programs. And anyways, it's a complex thing. It's very large and complex, and I really congratulate those that are diving into it, Stanley and Jackie and others that are participating. It's like a hot potato. It's amazing to hang on to it, and yeah. So I guess I just had to voice my frustration too there, that we need, perhaps there's someone out there that can serve as that function, that can have their life dedicated just to managing the whole situation, because it is, like I say, big. Anyway,
yeah. Can I just add something, Rick?
Mm-hmm.
It was beautiful, like you said, you know, because it's like when you run your reactor with the different Ganses, the things you need to build the fields, and the plasma needs to find the right position. And when the people start finding the right position, and they enjoy the work. I have some people who just are new on the technology and they start to translate, to transcribe, and is so appreciate for the people, you know, because they understand in a new way, because they are much more attentive on the what said Mr. Keshe, and they enjoy the process. And but it's like on the reactors, the field needs to create, it takes time, and the plasma need to find the position, you know. But
that's right. But the thing that's why I get excited about it in the way that I would like to see it managed, because I've seen many people that were really excited and really wanted to do this work and did do it and got into it, and they found out that someone else had already done the 80 hours of work that they put into it, and because it wasn't managed, the situation wasn't managed, and the duplication, and that can crush somebody. Or the fact that the file didn't get used for 8 months and just got left somewhere because it got forgotten and didn't get applied to the actual video, because that's what the people work their heart out for, is to get that file in as soon as possible and get it onto the video and so on. And if that flow stops, like, you know, the file's sitting there now ready for the workshop, but it's not, no one sent it to me to put on the workshop, or I don't know anyone else put it on the workshop. We have to get it on as soon as possible, and part of that is organizing it and getting the flow happening and so on. So I don't want to see people crushed again. I've seen dozens of people actually in these groups really get enthusiastic, but then get not so enthusiastic when
I know,
so they don't get appreciated. Most transcribers, all they ask for is just a little bit of recognition, just to say, thank you, we really needed that, thanks so much for putting that hard work in. And that's all they need. But if they don't get that recognition, and it's just like, oh, whoops, I forgot about that file for the last 8 months, and geez, you know, we didn't put it up, well, that can be devastating to them. So that's why they have to be treated very sort of delicately, each one individually, their needs met, and in a way that a manager manages, you know, in a large company, the different needs of each individual and their group and so on. They have to sort of baby them along in a way, but they're so dedicated and do that. It's such hard work. It's hard on your body. It's grueling at times and so on. But you do get a joy. It's a certain kind of real joy of being a good wordsmith and making sure that the words actually fit what is being said. It seems like a simple thing. You just write down what's being said, but it is not simple. Did he really say this or that? And you go back over it and over and over to make sure that you're accurate and clear, and it's the right information for people and not the meaning twisted and so on. It's so important to get that, especially that first English transcription down, and you know, it's once that's done, it's basically it's done forever. It is, you know, locked in at that point with all the timings and so on, and it's a joy to behold when you can read the actual words in the videos, and you get such a greater understanding. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's exactly that. I have the same feeling as you. You know, when you look again the workshop and you look at the subtitles and the timing is perfect, the words are perfect, you are so happy, and you just realize that you make something, you make a gift for the eternity, you know, because if you do one time a good job, this knowledge seekers workshop or health workshop or kids workshop or whatever workshop will never change. It will stay for the eternity.
Yes, that's right. Absolutely.
And you put your fingerprint on this wonderful gift for humanity, and it's an incredible feeling for your plasma, you know.
Well, that's true. That's true, because there's a certain timing that you put in with all the punctuation and the right words in the right place, the right order, and so on. Sometimes you have to fiddle a little with it because Mr. Keshe will trip over a couple of words or something, but it's a craft. It's a certain kind of crafting and a certain kind of pride that you put into your work as a transcriber. Absolutely.
And there's also the differences, as I put in writing in the chat, is like me as a French person, bilingual, English language is so much more concise than French, for example. So it's very, very difficult to put in 43 letters, which were easy in English to do, in the same meaning in French. It's just so infuriating because I say, isn't there a synonymous which is shorter?
All right, guys, we're here. We're in the parking lot. Got live for you if you're ready.
Ah, hey.
Okay.
Hey, Doug.
We're all out here now.
We'll get back to that later, Jackie, on the transcribing.
Sure, no problem. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. I know this last.
You see all the games on there. That's what that is. CH3 all over the.
With the pH of the stuff, aren't you getting burned or stuff?
I use natural elements.
Douglas, what are you generating there?
Made from natural organic supplements.
The mayor is everything.
They just use like for the acidic, they use concentrated like lemon orange and all the citric acid and make it, and boy, that goes down to the pH goes down to 1.63. So I mean, it drops, and you can buy that. I don't know why it costs so much, $20 for a little bitty bottle, but it lasts forever. Bottle.
Can you hear us?
Is everybody here? Or do you want me to get the other camera on, Rick?
Can you like wipe off the camera? You got some smudges or something?
Yeah, that's what I say. I'll plug in the other camera. That's my Microsoft Windows Defender. That's my masking tape.
No wonder he couldn't see. Thought the rain had hit.
People get theirs. What I have left over.
Oh, let me get the extension too.
Hey, is that?
Hey, how you like that shirt?
Show this. Hey, lovely.
Hey.
We got
excellent.
Just something we threw together about 5 o'clock this morning.
Yeah,
that's fantastic. Really nice. Excellent.
Well, you can't hear this very well at all, but yeah, I know, and it's as loud as it'll go up. That's the worst thing about the Toshiba computer that I found out is they're. And
since you're stopped there, you can pick up some USB speakers that plug into the USB port.
Yeah, well, I was going to last night in there at the dollar store because I had found them that thing for $3. Let's see here. I got the extension in here so we can get out here longer. And I was going to grab one of them little external speakers. And I thought, well, I've got my headphones. I don't need them now.
Yeah, you'll be needing them at the site this afternoon. So
there we go. Now is that a little better?
Much
clearer?
better.
All right.
Yeah.
So you can see we're out here in Big Lots, and there's Sandy and Bill and my wife and.
No, we can't see. All we see, Douglas.
He looks just like you. I mean,
Douglas. Hello, Douglas.
I'll get on the ground. There you go. There's Bill Jr.
Hey.
He's up there. Yeah. It's hard to operate backwards, but at least Flint got it to where I can see everything forward now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was having to do everything backwards.
Michigan. Oh, yeah. This is Michigan.
Sam from Michigan. This is Sam from Michigan.
Just down to say hi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe we could go. Can we go around?
You guys missed a great.
But they're in their car.
Yeah, we've got a couple others that are they're already in their car ready to go.
Yes.
And we had a great visit, a great breakfast, some delicious fruit. Here's the little
Let's make the camera steady.
Pennsylvania is
Make the snapshot.
beautiful. It's nice and cool and perfect temperature, if you ask me. Even though it's a little cloudy, but
Hey, hey, Doug, can you take a picture and send it on over again? I'll
do what, brother?
Take a picture and we'll send it over.
We've got all kinds of pictures inside, and all of us with our shirts, and we'll get them all loaded up here in just a little bit. The ones that we got.
Yeah, send them on over to me. I'll get them
and I will, and whatever.
On my phone, I can send to Flint.
Yeah, that's what Flint's saying. Any of us that got any pictures, we can send them to him. That way he can get them on the website there.
Can you prop up the camera and?
Yeah, because I'm tired of holding it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you have a tripod,
This thing
Douglas?
is made to be able to sit on the computer.
Douglas, you are like magnetic ray with this camera. You're always running around.
I can't hear you. What?
You're like a magnetic ray. Whenever you hold the camera, you know, you are moving around like magnetic ray through the universe.
It's called hyper disorder.
What do you need? You really need a tripod, Douglas.
Let me see here.
Let's go in there with a tripod.
Yeah, he's got a little tripod for it. It's about 8 inches tall.
Okay, well that would work. You can stick it on the hood.
Okay, now you need to tilt it down a wee little bit.
Hello.
Hello.
That's
cool.
high tech. That's high tech. Are we live?
Yeah, we're live. Yeah, we are live. Yeah, we are officially live here.
Okay. No run back with the
Yeah. Do what?
Ah, no, they go. No, they went to the right. I thought to make the...
Yeah, if you guys all
in here.
Yeah, if
I
you
think
get all in the screen there, we'll do a. Okay, that's better.
Stanley, get on to me about my camera operational skills.
Okay, don't get around Sandy, because there is the right spot that you can see.
No, they won't. They can't see you, Sandy.
Hey, go to...
They can't see Sandy.
It's not Sandy, it's another lady.
Present.
Okay, all together. Come on, next to this car.
Sandy's helping others to, I guess, directions of what's going on. So, yeah.
Hey.
You see mine, Flint?
Yeah.
Don't you feel jealous?
Yeah, I don't have one.
Yeah, could you guys send us some t-shirts?
I said, oh, that's the one I wanted.
You are wonderful, all of you, and we love you so much.
They said this one was Flint, so I said to give it to me then.
Yeah, all these graphics.
Surf on our love. Surf on our love, all of you. Just surf on our love. We sent you mountains and mountains of love from Europe.
Oh, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Amazing, everybody.
All these graphics will be.
My wife's sending pictures to you now, Flint. So
okay.
It's gonna be sending them on her phone though. So
okay.
They're all sent, so they'll probably go to your phone. You can upload them from there. I think we're ready to head out and try to stay on this time frame as close as possible. So we're all gathering things together and getting out of here. So
okay.
I'm going to sign off right now, and here in a few minutes we'll come back live and do some live screenshots going down the highway.
Okay, so you're still in Washington, PA?
Yeah, we're in the parking lot of the Eaton Park.
Awesome.
Park and eat, whatever.
Yeah, it's get to meet each other for the first time after seeing everybody on the camera. It's like seeing family members you haven't seen in 20 years. You can't just get up and run out the door,
Yeah.
We've all had a great little time here, and I was late. I missed out on a lot of it, so. But I'll check back in here in just a little bit. And we'll do a live feed from then on in.
Okay. Thank you.
Douglas, stay safe, drive safe, have fun.
All
this
right,
is Vivek
guys.
from Singapore.
Hey, just so y'all do know that I wasn't joking. You can see the metal on my tire right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not.
I told you we were literally going to get there on treads, but once we get there, we'll get some different tires put on the van. I was trying to make up as much time as I could. So anyway, we'll see you guys in a little bit, and we may even get to change the tire live. Who knows?
Yeah, you ought to change that. You ought to change that as soon as you can.
All right, I love you guys. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Okay.
Drive safe, brother. Take care.
Cool. And all those graphics for the shirts and everything will be on the website momentarily.
That was crazy moment.
That's great, Flint. And that'll be at the top of the new section and the main website there, I guess. There'll be a little thing to click on there for...
Yeah, we'll get something worked out, and we'll let you know when it's up and ready.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Vince. Well, we were discussing earlier, unless there's any questions, or let's have a look at maybe first at the questions and comments and so on here, if there's anything in particular. Just a couple of questions in live streams. There is a Mary that says, if there's a lull in the conversation while we await Douglas's arrival, is it possible to replay Mr. Keshe's teachings of a few minutes ago?
If you want to replay the video, you can scroll back in live stream or in YouTube as well, I believe, to listen to anywhere up to, I think it's 4 hours of video before the live portion. So yes, you can still do that yourself. We don't have to replay it again.
Good point. Thanks, Vince.
What I did like was yesterday with playing those the teachings that he had at the very beginning. Those were very good to the new people of the Keshe Foundation and the understanding of the technology. Just the very basics.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. We can do that again.
Because you have to remember, today is working towards peace. We have to work all towards peace on this planet.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Those first videos of Mr. Keshe, like we were talking about transcribing, those are the ones that I spent time transcribing originally to get the English done for the videos, because I found it kind of frustrating to just listen to the words. I do much better seeing the words while I'm listening to it. And I found that by transcribing, I got to understand what Mr. Keshe was talking about better, because I'd have to listen to things over and over and over to get the right words and so on. So I'd often, because I'm a slow typist, I'd have to listen to something maybe 10 times in order to type it out. So it ended up, because as a slow typist, it was good for listening to what Mr. Keshe was saying, because I got to listen to it many times. And I recommend anybody that if you want to learn more, doing transcribing is a great way to do that.
Just one thing, I have put on the chat of the email address for the the people who are interested to collaborate, it's subtitles@kfssi.org.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jackie.
You're welcome, Flint.
Excellent. That's good. I'll put it up in the live stream here too, so people can see it. So what exactly can people do at that email address? subtitles@kfssi.org. Is that what it is?
Send in, obviously, your name and which languages you will be transcribing or translating to, or if it's just English, that's fine.
It's a lot of different ways that we need a lot different kind of people. For the example, it's the people who are really, really good in English. We need for the transcription, the correction of the English files. If people are really good on typing, it will be really helpful to type really fast the English. Then it's every people on the different languages. And this email address will to be used at the beginning to contact me or Stanley or the education part. And so we can try to get in contact with you, we speak, and then we can apply as volunteer, and then we reach you. Then you can send the files to this address, and we will let you know all the best.
I'm adding also the subtitles menu to kfssi.org. Soon it will appear in next minutes. On the kfssi.org website, which is primarily for KFSI education. This is the point where the students can apply for a study as well. So there will be the subtitles menu, and on that page it will be information for all those that would like to volunteer, where to send the email, and there will be also the link to the spreadsheet that Jackie was showing before in the read-only mode, at least that they can see for what teachings we are still looking for somebody who would create the subtitles, so that they get an idea. And then through this email, subtitles kfssi.org, they will get confirmation, yes, you are assigned to this video. This is how we will do the next step, and then we see what comes out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the last things, I have put the link of the YouTube channel for the translation. If you want, on this channel, it will be the bridge between, we work on the translation, we get some subtitles, but like you said, Rick, perhaps we have only 30 minutes or 40 minutes. And so people can take a look, watch if there is some mistakes, and then we send the files to the official YouTube channel at the end. So this is the channel for the translation.
You want to pause the video because the sound's coming through.
With the council in your
yeah.
language. The council encourages you to bring your positive suggestions and solutions to the table on how humanity can move forward as a whole towards everlasting.
That's mine. Yeah. Okay.
That was yours, Flint.
And so people can just have a look. I just want to show you so you have an idea. Let me 1 second. So this is the Keshe Foundation translation. For example, you have the kids workshop, the knowledge seekers workshop, all the videos. If we take one is ready, it's the 125 in English. And so they have the, all is already done. You can take a look on that channel. And when we confirm the file is totally okay, we send it to the official YouTube channel.
It's not quite ready. The word would, very first word is incorrect.
Yeah. I will to say to Yvonne, you know, Yvonne is the best corrector.
Okay.
You missed the point. Really listen.
The New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise in Spaceship Technology Conference, October 17th through 19th, 2016, in Ghana.
Yeah, okay.
Keshe Foundation.
It's some mistakes, you know, and so we can take a look. The people can say, hey, look, it's a mistakes here. And when we are really good, we send the files to the official YouTube channel, and that's it. And perhaps last thing I want to show to the people, perhaps they have an idea how it works. If I take the 125, it's ready. It's the first one with fully ready.
That's 124. Is that the same?
No, it's 24. I want the 25. Yeah. The 25, for example, we just add the new languages. French, for example. Okay, French, Canada. Continue, and then so at the left you have the English version. So Keshe en collaboration, etc. I translate this phrase. The timing is already done. I take the next phrase. It's already done. Then publish, and we have the translation. And that's it. No transfer of files, just the people work on that. No timing problem. And but for this, we need to have the perfect transcript in English and the timing synchronization top. The phrase right cut, this is where we just so the people have an idea. Now we try to work by sentences to make not the phrases too long, but in one format that the people can, the translator can, for example, have the full phrases. So here they translate the full phrases. And if it's too long, we cut at the right point that the phrase will make sense, you know, in another languages. So we try to resolve all these points. But it's like Rick saying, it's a lot of work, and we need a lot of resources, different resources. Okay. Thank you, everybody, to listen to me.
And just to remind people, this is in what's called Amara, A-M-A-R-A, which is the transcribing and translating free application that people want to participate. That's a great way to get involved with the Keshe Foundation and to help out.
Exactly.
So who wants to do the 19.5 hours from yesterday?
Oh, we are quite finished.
I suggest to cut out the Mr. Keshe's part into the separate video file, and that one will do the subtitles and translations, because that needs to go around first. What do you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, that part that he was teaching is very crucial, and if we can create a separate video file for that one and then the subtitles and publish this, that would be probably first priority. And the 19 hours can wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I did take some notes of times yesterday that the important parts are in, so I can work on cutting that out too.
You already knew what is waiting for you.
We can still put the we can still put the transcription, or sorry, the subtitles on the original longer video as well, just by uploading the file with the correct timings on it. It doesn't have to have the subscripts for the whole 20 some odd hours or whatever,
right?
But just for that part, That would be handy for people.
Yeah, so the full file's there, and you just have to skip ahead to the right part or something.
Once it's done, you just do the right offset, and that's it, right?
And yeah, my last things, I really want to thank everybody who helped on this cycle. There is a lot of beautiful people working so hard and giving so much time to spread this knowledge. And I really, really, really want to thank everybody. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Jackie.
Kevin Blundell says, Rick, can you please mention the number of the workshop that was broadcast last Thursday, wherein Douglas and Mr. Keshe showed the 5.7 kilowatt unit working? Many want to watch it. Thanks. Well, Kevin, there's actually, well, first of all, what was the number of that workshop? Is that 128 on Thursday?
Do you want to play them both? Do we have them both? We can play them both?
Well, wait a minute. Many people want to watch it. Well, we should give the link, first of all, to the YouTube video of the unit working, which we now have, and which is the latest video. But Douglas and Mr. Keshe were talking about it in the workshop. That was the 128th workshop on Thursday, or was it 129th?
I think I'll have to check, actually.
So far, so long ago, I can't remember.
29, I think it was.
Let me just confirm.
No, it's the 28th. We have the peak of class.
Right. Okay. If that was the 128th, then people could look at the 128th Knowledge Seekers Workshop to get that information. But also, we showed the video in the last workshop, in the 130th. If people can find where we actually showed it out of the 20 some odd hours. So
I have the
what I should do is give people the link for the new video that I just put up yesterday, and they can see the unit in action there as a good place to refer people to. It's only a few minutes long as opposed to hours.
Yeah, the last link is your test of grid. The last link, YouTube.
And we could show it again here too as well, Rick.
Trying to get the link to show it. Okay, there it is. Yeah.
So you want to see the video from last Thursday? Also?
I'm not sure. I don't think. Kevin, do you want people to watch that now? Is that what you mean?
We could play them both.
To watch
the. This one was the one in the 128th that we started this all, right?
Yeah, I have the one in the 128 if you want that.
The people can do a live transcription of the test of grid V212.
Sorry, are we trying to get that 128th lined up? Is that what was working on there now? Should I show the what's it called again?
I have the 128, the one that was showed last week. I have that ready.
You have the excerpt out of it for that shows the unit working, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we could play that. Well, no. Kevin says, just as I thought, no, it's just for their information. He just needs to refer to that.
Okay.
If we had the the time in the video when it started, that would be useful. Or what would be best is the link with the time in it. You know, you can get the YouTube video and include the time for the start time in the link. If we could get that lined up, that would be best. Give that to Kevin so that his people can refer. Just click on the link, go directly to that part in the video. And then we can also have a look at the test off-grid video. Maybe we can play that now, I'm thinking. Let me get that lined up. I've got it here. Okay.
Which includes tea and lunch.
Okay, I'm going to play the video now. I think I'm getting background feedback from someone. I'm muting that Chinese one.
Sorry.
I guess part of it was from you too, Flynn. All right, good. Sorry, go ahead.
So we're playing the one from 128 first?
No, the way I understand is we don't really have to play that. Kevin says it's just for their information. He needs the, what I thought we could provide him the link with the time signature in the link and put that in the chat, and then Kevin can send that out to his people in the distribution end.
Okay, I'll get that link here in just a minute.
Perfect, thank you. And then in the meantime, this is the video from the Keshe Foundation site, and I'll put the link in the live stream and also in the chat for people as well.
I don't see the share. Can you try resharing that, Rick, please?
Really?
Maybe it's just me.
It has its little thing around the window like it's supposed to be sharing.
I see it on my screen.
Okay, just could be me. That's working here.
I haven't started it yet. It's just a picture at this point, but just wanted to put it in the chat. Just 1 second.
August the 12th.
There we go. Just give me a minute here. I just wanted to make sure that got the correct thing happening. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'll start the video now. Let's just to remind people, this is called Test Off Grid V212, and it's found in the YouTube. I'll put the YouTube in the live stream, the address up sort of at the top of the screen here, so everyone can get it from YouTube. Okay, I'll start the video.
August the 12th, 2016. This is my MyGrav power generation off-grid set. And as you can see, my wire coming from my capacitor here, this refrigerator, leads into the load of the capacitors that go through the mag grab and come back out into the strip here. And, the ground ties from the strip, ground ties right there, and goes over here to an earth ground right there. Now then they turn the other compressor on. Now we've created a loop, and we can see by my voltage indicator there, we got 121.5. If you've noticed, I've had to put a pair of eye scripts on here because this little surge protector is nowhere near capable of the amount of watts that we're going to pull through it. This has a startup capacitance of 700 to 800 watts and a continuous run capacitance of 85 watts. This is a panini sandwich grilled cheese maker, lights on, and it's 800 watts. This, as you can see, is a 1500 watt fan force heater, and we're gonna turn it on all the way up to 1500, and you can see she's blowing, and it's hot. This is a 45 watt hair straightener, and I ran another load over to here so I could turn on a 1500 watt hair dryer. Might want to push that reset button, maybe. There we go. That's the low setting. That's the high. So we got 1500 watts. I'm gonna set it on the ground there. I don't want it sitting on my refrigerator. And of course, the refrigerator is a key part of this. So you can see that it's working in there. Ice in the fridge. Okay, so everything is on and operational. I just stepped on the ground there. And we'll go ahead and turn on these fluorescents too. Forgot about those. And we'll get some thermal readings here for you. Show you that everything's working. Looks like about 345 degrees on that one. Now let's see what the heater's putting out. We got to clear it. And then we'll go back to this over here. 241. And of course, the mag grab coils. The bottom coil is, oh, sorry about that. The bottom coil, try and keep it on there. 116, 111. The middle coil, 96, 95. Oh, and of course the top coil looks like bouncing back and forth. We're going to say 115. We got right here 87 degrees in that. Right there. Wires 88, 91 degrees. The hair dryer is still running. The heater's still putting out plenty of heat. We'll come over here. See what the hair dryer is putting out. Hot enough for me. 171 degrees there. So everything seems to be fully functional in operation. Like I said, we use the capacitor startup run cap, and it starts the system. And this makes an infinity loop plugged into the system that creates the voltage. And then if we add up the wattage here, we got 15 and 15 is 3,000, so that's 3 kilowatts. 8, 3,800, 54, so 3,854, and let's just call it even 100 on the 2 refrigerators. So 3954 and 50 on that, so 40. 4K right now. It looks like what we're pulling off this particular unit. You can see I had a piece of matter copper there. It got hot. None of this did though. Look at that, 116 degrees, 104, sorry. And we'll get over here on this. Now that it's nano, look, 200 degrees. But we go right here, and you see it starts dropping down. And that's a little bitty 20 gauge stranded wire. But it cools down as it goes through the maggrav. You can see it's dropped down to 94 degrees. And now that this is nano coated, the next time I fire it up, it will be at a lower temperature. It won't get that high. Like the rest of these, you know, they don't get high, 88 degrees. They've already been nano coated. Once the nano coating process takes over, then it's all it does its own thing from there. Well, anyway, that's more than 4 minutes to show arming, and I'm hot enough out here, and I've got heaters blowing, and hair dryers are going, and everything. We'll leave the lights running. Let's see, the 2 compressors are what runs everything. Everything can be taken off of here. You don't have to, as you can see, I've got an earth ground. You don't have to have an electrical source. There's no wires attached anywhere around here at all. You know, so anybody can see it comes off the compressor right there. There's no wires except for what's on the ground. That goes to the hair dryer, back down to the strip. Like I said, if it wasn't for those vice grips, we would have never been able to do that, because that little surge protector will only allow so many watts to go through it, and we just pulled 4,000 watts through it, so they're not rated at that. A 14 gauge wire is rated at 1440. And as you can see, this wire is not even hot, and it's a 18 gauge stranded wire. And look at this little bitty wire here. It's a 20 gauge stranded wire, and it didn't melt at all. You know, piece of matter copper got hot there. That was something I threw on at the end because I burned a cap earlier. But even with 3 caps, we still managed to pull 4Ks. So we showed the thermal indication that all the units were working. And as you can see again out here, there's no wires, just an earth ground. I do require a ground. The appliances have their own ground, but they're not earth grounded unless you're hooked into the grid. If you're hooked into the grid, then you've got a ground for your appliances through your neutral. But when you're off grid, you don't have that ground for your appliances. And in order to make these appliances with the start run capacitors to operate properly, you need a ground. So this is the earth ground, and you know, I chose to use a number 8 solid gauge solid copper wires. So this is I hope will satisfy everyone's curiosity and show that the marvelous feat that this unit is available to do. You know, it will perform a specific function, several actually. But one of the main functions is not only the power generation ability, but the ability to carry massive amounts of current and wattage through nano coated wires, and through the nano coating process allows this to become a superconductor, which allows the electricity to travel through here at a higher rate of speed, frequency, if you will. So, you know, less resistance. If there's no resistance, there's no heat. You know, this is a new piece of wire right here, you know, and it's warm to the touch, but it's not hot anymore. But that's the reason it, you know, became hot, because it was a brand new piece of wire. It hasn't been nano coated yet. So this was, you know, put in here on purpose to show you. You see that none of the rest of that left a mark there, you know, just the one spot right there. I had my knee on that ground, and like I said, the two systems are making electricity right now, so it will give you a little bit of a shock there if you touch the ground on one side. But anyway, I hope this satisfies everybody's curiosity, and peace and blessings to all, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Thanks, Rick. You there?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. I zoomed you over the other link for the one from last week.
Let me have a look.
Can I ask a question? Hello?
Hey, Tubjorn, how you doing?
Hello, hello.
long time no hear.
Yes, horrible.
What do you got?
Yeah, my question here is that it looks like Douglas have liquid plasma in the Gans coin.
In the what?
In the Gans, or instead of the Gans, is liquid plasma?
I believe it's both.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
But can you look through? It looks like we can look through his.
Yeah, you have to rewind the video there a little bit, Rick, for a clear shot.
You mean right there? You're talking about the ball of Gans?
Yes. They don't look like ping pong balls.
No, I think he's using his smaller acrylic balls that he's gotten to use the triple core stuff to get the right diameter. Because ping pong balls are actually just a wee bit big, right?
Another question is when he's talking about the capacitor in the fridge. That's a capacitor from the very fabric for the unit.
Could you say that question again?
I'm sorry, Rick. When he's talking about the capacitor in the fridge, is that his own capacitor, or is it the capacitor from the fabric?
What do you mean fabric?
Oh, the label, just using the.
Yes, it's the capacitor in the fridge, is what I think he's referring to, correct?
Yeah, that's what I understand, yeah.
Because usually those, they look like, well, I had a look at my fridge, and it looks like between the in the connections, it's like a small bottle made of copper. Is that a capacitor from the fridge?
A bottle made out of copper?
Yes.
It doesn't sound like a capacitor. Usually it's not copper on the outside. It'll be like look like a little canister on some motors. I'm not sure what this fridge will have on it, but small black painted.
The bottle with the capacitor is most likely the container for the freon gas. So I think that's what you're looking at.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly. But is it easy to find the capacitor from the fridge?
Well, it'll be attached to the motor circuit, you know, close to the motor or attached to the motor in some cases. I've seen.
Does it look like our capacitors?
It looks like anything from a D cell battery to a D cell battery that's 5 times as big, say.
Okay, thank you, Rick.
And if you go to a refrigeration parts place, they'll have a long aisle of capacitors for compressors and boxes of them, because there's each capacitor is specific to certain size motors to start them. And somehow the capacitor is used to essentially jumpstart the maggrav generator system, is the way I understand it. It's the heartbeat, the pulse of the system.
From the fridge?
The fridges are the two most important parts of the circuit, apparently. That provides the pulse.
But on the maggrav unit, it seems that Douglas only had 3 capacitors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one blue.
Yeah, he said he was doing some other tests with it in the video there, and that it blew. So he's, yeah, because the one he showed last week actually had 4, and these are his special design capacitors too.
Yeah, and then he hot wired it basically with that little blob you see. If you see my marker there, there's a little, well, as Douglas was pointing out in the video, when he was taking the temperature on it. Let's just go back and have a look at that detail. Where was it? Just that part right there.
None of this did though. Look at that, huh? 116 degrees, 104, sorry.
Okay, so it was 104 degrees where the third capacitors lined up here, where the fourth one would have connected. It was like 130 degrees or whatever, not that hot. And then he continues.
We'll get over here on this, now that it's nano, look, 200 degrees.
So it's 200 and some odd degrees for this blob part that he's added, this little coil that he's added on, that he said was not nano coated when he added it. So because it was the matter level material, it started over, it's the only part of the circuit that was overheating, and it still runs hot. But as it nano coats, it's getting better and better apparently.
But you go right here, and you see it starts dropping down. And that's a little...
You can see that piece of wiring there at the top of the picture, and that's the part that was getting hot, and it actually burned and embedded into the wood of the board. But the wires going in and out of that piece of new wire that was added are good in terms of the temperature, which is quite remarkable actually, because the wiring, like you can see there, some of that really thin wire, I believe it's 18 gauge, it just shouldn't be able to handle the kinds of loads that are being put on it there.
Bitty 20 gauge stranded wire.
20 gauge.
But it cools down as it goes through the maggrav. You can see it's dropped down to 94 degrees. And now that this is nano coated, the next time I fire it up, it will be at a lower temperature. It won't get that high.
But Rick, what is really interesting for people to know is that when I made the testing of the double maggrav unit that I made recently, I had over 5,000 watt on it without any nano coating connections. And I realized that during the process, in the beginning, as I started, all the ovens, each and every one of them was 1,500 watt each. And so I just kept on putting on the load side more and more and more ovens. And I surpassed 5,000 watt. I think I approached 6,000 watt. And I realized that in the beginning, only in the beginning, the connections got, the wires got hot, not really far from melting, and then they actually started to cool down.
Right. Once they nano coated, you mean then it starts to cool down?
I don't know. I didn't check in the connections, but they started to cool down after 6-7 minutes. It wasn't for a long time. It's just in the beginning, and then it cools down.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And coming from the Maglev unit, it's not hot at all. It's just the elements responding.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Interesting.
It really is. And I guess it's all about electromagnetic energy rather than electricity.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if we can call it electromagnetic. I think it might be off the spectrum of the electromagnetic spectrum, but
I know it's not. It's a 7-hour discussion. The difference, because you see, if we go back to the presentation in Rome, when Mr. Keshe was testing an American system, this was a European system, 110 and 220. And on the load side, both of them are working from the Maglev unit.
Yes, right.
And that can only be explained because it's. I doubt that the Maglev unit is providing as a relay 210 for one and 220 for another. I just think it's that's the difference between natural electricity, where I'm actually calling it electromagnetic energy rather than electricity. It's like in the brain, when we measure the electricity during brain activities, it's milliwatt, and I think milliwatt is a misunderstanding. I think milliwatt is the translation from electricity to electromagnetic energy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Could be electrogravitational energy too.
Yeah, what about that? Maybe it's magnetical gravitational energy.
That's why they're called magravs? Really?
What a revelation. But how do we measure
Another
them?
question for you guys is how many do you think of these elements are nano-coated straight into the element itself? All of them?
Say again, what do you mean?
If the connection through the element itself and the wire to the load side, are they all nano-coated, you think?
The wiring on the load side in the Maglev unit, you're saying?
No. I guess from the Maglev unit to the load, it's all nano-coated. But from the elements, like the air pump and all the elements, are they nano-coated straight into the unit itself? All the wires?
I think over time it would be. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So that explains because you said it's working better and better.
Just like you said, that red wire in the picture there, if you peel back the coating, the entire inside would be nano-coated, where it was not before.
But another thing to think about is nano coating, an actual nano coating. We can't see the initial nano coating, so a wire could be nano coated, and it wouldn't necessarily be black. It could still look like copper,
Even
and
if it's from
have a few atomic layers of nano coating on it, enough to do the job to transfer the plasma.
But you got to remember, the plasma is transferred already, so it's already creating that initial nano coating. It's like structuring it as soon as you hook it up.
Mm-hmm.
We just have to remember what the Germans, when they used a battery to nano coat a wire, they actually turned off the process when the copper starts, when it was clearly darker, but it was far from black. And the rest of the procedure, they knew that if they took off, using negative and positive just to force the field with heat, and they nano coated it and stopping when it got reddish, and then they just took off the battery. So a couple of 3-4 minutes later, it actually turned black.
Yeah, the disadvantage I could see possibly with that process is, for example, that's typically what happens with an extension cord. If you use, say, an 18 gauge extension cord or 20 gauge extension cord, and you overload it with too many appliances, then what'll happen is it'll turn that cord black inside. It oxidizes the copper in a similar process as what we use in the Keshe Foundation, but the difference is you might as well throw away that extension cord after that, because it'll always overheat and it will tend to burn out in certain sections. And the reason it'll burn out is that kind of process, by overheating the entire wire with electricity, meaning the inside part of the wire is also overheating. What happens is it crystallizes the whole wire, and so it becomes
disaster.
Pardon me?
A disaster.
Well, yeah, it becomes.
I remember in the beginning.
Because it's chaotic. It's not structured. It's chaotic.
Exactly.
It's chaotic, and what's happening is the whole structure of the wire, all of the wire ends up being what would you say? It's oxidized, but it's not necessarily in the structure that we wish. Like normally when we do a caustic or even the heating process, it's on the exterior part of the wire, and that's where the plasma tends to flow. It doesn't flow inside the wire, it's flowing.
Well, we can explain this with Mr. Keshe's terminology, and that is, if we have the SP2, it flows readily. If we have the SP3, it blocks it, right? It creates more resistance. Is that correct? Or is it the other way around? I can't remember. So if you're creating a chaotic structure, what you're doing is creating basically SP2, SP3 all together chaotically randomized instead of a structured SP2, right?
Yeah, basically I'd say.
To try to explain it.
Structure on the outer surface of the wire. We're not using the inside part of the wire, just the surface of it normally. And that allows the inside part to do its normal thing, perhaps, with whatever it does with the electricity, without having to worry about overloading it and that kind of thing. But definitely it doesn't work with extension cords to turn it all black and have it work better in a normal situation with the normal electricity, at least. maybe that's the best way for extension cords with the maggrav system. They all need to be basically burnt and fried first, and and plug them in. They work great. I don't know. I'm not recommending that, but some science done there.
Rick, I think there is another serious thing to consider during the presentation of Douglas here about, because he's mentioning it very fast, but for us who is going to really take this seriously and very fast, he's saying that he creates a circuit when using the elements. So it's like a circle around, or where the maggrav unit is part of the circle, and this is going to be the infrastructure in the house. So you have to change the infrastructure, starting with the from the capacitor to the maggrav unit, and from the maggrav unit to the fridge.
Yes, it seems like they have to work with each other and so on. Now, it's interesting. I've heard predictions there's predictions from the major manufacturers that refrigerators will be self-powered within 5 years, and other appliances as well. So, in a way, this is the way things are going. It'll be some sort of symbiosis with the appliances of the household, and probably they'll be sort of talking with each other or communicating in a way that they work with each other in a cooperative, plasmatic way. Like somehow Douglas mentioned the 2 fridges were important as part of this circuit. And before you said that, I sort of had an idea that the fridges were important. It's been mentioned before and so on. But I hadn't thought of them in terms of an integral part of actually jump-starting the circuit through their capacitors and so on, which store electricity when they're off. And that somehow this interacts with the maggrav system and so on. And they all get on together, and you know, it's a happy family of appliances apparently.
It's about algebra, Rick. How good is your algebra?
Or is it geometry? I'm not sure. I mean, we have a partly dysfunctional family here. We had one capacitor that decided to leave the family, but yet it continues functioning. That's the funny thing about it. It seems like it's almost like none of the parts are mission critical, but yet they all have to work cooperatively together to get the job done and do their individual things. It's mind-blowing to me from trying to approach it like looking at things from a electrician's point of view, for example. I tried to look at this technology from different viewpoints or different windows, as Mr. Keshe says. If you look at it from the electrician's window or viewpoint, this would be outrageous. You wouldn't normally be using, normally if you see a wire that's black, that's copper, and you're an electrician, well, you rip it out. That's what you get paid to do, is replace wires like that with shiny, nice copper ones, because that indicates the wire's overheated and is no longer any good. It can't handle any current, and it is no longer useful in a house, and could indicates that it already almost has caused a fire or will cause a fire in the interior walls of a normal household. But in this case, you want the wires black. If they aren't black, then there's something wrong. It'll tend to overheat and cause trouble. And so everything's backwards. Even the plasma flows backwards to the flow of the electricity. And so if you try to approach this from the window or viewpoint of the ordinary electrician with all of his years of knowledge and experience, you would tear your hair out and probably run screaming in the other direction. But on the other hand, if you were to look at this whole situation from a refrigeration and air conditioning person's, technician's point of view, which is different than an electrician, but sort of includes that as well, then again, it just doesn't make sense. You shouldn't be able to use a refrigerator to jumpstart a generator. This is totally counterintuitive and backwards. Once again, totally backwards to the other way around. Jumpstart a generator and get your refrigerator going.
Rick, Mr. Keshe is going even further, saying that if Douglas were to throw the whole MagRav unit with the capacitors in the sea, we will be amazed. Throw the whole thing in the water.
Yeah, right.
That's right.
I mean, I would scoff at that in years past, and say, oh, yeah, well, it'll just corrode and drop to the bottom. But now I'm not so sure. I don't know what would happen. And, it's a whole new ball game where we can't just make assumptions that we did in the past.
Well, if you look at it there, if you zoom out or move the video to where it was zoomed out, where you can see both the compressor and refrigerator on either side of the MagRav. Somewhere in there. Keep going now.
Maybe it
was like he was at the back side of the thing there, and he had the refrigerator on the right and the compressor on the left. There you go. If these two are needed, you can do a figure 8 with the infinity loop, and the MagRav is in the center where the free plasma is generated.
Well, that's a good point. That's a really good point, Flint. Let me see if I can get that a little better here. There.
And so it's these two things that create an infinity loop. And if you remember, I couldn't even begin to tell you which one it is, but several knowledge seeker workshops ago, Mr. Keshe was holding in his hand what he called the butterfly circuit. And it was these two of these flat coils tied together in a butterfly situation in the infinity loop.
The fridge is creating isotopes.
So it's the circuitry in these things that need to be replicated into your butterfly coils, nano-coated butterfly coils, positioned in the same way. Because you take this coil here, the top coil. I know you can't see my mouse, but you take the top coil and put it on the right side, and the second coil on the right. Not that you do that, but you have extra stuff that you make, and you create the butterfly coil infinity loop to replicate the circuit needed to jumpstart so you don't have to have fridges.
So, what would be on the wing to replace the compressors now? You're saying would be capacitors, or what would be there again? Another MagRav?
Your double coils. The two coils that are on the top plate there. You have a double coil system on the left, a double coil on the right, and the two are tied together somehow. Yeah, I don't know.
You're far out, Rick. This is not the butterfly effect.
Okay.
I'm about to try. I made the unit, and I was thinking to test this this new Douglas's concept in a couple of hours. I'm going to film the event.
Well, that'd be great if we had a couple of breakthroughs during our broadcast here, where experimenters were actually popping up that could duplicate this technology. And Mr. Keshe has mentioned releasing the blueprint today, actually. So maybe we will have some breakthroughs before the end of the day. That's how fast this can move in this point in time in our history as humans. We have the technology of communication at the same time as the ability to duplicate things and create things quite easily. So it's kind of a unique time that people can watch at the same time as recreate their own maggrav units into a generator from a grid system and possibly make them self-sufficient, maybe even before Douglas makes it to Washington to show them the first maggrav that's ever been developed. Maybe there'll be hundreds following literally in his footsteps, because of the release is so immediate now of the technology. In years past, someone that had some invention that wouldn't get out to the rest of the world for years and years, if ever, in some cases. We are indeed we're fortunate to live in these times.
Yesterday I had a 5 hours presentation for the Polish people on plasma technology, and I realized when it was finished, Carolina had distributed this film with Douglas, so I was 1 hour too late. But then I realized, so of course I can't speak for the whole world, but here in Norway, people are their impression looking at Douglas's presentation, they're absolutely just their head becomes just a sign of a question mark and perplexed. They don't know what to think of this. And I hope that the blueprint is going to be a bit clearer than Douglas's presentation, of course. But even if we can see how this is working, and this is a great victory for plasma technology and Keshe Foundation. But I've realized that so far, the reason why people are looking at this and actually they don't understand the buckle, It's very, very strange reaction.
Yeah, they'll have a strange reaction until the first couple of times, and then it'll be natural to have a device that's self-powered. In a year or two, we'll be going, well, why didn't we have this years ago? This is a no-brainer. Why did we have all these batteries all over the place, and all the landfills and all these issues and poisoning of the mercury and everything else from our systems, and all these different transmission systems for electricity, and so on and on and on.
But Rick, we have 5 kids, and I remember last year when I made my first maggrav unit, and I told my kids that this is free energy, and their only reaction was, "Oh, that's good, Father, that's good." And then they changed the subject, and I was like, no, this can't be happening,
Well, that's right. To the kids today, it's no big deal. Like, for example, a lot of the younger folk today, they're not interested in driving the way that the people were in the past. because there's other means, and they don't have that same urgency for some reason. And to them, moving to a different type of system with some sort of flying system with or positive positioning system and that kind of thing, it'll be a no-brainer for them. And of course, we won't be flying them with joysticks and so on. It'll be an automated system that'll be controlled so that there'll be no accidents and that kind of stuff. So they'll move right into that and continue playing their Pogo Man games as they walk into the spaceship and zip off to Europe or the other side of the world for lunch with their friends, and playing Pokemon the whole way. And when they get there, and it'll be nothing to it. It's just why not? Why not have full freedom, full ability to move, be with your friends anywhere in the universe that you wish to be, and have fun while you're doing it without having to pay attention to the technology of it. We're all into this movement of the technology and so on because we can see where that's going, and we like these changes and so on. But why do we want these changes? It's ultimately so that we can feel more free, feel more secure, and make it so we're able to be with their friends and play Pokemon on the other side of the planet or other side of the universe if we want, and go and show other people how to do it and have fun and interact and that kind of thing. But the kids today, they have a different attitude, and maybe it's a more advanced one in a way, less identified and concerned with the technology. Technology is just there to get you from point A to point B, and don't worry whether it's a red car, black car, or blue car, or a sports car, or SUV, or whatever, and go with whatever the flow is at the time. That's the most efficient way for you to get from point A to point B, to be with your friends, or be with your friends in a comfortable way on the way from point A to point B. But the point about it is that you're with others, or going to be with others, and to part of this interaction and mixing of peoples and cultures and civilizations and so on. That's we're doing now on the planet and off planet as well, as we understand it.
Rick, I was thinking of something that we should have a discussion on, because I don't really get the whole idea from, when we all started in, I guess it's about a month ago, we were starting to use the fridge on the load, and a friend of mine, we have a new warming pumps. I don't know what they're called in English. Warming pumps. It's like
a warming pump. Pardon me.
Yeah,
it's like a heating system.
It's a heating system, but from their.
It's called a heat pump. Yes, heat pump.
Heat pump. Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you compare, because what I thought was that the fridge with all its relays has a connection to the drying machine and so on, that it's all the different usage, like for example, when the unit goes on and off by itself using different relays, that makes it quite complicated to calculate why the Magravs unit is responding better to it. But then I went a bit further, thinking what does all these elements have as common things, and I found out that when you disregard the relays and you pay more attention to the fact that it's actually transforming molecules That's the whole principle of heat pumps, and that's what they have in common with the fridge. So when you're transforming molecules from a later product that we would easily call the difference between cold and hot, and you realize in order to do this you have to transform the air molecules, and I think that's the what the MAGRAV is catching, exactly that procedure.
Rick, can I ask a question?
Yes, sure. Who's speaking?
This is Steve from California.
Okay, thanks.
Looking at the infinity loop that's in front of us, it would be interesting to, at some point, open up the compressor like on the left and see if the coilings in there have nano-coated. Because I think, as you were saying, the wire being black or not black isn't a true representation of whether it's been plasma coated. Does that seem fair to say?
Right. So how, if you open it up, how would you tell?
Right. So because just looking at where the bare copper wire was attached to the MAGRAV that had been caustic nano coated, there's not a real, you can't, it doesn't actually turn black over time, does it?
Well, that was my point. It may not turn black necessarily, but still could have a nano coating on it. Like, for example, plastic containers can have a nano coating and still look pretty much the same as they did before. They might look a little more dull or something like that. But the difference would be if you use a electric meter and take a resistance check on the surface, it would show that would have infinite resistance, basically, or close to it, very, very high resistance from the nano coating. And even though it may not be visible, it could be easily measurable by an electrical instrument or some other way. You could use an electron microscope or something like that, I suppose, but most people don't have them in their back pocket like a meter.
Right. That's like what I had when I was trying to nano coat aluminum, how to tell if it was a true nano coating, and by using your multimeter on the resistance scale, and if you put the probes on the sheet of aluminum and you had infinite resistance, well, that was opposite to what you'd normally see if you put your probes on aluminum, where you'd have continuity. Is that correct?
Yes, but I think that not all nano layers are the same. Not all materials necessarily would put on would make an insulating nano layer like that. I know copper tends to do that, and graphene, I believe, is a similar way, where it tends to conduct electricity one way but not the other way as much. But zinc can be different. Zinc oxide, for example, can be a piezoelectric material in itself. So just the act of bending it can produce electricity and so on. It's and again, the structure itself of the nano layers. There's so many different ways and means of making these structures. You could have a copper oxide that looks like just a bunch of flaky, fluffy stuff when it's magnified. You could have copper oxide that looks like very structured, perfect little pyramids. Or you could have rods that are sticking up like a forest or a bunch of hairs and so on. Right. All these different configurations have different properties. But the ones that we're often using with the Keshe technology, the one where the standard caustic coating, as we call it, is generally one with multiple layers and high resistance through the layers, but essentially superconducting along the length of the layers. So it's yeah. Anyway.
So getting back to the to looking at the what was created, perhaps what occurred was that both compressors being exposed to the maggrav over time nano-coated and created the cascade effect like we were trying to do with back before with just having one maggrav, on-grid maggrav, and then we added a second on-grid maggrav, and that created the cascading effect. Maybe at this point with the off-grid, you have two units that are cascading with that center maggrav to create the infinity loop. Maybe that's why the positioning is so important on the table. And I don't know if he can.
Well, I would. Okay, that's an interesting theory. I would venture that I don't believe the wires need to be conditioned, or the appliances. It was said something about the appliances don't need to be conditioned before being plugged into the system and so on. I wonder if that's true. The fridges here as well, the compressors.
Yeah, they could be, because in the video last week, you had the refrig on one side and the compressor on the other. Now that could have been just because of the table.
But I think it's because of, not because of the nano coating that's important. I believe you could use essentially any refrigerator and substitute it for that one, say the one on the right there.
Correct.
You could plug it in and plug in the wires, and you wouldn't have to wait for it to be nano coated to work. No. I think the fridges just provide the pulse that is the core of getting the system jump started, which was provided by plugging into the grid before. We didn't have to have the grid necessarily nano-coated for the maggrav device. You know, a lot of them would start working right away. You wouldn't have to wait for months for it to work necessarily and nano-coat the whole house and grid. And
so it's the pulse or the field that it puts out that activates the plasma vortex.
Right. Now, whether the geometric location of the units, seems coincidental that the maggrav unit is pretty much exactly right in between the two compressor units here. And, you know, maybe there's something about that. Maybe there's certain fields being given off by these compressors due to their pulsing. You know, you hear a compressor run, and when a fridge kicks in, you hear that sort of little pulsating effect taking place.
I think it's the fields. Yeah, I think there's something to that. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So is it the fields that are given off by these compressors, or is it tied into the actual electrical wire that comes out of the units that are plugged into the electrical wiring where the pulse comes from?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it's the compressors. It's the field that all the wires and everything working together generates. Because don't refriges create both AC and DC? Isn't there both in there?
Well, all AC is usually converted to DC to make anything work these days.
Oh, okay.
There's a transformer that would be there. But also, if you look at it, if you think about it, the compressor on the right has inert gas in it, where the one on the left has atmospheric, because it's not a sealed compressor anymore, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good observation.
So the difference, perhaps, you know, where one's giving and one's taking may be a part of it too. One has an inert gas and the other one has atmosphere in it, perhaps.
Yeah, I tend to not go there with the gases being involved, but it's a nice theory. It goes right along with the Keshe teaching, and we can certainly insert it. But I think it's trying to drive a square peg into a round hole with a large sledgehammer. it'll work.
But it's something if we know we can disregard it then if it's not part of the process then, so we don't have to make that argument in the future. Oh, it's the difference in.
Yeah, I've never heard anything about the gases involved being brought up, but it's certainly a good idea. Why not put plasmatic vapor in these units and have them work differently or something? But I think that we should try to focus more on, you see this tiny little wire that comes out of the MagGravs unit and goes back to the refrigerator and ties into the refrigerator. Well, that's the critical point, I think. It doesn't tie into any of the gases or anything. It ties into the capacitor. At least we're told that it's right directly into that capacitor circuit. It bypasses the wiring and everything else and just goes directly to the capacitor is the idea. And but the other compressor, we don't see a wire going directly to the capacitor that we can tell. It seems to be wires that maybe that's what's going on, but it seems to be more wires that are going to the two wires that would be part of the motor in the compressor. Obviously the compressor on the left is running, and it would require those two wires to normally run on its electrical power. So and there's no third wire going to it like from the other fridge. So either that one thin wire going to the big fridge on the right seems to be critical to make the MagGrav unit have its pulse circuit, I would say.
And is that on the gravitational side, the inbound side of the MagGrav?
Well, that's the way I understand it. If someone else has other information on that, speak up, please.
Because as you were saying, in conventional electrical theory, there's no completed loop there. Even though there's a ground added, there's nothing on the gravitational side that's not tied into the ground, or the neutral or the common, how perhaps we normally think about it, correct?
Well, it's part of a circuit in that it's got an in and an out to the MagGrav unit through the wires there, the pulse going in from the fridge and the other wire coming out to the main hot wire that's rigged into the lights. I think it ties into right into the middle light there, one of the light circuits. So it does have a draw on one side and then the pulse on the other, but it doesn't look, it's not normal. No, it doesn't have a completed circuit where you'd have the hot wire coming in here and so on. Go ahead, sorry.
So then, no, just thinking about the three capacitors there's no actual physical connection. If you take the capacitor apart, there's no actual, because the paper separates the inner stylus from the outer coiling.
Hopefully, yes. That might have been the problem with capacitor number 4. Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
That it arced and something got on it, and perhaps it just wore out.
Yeah, that kind of thing happens with the capacitors before they break in properly, and you try to fire something up too early and you have them too wet, the paste is too wet or something, then the water and caustic and so on, it can cross over the circuit and cause short circuits basically.
And these are just the isolating capacitors that we built in the beginning, not the plasma capacitors, correct?
I don't know about that. I assume there's some sort of plasma.
Well, I don't really see any feedback, feedback loops from the outer coil. It's not looping back, so I don't see that. That's why it just looks like a stylus, some paper, the aluminum foil, and then an outer coil.
Well, hopefully we'll get some more information on that later today with the release of the blueprint teachings.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay, thank you.
I think a while back in one of the workshops, again, I couldn't tell you which, he's not, those are his special caps, and he's using a long aluminum tube instead of foil. Much more robust.
Do you know if it's been nano coated?
No, I don't. I'm sure. Okay. Well,
I'm sure probably everything's nano coated in that loop.
Yeah, we'll have to.
I can actually show the unit that I made from last night. It's
okay, sure.
Yeah.
Where, are you doing anything for me, Rick? Am I supposed to do anything? Share screen?
Go ahead. You should be able to do it now.
Is something happening? Oh, it's.
You have to make sure you have your thing open first and don't show your whole desktop if possible. Now we see you.
Hello.
Hi.
Why don't you spotlight them so you don't switch here?
Yeah.
This is the unit. So, to clarify, if you measure it with this measure unit, you realize what's positive and what's negative. It's showing up a minus and plus. There is no sign on the measurement. But as I understand it, this is the gravity field. This is the magnetic field, and when you serially couple them, this time I because the health batteries are really made in a different way, because you cut it in 5 pieces and you serial couple them very differently. But and also the difference here is that it's important to not mix up the gravity field with the magnetic field around. So there is a plastic wire that's going straight through the health unit battery. But in this case, I prepared a lot of nano-coated copper wires, and you actually attach them together when you're looking for electromagnetic energy, and so that's why the plastic on the edge is open, because that's going to give you much more so-called electricity. So that's what I used this time around, and I wanted to make an interesting fight between the coils from the Magrav unit and the new magical unit. And so I made 55 spin from a Fibonacci number, and I actually increased the thickness of the copper from 1.6 millimeter to 2 millimeters. And if you think about if you take only Fibonacci numbers, it's going to give you naturally 154 spin on the outer coil and actually 89 in the inner coil. And when you add the number of curves, it's only twice. So it's twice 144 and twice 89. And when you have your calculation straight and you put 3 times that amount, that's going to give you the explanation how much energy you can store in your Magrav unit. Because when you're connecting between the gravity and the magnetic field such a strong capacitors, it's actually declaring a kind of war between the straight coil and the circular coil. And everything that is in between seems to be, for example, when you're talking about a capacitor or a humiditor or a compressor, then you're probably out of focus because you have to understand what the compressor is doing. And I'm sure of it, that it can't be just to get the compressor. It actually, you have a response from the Magrav unit, what the compressor is producing. And that's why I mentioned the transformation from molecules, because what is heat and what is cold? We're taking cold matter and make it warm, and the opposite. And so when you realize that these are molecules, then that's the Kickstarter. And you can increase consciously. For example, if you compare this unit of 4 times 55, and you make the calculations of number of spin together from a 3 stacker unit, then you realize that the war is very interesting, because now the Magrav unit is responding from Earth. It's not behaving like the sun anymore, because if you couple them, connect the 3 units or the 3 coils, you realize it's still gonna imitate the sun, giving 100% plasma out. But the capacitors, the stronger they are in number, always underneath the number of the 3 coils together, it's going to keep more and more power as you make your calculations from what any kind of number you want to use for the 3 coils compared to the responding opposite, which would be the capacitors. That's what I had to share.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Torbjörn.
Isn't it wonderful?
Yeah. So you're going to fire it up this afternoon here?
Yes. And you know, this can't be any coincidence, because we have access to 5 fridge and a half, a smaller fridge.
Mm-hmm.
Plus the freezer, you know. And I kind of knew this before Carolina got out with the Douglas's video. So in my case, it's going to be even more interesting, because I'm preparing the coils for a 9 stacker, and I already have a 5 stacker unit, and I have a 6 stacker upstairs. And of course, this is going to be extremely interesting, because if you think about it, if you have a 6 stacker unit or a 9 stacker unit, you're going to have naturally 3 births of a vortex from a 9 stacker and 2 births of a vortex from a 6 stacker. And when you combine the two, the number of spin from the inner and the outer coil coming from a 6 stacker, it only means that you can increase the capacitors, giving a higher result as you can use the measure stick, seeing that you actually collect more and more energy from 3 to 5 kilowatt to maybe 11, 13 somewhere. So,
yeah, Mr. Keshe yesterday said that, yeah, these base units as they are now can provide, 5 to 10 kilowatts easily, and up to 100 with a few modifications, up to 100 or even 300 kilowatts.
Exactly, because when you look at Douglas, when he's the more he approached the Magrav unit, the less heat he gets from when he puts all the load on, and it actually means, well, it kind of proved my statement that it's not about compressors or capacitors. It's actually about what the compressors are creating, from atoms to isotopes. And when you see that, when you can look more carefully between the air compressor and the fridge, and from those two units to a motor that is only spinning a wheel, then it's like you can actually connect the torsion field and use the torsion field much more, far beyond any contentment of pH level, and then just realize cold and hot as much as sour and sweet, or clean and dirty, which is in this case would be the composite of food gases. It's rather dirty with a strange smell. But the fight, I guess the fight is between what we call the capacitors and the coils. So when you increase the coils, it depends on how many spins you have from the Magrav unit.
Do you think adding the capacitors into the overall thought that is on the compressors, it's like you're raising the capacitance in a cascading type of?
Yes, but it's already a principle that goes by or surpasses the phenomenon of cascading, because when you realize the speed from the Magrav unit to the capacitor, it's a different speed altogether. So even if you throw all your intention into cascading effects, it won't work. It won't be understood, because the speed itself is not only cooling down the Magrav unit, and as the closer you get to the Magrav unit, it's cooling down. But I've seen that. I had a bet with an electrician, and because he doesn't understand much of plasma technology, and he was telling me that if I put another unit on from 3,000 watts, the fuse box is going to explode. And I said, okay, so let's test it. I bet you on the contrary, you can put 2,500 more watts, and the fuse box won't have a reaction. And he kind of smiled and was very sure of himself. But we put much more than 2,500 more, and the fuse box didn't explode. And on the contrary, in the beginning, the wires got quite hot, but then it all cooled down. And we kept on testing this up to 8,000 watts, I think. That was not at my place, but from the double Magrav unit. But what is important to see here is that when you look at this Magrav unit, the difference between this and usual ones are that they have split coils. And I realized that as soon as I had the split coils, they were getting stronger. The vortex were stronger, and the influence from the gravity and the magnetic field was stronger as well compared to the other units without split coils. But when you look at this, it's actually a huge split coil. You see, because you're putting this gravity, this magnetic field, straight between after the Maghreb unit is serially connected, which means that now you have a war. You have a contradiction, creating two different fields, one from the straight coils and one from the circular. And since the one in the circular coil has a center, well, if you compare the center that we call the Gans grain, when you look at the Gans grain and you compare it to what kind of energy you get from compressors, it's going to look alike. So it's like a responding field between the result from, for example, a compressor and what we have from the liquid plasma on the top of the gases that is filling out in a ping pong ball. So I guess that operation is the clue to store the power, and it's not. I don't think it's electricity. I think it's a combination of plasma and electromagnetic energy.
Can you put it in the context of the alkaline and acidic conditions?
Absolutely, but when it's the same thing with the cascading effect. That when you realize what is really going on as a course, it's so far beyond minus and plus or positive and negative, far beyond. Because when you find out that you can have an American element to an European or vice versa, that's just two testings. So, for example, when Mr. Keshe is saying that throw the whole unit in the water, you shall see. Well, if you were thinking as an electrician that would just explode, then that's game over. But I have my little finger is telling me that Mr. Keshe has a secret or an amazing experience when it comes to when you put the whole cake in the water and you realize that it's not going to explode. And so you kind of get away from usually measurement or earlier experiences when it comes to plasma, as much as quite enormous goodbye steps from the electricity as we used to know it.
Because just trying to look at it from a conventional point of view, like a lead acid battery, we have a lead plate and a lead oxide plate. One is acidic and one is alkaline, and the bath that it sits in is even more acidic to perpetuate the chemical reaction.
Exactly. And that's also the difference between health batteries and electric plasma batteries. It's a real big difference, because when you're aiming for a more conscious use of copper and zinc-based plasma Gans, copper and zinc-based Gans, and you realize that the reason why you're doing this is because you're leaving the area of electricity, and you're aiming for nature, animals, and the human race in the health sector. So you have to kind of realize that the most heavier metals, the more you're into imitating electricity. But if you stay on when you concentrate on especially copper and zinc, either it's liquid plasma or the Gans mixture, you realize that has a direct effect on our type of water molecules and cells, and that creates a whole difference. And if you use, for example, iron Gans 10 to 20% in the health matter, for example, a battery, then you realize that the iron are not behaving. It's not making people behave much when it comes to health, although it leads to the fact that you can run longer distances. That's thanks to the iron. Not much, or maybe a part of it comes from the copper as well, but it's not staying. So you have to keep on drinking liquid plasma or get healed by coils made for health purposes with health batteries. And we're not using much the health technology with the MHU unit, Magrav Health Unit, sour and sweet, or clean and dirty, where you can mix all kind of metals in order to make the vortex and the gravity and magnetic field as it comes out from the circular coils to actually imitate electricity as fast as possible. So you can mix titanium, all kinds of different irons, and have quite a mixture just in order to get the field as strong as possible. But for health units, for plants and animals, it is very wise to stay with zinc and copper. Because that's creating more than enough healing. You use a zinc to take away the pain, if there is any present pain in the body, and you use the copper to cut the symptom of the pain. And so they're working together perfectly. So for example, if you drink 50-50 liquid plasma zinc and copper based, it means that you are about to find your balance. And so I actually call this a cure, because the thing is that when you drink liquid plasma zinc based for 2 weeks, you realize that you have gone through a procedure where the healing is actually giving you images and films in your head from memory. And those memory are very much emotionally based. And you don't really get to realize that those emotions are coming either from your dreams or your unconscious mind when you're awake. So the difference is, in the dream, it's easier because there's no barrier. But when you're awake, it's coming from the memory bank like a big surprise. You were 5 years old and you lost your cat, and you didn't get over with it, and it's staying in the unconscious part, and this is going to create emotional imbalance. And the zinc-based liquid plasma is going to help you not only to remember it, but to get rid of it and accept it for what it was. So even if you think these days that it wasn't much and that's why I forgot it, the zinc-based liquid plasma field doesn't agree. So that's the reason why the zinc is taking memories into your consciousness only in order to get rid of it. And when you get rid of it, you're approaching the center of balance. And so you drink 14 days of liquid plasma zinc based. In order for this to happen, you have to, the more and more consciousness you put into it, the better the faster you go to your state of balance, which is different from one human being to another. And simultaneously, what is actually happening in the cells and the molecules is that the cells and the molecules understand this very fast. So even if you're not ill, or even if you don't have a disease that it will sustain more and more in shape. And then later, after 14 days, you can start to drink liquid plasma copper-based in order to tell actually your cells and your molecules that now you're getting happy and more in shape. And so when you send in the copper, that has to do with genetics more than emotions. And the genetic means actually that if you don't remember your forefathers, you know, what they used to do and how they used to think, that's gonna bring in from the DNA the memory from the copper side, which has less to do with emotions and more to do with genetics as in the now. So awake, or it seems that it's not the same thing with zinc and copper, because copper are showing you, for example, the walk you did until now. So it's from birth until now, and the result of it is here and now. So how do you feel inside, and how do you feel outside, physically and emotionally? So that's why it's hard to say that. It's a bit too easy to say that that zinc itself takes care of the emotions and copper itself takes care of the genetics, because they're working simultaneously. And when they get together, you won't really realize in the beginning that you are actually more and more in balance. Because when the problems are getting up to the surface, it could be either unconscious relationship with the food that you're eating, as much as it can be an unconscious unbalance to your thought pattern. So when you get to realize this when you're following the cure, and you realize that when you add iron to it, or gold, you realize that's on the atomic structure. That's why it doesn't last. So because you're spinning the atomic, the particles are spinning faster you as a result. So you have to look into the details and see the difference between cells and molecules in order to make the full operation, allow the full operation into balanced state when it comes to genetics and emotions.
Did you consume any of the CH3 liquid plasma during the process?
Yeah, it's funny because when you look in the copper-based Gans, if you're patient, really patient, I mean by that in the beginning it's going to look white, your Gans mixture from the CH2, and then it's going to turn more and more as you're patient into a Turkish mixture, light Turkish. And many people are wondering, when is it going to turn in a beautiful blue? And if you look in the center of all the copper-based Gans, and you look in the corners, that's where the bluish color is appearing in the beginning. But this is after 3 to 4 weeks, depending on the quality of salt water that you have access to. But that, when you follow the hydrogen, the amount of hydrogen from the center, it's going to increase. And when it does increase, you get from Turkish to blue. So I don't know how much hydrogen you can get from the copper Gans, but it seems to me that you can surpass 4 and 5, and maybe 6. So you go from CO2 in the center, white, bluish, or Turkish, up to dark blue, because I've seen in most of my mixtures that the last containers that I empty are in fact you get to see dark blue. It's between ultramarine and cobalt blue, but it's either none of them. But it just look like dark blue, and it's on the surface of the copper Gans. And this is during a long procedure. So not only it depends on the quality of salt water, it also depends on the how the plate is nano-coated and the copper itself, because during the procedure from 2 to 5 weeks time waiting, you realize you get further and further into the essence of the metal, which in this case is copper. And when you do, you get a richer and more stronger hydrogen value into it. And this is very important, because even if you have a difference in results and different results between CO2 and CO4 and 5, it's not stronger compared to CO2. It's just that it's asking you, what do you want and how much of it do you want? That's the difference. So it's not stronger compared to the CO2.
Yeah, that's like
the potency is higher.
Yeah, like yesterday I was telling Rick I made CH3, CO2, and copper oxide GANs the slow process way with a discharge fan, let it sit for like 3 months, but they all were white. They were all white. The only thing I could tell the difference, there was a streak of orange in the CH3 and a streak of blue in the copper oxide, but they all three were white, and I didn't understand.
That's probably
what did I create?
CO1. No, I guess patience is one thing, of course, but another thing is exactly how did you do it? Exactly how? All the small little things are so important.
That's why I thought I created calcium oxide, because I used local seawater, which Rick probably said had a lot of calcium in it, and so that's the reason why I produced more calcium oxide white than the plates that I put in within the bath, perhaps.
That might be, because what we discussed earlier is very interesting. When you get from chaotic result from the coating procedure, chaotic means that it has a different charge as a result from what you actually meant the how you meant to use your nano coating system. And so chaotic is just interesting. Well, if you're forgetting for a while what's right and what's wrong, and you see the different products coming out of it, because of course when you look at the result from one compressor to another, jump starting the MAGRAV unit, it's going to be hard to tell exactly what kind of molecules are running around from the MAGRAV unit to the compressor or in the compressor.
And then I think that goes back to that question about matter and non-matter. We're talking more about fields, not particles.
Exactly. That's what I figured out when I started my double core MAGRAV unit. That when you actually get to see the fields with your own eyes, reality gets quite ironic because the color particles, depending on the focus, when you're looking at the color particles, as you can see the current, they're going to tell you what it is. And sometimes they're mixed. It's like, for example, if you look at the entire DNA and you compare it to a snake with a tail and a head, and you realize that a small little part of the capacity from the DNA is what we call amino acid. So when you focus on the amino acid as a phenomenon produced from different organs, they don't look alike, the amino acid. And then you realize that, wow, the more and more you look at it, it's like molecule combinations. And depending on the combinations, it's going to give you the skills. So instead of learning the periodic system by heart, which is useless, it's much easier and better to use experience. And this technology allows us to use experience. And then you will know exactly what, for example, amino acid is. You will even see the charm of the differences. So when Mr. Keshe was talking about using the information from a trunk of a tree and see the result from an apple, you won't see the difference in the DNA between the trunk and the fruit going all through the leaves, because the combination mechanism in the DNA is so close to each other that you just have to look at it as beauty and charming, and kind of lose control. The more you lose control, the more you can see from different angles. And it seems to me that we better hurry to look at as many angles as possible.
So when you used the copper oxide, you didn't worry when you consumed the liquid plasma of copper oxide. You weren't worried about the maybe the disinfecting properties that may be in your stomach, that it might.
No, there is the only Gans I would really hesitate to drink liquid plasma is lead. You know, I don't want to get heavier, but when you drink, the liquid plasmas are going to show you very fast what you need and don't need. So, for example, zinc and copper is largely enough effective for plants, animals, and human being. But if you add heavier metals in your liquid plasma, it's always gonna end up either in your pineal gland and pituitary gland, or it's gonna be on your atomic structure. But it's not going to stay. So in order for this to stay, you have to dive into the effects of copper Gans itself, liquid plasma, because the copper, it's not easy to understand, because when you look at cells and molecules, it's the same DNA and the same memory. It's just that when the zinc liquid plasma or literally the Gans are put on the cell structure, you realize that it's taking off your rids, the facial lines. But that's not what is happening at all. That's a big misunderstanding, although it is the result. What is happening is that it's using the DNA structure from the cell, using its memory to go back to a natural shape. That's the truth of it. Because when we are unconscious as much as conscious, 50-50, the cells on the molecules are responding to your mind thoughts. It's giving you consciously and unconsciously orders to obey. And when you cut that kind of attitude towards your cells and your molecules, then you can see and feel how the copper and the zinc is helping the body, how it's talking in the now, because the cells and the molecules doesn't have time and space. So what is actually going on is that you have to square up, forgetting about your belief system, just put it in the garbage. It was worth nothing, and the fact that you came from your mother and father and have that memory from in the genes doesn't mean doesn't mean a thing either. And so when you realize that these two factors are going to play a major role for you to get into balance, then it's not a surprise. You have one physical state and one mental. And the copper it's a bit harder than zinc, because zinc is absolutely connected to what we call in mysticism Christ energy. That doesn't have anything to do with Jesus Christ. The zinc. You know, for example, I have a zinc coil here, and I would really recommend for everybody to get one of these and hold it. If you hold it, the first reaction that you're going to get, and you know, I don't feel much in this physical world, but when I hold this, it's going to hit you. The kindness. It's a very particular kindness that is the beginning of the energy coming from this zinc coil. And it's the same thing if you bend over in your zinc tank or a zinc container as you wipe the sauce, you realize it's the same feeling as the coil. It's going to hit you a very particular kindness. And then when you allow this procedure to happen through kindness, you know, I could speak for 2 days when it comes to that particular kindness. But if you allow that part first energy to happen, then the zinc is going to introduce other phenomena that it can provide for nature, animals, and the human race. You know.
Can you speak about iodine and how that interacts with the body?
Yes, iodine has very much of the same skills as well. You know, next to iodine, I have a new information when it comes to the usage of salt water. If you look at iodine as one of the most effective elements that we can use in this plasma technology, you realize what is the center, what is in the body, what is the real receptor from iodine, and you realize that it has to do with your words, your expression to words, how to find the balance between your emotion and your expression, which in this case is the word. And what I now call neutral amino acid, I don't have other words to express it, because neutral amino acid means that when you realize that there is iodine in the salt water, you can actually use salt water and put iodine into it, so you can keep a bigger structure than iodine as a alone product. And
is that seawater or fresh water and salt made?
Seawater.
Seawater.
Yeah, and the reason is because I've seen that when you pay attention to the load side on an MHU, and you realize that we're using salt water, it's so simple. But in the salt water, we have the what I call the neutral amino acid. It's not neutral in the usual sense. What I mean about neutral is it's actually that when you aim on somebody's body using the pain release pens. When you aim at people and the bodies, you use consciously, more and more consciously, the amino acid from the salt water going straight through as energy from the plasma batteries towards the coils. And in this case, it's a very sophisticated health pen, and there is 2 of them. And now you're using especially two skills where you have iodine as ready to work with you with the natural amino acid from the salt water. And when you realize that there is another obvious secret in the salt water that we didn't pay much attention to, and that was the natural I forget the word. From silicon, the natural silicon in the salt water, and if you keep the understanding, the difference between the energy from the silicon and the essence of the silicon, then you realize the same way we're using nano material. We're not using the nano material. We're using the fields that we can surf on. And in this case, you really need, if you want a third set of teeth, using ghost DNA as a base, then you have to go to a more better understanding on a physical scale that has to do with the tooth tissue, the tooth, and the idea of a new birth. And we know now that there is at least 2 accessible elements using them from the iodine and the neutral amino acid from the salt water plus the silicon. And the silicon is very much used already, but in a physical shape. So it's very it's a small favor that silicon mixtures are the dentists are actually using in order to imitate a natural tissue. You use silicon, and as a parallel to the new pair of boobs you can have. But the idea of the birth, one wouldn't be surprised to see that you have actually the essence from the silicon as much as using the essence from the available amino acid from the sea salt water.
Can you speak about cobalt? I was trying to see if Jackie could tell us how to get it from, because Mr. Keshe said vegetables was one of the best ways to get cobalt. And if you could speak about cobalt.
I have no idea, no experience whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate the share.
You're welcome. That's why I exist, to try to answer on with enthusiasm and honesty.
And then calcium. Do you have any insight to calcium oxide, the Gans of calcium?
Yes, but it's a pity because Monique, she's much more into, because what we did here is something that really is amazing to use. It's just like as a parallel to calcium. This is a mixture that seems to be very natural when they come together. It's liquid plasma zinc based, and liquid plasma coming from the sour soap fruit. And when you do this, it's extremely good for the atmosphere, as much for the skin and hair and physical things, and at the same time, you have to just make sure that that you wash the soursoup liquid plasma many times, because it does have a tendency to not smelling well. And the zinc-based liquid plasma is increasing the balance in the pH value as a result, just by mixing them. So of course, this is very good to know as a general plasmatic rule to test out the Ganses, so you don't have to add. So you can try as much as possible to avoid mixtures from not from the plasmatic field, in order to force the pH balance, not using our technology. Like for example, zinc and copper are, for the most part, is so powerful that you can actually just test out and see that you're coming up and down in on pH. So it's much better to use zinc and copper for this than buying some fishy product that is going to give you a pH value, but pH balance, but it's not sure that you're not killing some other skills during that procedure, killing amino acids from certain kinds of fruits and vegetables and so on.
I found that a CH liquid plasma with calcium works very good on psoriasis, like rashes on the body. It seems to work very well for people that suffer with plaque psoriasis that is on the skin. It seems to work very good.
That's really interesting that you're saying. Monique, can you please repeat that? It's worth hearing once again.
Yes?
Yeah, I found that a CH liquid plasma with calcium works very well for psoriasis.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, because we have a couple of friends with severe psoriasis. Thank you. Thank you very much. Calcium. Okay, I'll work on that one. Thank you.
Mostly CH3, Gans with calcium in the liquid plasma state. You can use it topical, works very good for psoriasis.
Okay. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Have you made calcium, like a calcium Gans?
Not yet.
From bones? Mr. Keshe was saying from bone you can make some calcium Gans.
Yeah, but I haven't tried it, because I have only one butcher I trust here, and he's on holiday. So I'm waiting for him to come back, because he has access to animals which are not treated with cruelty, and so he will be able to give me some nice foods.
Yeah, I didn't know if Jackie had any experience, because he seems to know a lot about that too.
I don't know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Does anybody have any other questions for Monique or Tubiar? Be sure to come live when he's testing that unit out.
Yes, he's just playing around with his Gans right now. He's working away. Oh, he's back. He's back. I will just hand him back to you.
You know, Flint, I've been mentioning a phenomenon. I think it was a couple of months ago. And it's like now it's even more clear. So you know, when we're watching Douglas approaching the White House, and of course all the people from the Keshe Foundation thinking about him and so on, taking the whole trip for granted that nothing bad is going to happen to that guy. You know, he's our hero.
Yeah.
Well, when you you know the compliments that you deserve, Flint, and you, Rick, all of these efforts are starting to look more and more like a culture. Where the definition of culture is doesn't depend on how you lived yesterday. It can be very fast understood, and you realize that you're living intelligent life, as much physical and spiritual, you know, or mental, on the mental level. And this culture, it's like if we think about what is going to happen in our close future in Rome, when we get together once again, and you realize that what was actually going on for all of us in Dubai was that there was no hero there. We were all heroes, and after a couple of days, we kind of all felt that we can go home and keep all the Keshe Foundation members in the heart, because what I discovered there was not some usual convention. They were all, 150 honest people, which is a great shock compared to other kinds of congresses, and it has to do with culture. That you realize that you're not into some fancy technology, or you're into a fancy culture, and the galactic attitude is part of the space program for us, the Space Institute. And when it comes to Jackie's efforts and his careful ways, although Mr. Keshe from time to time have not shared the carefulness to Jackie, and said, I hope you eat, you must eat some, at least a piece here and a piece there. And so that will be on the food sector, and all this global understanding that we kind of pick up here and there in the plasma technology is actually showing us that this is a culture. It's not a technology. It is a culture. And Michael Jackson's song, if you want to change the world, you start with a mirror. And when Mr. Keshe is talking about the power of zinc and copper, it's like when you listen carefully to what he's saying every time in the beginning of the knowledge seeker courses, he's only talking about copper and zinc. And there is a very good reason for it, because that's how you heal. That's how you heal all living creatures, and the plant and the animal and the human beings. That's how you heal. That's what you use to heal. And the response from the plants is directly combined to the roots of all kind of fruits and vegetables. And so that's not a surprise. It seems that we human beings, when we can agree about that this is a culture, we're part of a troop with a new culture and a new behavior towards technology as much as every day. The plants are telling that I'm going to hide my first secret if you give me zinc or copper-based Gans in the roots. And Da Vinci said that if you want to discover the secret of the plant kingdom, it's not enough just to look at the leaves, but you have to lift the leaves up. And when you do, you realize that we are talking about Fibonacci, straight given in the nature, as much as the pleasure of discovering, for example, the difference between push and pull. And it's so clear now that if we do understand the difference between push and pull, then you have a takeoff. Either your body or a 10 tons stone, you know. And so it's a culture. We're preparing for something so big. It's a radical change, and this radical change has combined a galactic attitude as much as a culture that everybody can understand to some degree, and then from there on try to climb in consciousness as much as possible and as fast as possible, because this technology are covering the whole life. So it's a culture.
Mm-hmm.
That is the most important things I really have to share, because I really get to understand how people are in this in this plasma family. I understand their questions. I understand the answers, and I think there is a very particular reason how come that I understand. I remember word by word from the beginning when Mr. Keshe was starting to speak. Every word he said. And I always had a kind of a good memory, but to that extent. And I was thinking, well, I don't think it has much to do with Mr. Keshe as a person, but the information that he's giving. Like, if you want to get it straight, then listen up, pay attention to what he's saying. So if you get the information, then you have the choice to share or not to share. And in this case, it seems to me that if you don't share, if you choose not to share, you're going to be ejected by yourself, because we won't, and that's not part of this culture to inject people. They inject themselves, and if they come back, what will they see? You know, well, open arms and any kind of forgiveness, because my God, it's hard to understand sometimes, and it's a big challenge. But that's what we want, a big challenge, and so I really call what Douglas found out a great victory among many other expected victories. For example, when Mr. Keshe was saying that a cancer patient are going into the MHU and 3 minutes after, he doesn't have cancer anymore. That's the goal. That's exactly what we want. But in which other technological sector is giving themselves that kind of promises? So you have a winner, and it's coming through the Keshe Foundation. You know, in the 70s when the computers, of course, already then it was severely back engineered. These engineers were giving more promises that they could actually keep, and that only means that Mr. Keshe's ways are already up to date. Because if you can't find out things on your own, then why not ask questions? And when you do ask questions, you get the answers. If it's combined with any kind of shape and form into this technology.
Tobor?
Yeah.
No, I made a mistake. It wasn't CH3. It was copper oxide.
Yes.
And I made a mistake. I thought it was it's copper oxide and calcium is good for the psoriasis. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Copper oxide.
Would you please repeat it again? Because Monique is much more on that field.
Copper oxide. I got it. Copper oxide.
Yeah, copper. The liquid plasma of copper oxide with calcium.
The liquid plasma of calcium.
Yes. And the liquid plasma of copper oxide GAN. Sorry, sometimes I get those confused.
There's a question in the chat about how to apply that.
Like he was showing, it's like a spray bottle. You can just put it on your hands and put it on the psoriasis, or you can use like a mister.
This spray is something that I asked particularly from Monique. It's when you look at it, instead of using a cheap spray, it creates a mist like this. You hardly see it, but when you put it, you can see it, but it's a mist instead of a broad shower. And I've been waiting for this for 1.5 months, because when you guys surely remember that when Mr. Keshe was presenting sour soap fruit, it's typical Mr. Keshe, and that's one of the reasons why the guy is so lovable. It's that he was saying to you, Rick, if you remember, he said, "Shall we call it a day then? And let's pack up and go home, you know." And then during the Togo presentation, it was quite long and very many details. And then Mr. Keshe was saying, "Go back from this fruit and that fruit," you know, and he ended up in the fields of soursop fruit. And if you paid attention, 3 hours later, Mr. Keshe was still there, only talking about soap fruit. Oh, come on, that's love. That's passion. And I think the 3 hours went away so fast for Mr. Keshe that he didn't realize himself. And the way he was putting into a huge puzzle the secrets in soursop fruit is so important information, because the reason why it wasn't really, you know, when you went through the passage of all the different presentations for Togo, soursop fruit was only one of them. And the reason why it was mentioned was superficially that it was used for cancer purposes, to treat cancer. So it was just one of the fruits that was mentioned. But when you realize what this fruit contains, and you can use those skills consciously, then in the end of the day, it doesn't have much to do with the fruit anymore, especially not when you transform it to liquid plasma. And it's the same thing when pH equilibrium or balance, it's just one of the measure sticks, because we do have hot and cold and sour and sweet and so on. It's as these are very important details as well.
In the different title for it would be graviola fruit or soursop fruit.
You know, very often you only hear about the orange that that you one vitamin, you know, and it's so unfair to the fruit.
Can you comment? Can you comment on atomization? You know, where you spray the liquid into the air so it atomizes. I tried to use a humidifier, and I didn't get very good results. I don't know if it's because it heats the water and creates a steam, or
that's an excellent.
The sprayer worked a lot better.
That's an excellent question. The thing is that when you push the spray and it lands on the nano material, you realize that the vortex from the field, from the nano, either if it's a health pen, health battery, or a coil, that's the conscious use of the nanomaterial itself. But when you spray these different liquid plasmas on it, the water molecules have a charge, a particularly conscious charge. And this charge has something very seriously to do with the vacuum that we're living in, loosely called oxygen. You know, it's loosely because what do you have in your oxygen? What are you breathing in and out? That's more than just oxygen. It's a difference between clear, pure air from air molecules and some poison from a big city. And when we're using the different liquid plasma for health purposes, you're actually asking the universe from its vortex to gather more of it. And the universe is very, when I'm talking about the universe, I'm talking about the vacuum. The vacuum is very, very intelligent. It knows the difference. And so when the activation of the fields are, there is no limit to it. And so when you put the different charges, why not aim for very small layers? The eyes won't see it. Only when you spray it carefully, it could be a goal in itself that it's not starting to drip, because that only means an overdose. The mist is going to help you to put more and more conscious layers on the coil, creating more and more combinations and collaboration between you and the vacuum. Because when you look at the vacuum, and you can see the difference between oxygen and nitrogen, and the hydrogen, then that's just 3 of the particles that you have in the oxygen. And it's very important to realize that nitrogen is not coming from the dirt and climbs its way up to the CO2 level. It's the opposite. Nitrogen is raining down from the sky. It doesn't climb. But so does CO2. And the CO2 molecules, the air molecules, has a natural way to clean itself if ever it carries pollution. But the way it's doing it is not necessary from one part of a country to another, but rather from one traveling from the North Pole to the South Pole. So it's a huge makeup to travel with the air molecules. This is of course extremely important for us because in this plasma technology we are creating CO2, and so if you look at how you made it, calling it Gans, then you're aiming for CO2 using a gas that produces a stuff that the eye can see. But it doesn't mean that the eye can see the field as well. It only takes care of the result in the fruit or in the soup. But after a while, you get to feel the field, and when it's clearing up some confusion on a photon level, it means that you can start to understand the gamma waves, the delta waves, and all the different photons that are a mixture in our vacuum. So that's actually what's going on when you put, for example, you can add electromagnetic energy into the superconductors or the coils, and you realize that it's activating the vacuum. And how does it do this? Well, it's the vortex spinning. The vortex is gathering more and more, so the field gets stronger and stronger. So that must have been what Mr. Keshe meant when the MHU is going to put cancer people in balance in 3 minutes. It's just a question of time before the MHU is so strong that the 3 minutes is going to be a reality. And so you have to kind of keep up your good work until then, and not be some disbeliever just because you don't understand the science of it. Because people are, many people are going in and out of Keshe Foundation just because they kind of build a unit and they just blow it away, saying it doesn't work. But if you're being kind to yourself and using patience, you will see that Mr. Keshe's technology is correct. But you have to help. You have to contribute to see what we can do together. And it's quite amazing to see that how many people, for any kind of reason, who choose consciously not to be in this foundation, because that's madness to me. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. A lot of what you explained maybe explains some of the data that I collected during a test. I have an older vehicle. In the United States, we have to get smog tests on our vehicles every 2 years for them to be allowed on the road. It's called a smog check. And prior to doing this on an older vehicle, I started adding I took powdered zinc oxide GANs. I mixed it with gasoline. I was doing some flame testing, trying to see if it was soluble, which it's not. It's not soluble. And so I started adding this liquid. When it was mixed with gasoline, I used that liquid and I put it in the gas tank for a couple of months, just a small amount. And then when I took it to the smog check, the numbers came back as all zeros. There was no hydrocarbons. There was no NOx output. There was nothing. And I was like, the way it works here is it's just a pass or fail. You either pass or fail. They don't look at the data because there's too many cars to do. They just look to see if it passed or failed. But I looked at the numbers and they were basically zero because the machine can't go to zero. It's like they didn't even put the probe in the exhaust pipe to test it, but it passed. So that kind of explains how it interacts.
I can explain. Of course, that's just going to be my contribution, my explanation. You know, it's the fact that when you're looking at all the ganses, whatever kind of gans you make, you realize that they all have a goal, and it's to make their brothers and sisters in balance. Whatever you can think of, it's about balance. So, for example, when you put liquid plasma in your petrol, in your gas, it actually means that from now on, the gas is going to be in balance. And the way plasma energy is understanding balance hardly have nothing to do with calculated outcome, because if you compare it to vaporizing molecules and air molecules, you realize at some stage it used to be water. So you're going from water to gas, and from gas to air. And this is the procedure of all the gases, depending on how what you want to produce. And so if you put the liquid plasma into the tank, it's going to do many things, much more than just creating, after a while, the best gas you can have in your tank. That's not the only thing it's doing. It's also preparing the difference between the painted side of the car and the rust. So it's clear that the charge from the liquid plasma has many other secrets that it can do for us. And the balance, very, very often people think that balance is a neutral state, which is not far from the truth. It's just that when we're using the word natural, then we can understand better than neutral or zero, because natural state means that there has never been any decay on this planet, but it has been a misuse of all kinds. When you put the oil on a place on a planet that is not supposed to be, then we call it decay. Or if we're creating plastic from the silicon, and now we have too much plastic, we don't know where to put it, it's decay. But nature doesn't look at this as decay. It only takes the consequences from the misuse in the now. So when we get a bit clever on when we find the balance, what we need and what we don't need, then you see it's not only physical, it's also mental. Usually it's the other way around, first mental and then physical. And that's going to create a new human being altogether, having the attitude of understanding things much better, rather than aiming for luck and coincidences, random happenings, so you don't have to take the responsibility for further views. And the balance is equal to all kinds of sides of plasma technology. As we get to follow all the different procedures, there is more balance and more sense to a third set of teeth, rather than being ignorant and don't brush your teeth. And so let's say that you're losing your teeth for illness, like Pirea or something, and you realize that it doesn't have to be. So you can start working with a greater understanding of the cells and the molecules. What kind of cells does the plants have, and what kind of cells are the animals? And so already in this technology, we have more and more doctors that are becoming veterinarians, just because you don't have to know everybody's illnesses, because the technology itself allows a procedure of healing without knowing. And sooner or later, through the gift of balance, you are going to see for yourself why you picked up an unbalanced state in the first place. And when you see this, you will call it experience, you know? So there is no right and wrong in this technology. It's only either it's working or it's not working. And so you have to, and I guess that's the reason why people are in and out. I've seen how people start to talk when they make their first decision that this is a sect. They all believe in stuffs that are not real and so on, and then they try to try to imitate Mr. Keshe, any shape or form, and it's 2 and 3 of them, or you know, and it's like understandable, but it's a bit short-minded. That's my point of view on it.
Going back to the car application, Vernie wrote in the chat, one time when emissions read 0, it were not accepted. It happens in the Philippines and in New York that the testing center did not accept it, that one should find a way for the vehicle to have a non-zero reading were accepted. And so
that's understandable, because when Monique and me we were
just to clarify real quick, they weren't the numbers weren't 0. It was I believe the hydrocarbons were 0.3, so it was still above 0, and the NOx was 1. And I just understood that the machine couldn't read 0. That's probably why it was returned at the most minimal calibration number. So it wasn't 0. In fact, it was above 0.
It's a miracle.
1 point or so maybe that's the reason why it passed, because my intention was to pass the smog test. But
you know, Monique and me went to a place where we, before knowing the plasma technology, we went to a place, and we always knew that you, in order to get forth tout retour, Monique, tout retour. Well, we went there and got back again. Back and forth. Sorry. We knew that we have to fill up a full tank, and that happened. We've been there so often that we always count on 1 full tank. But Monique put a small jar of jam quantity. So it's 150 milliliters. Yeah, 150 milliliters of zinc-based plasma. Zinc, yeah. And liquid plasma, you know, and we got back from that point laughing in the car, because we had used 3/4 of the tank. And if you want to understand this, it's going to be a challenge, because there we have reason on one side, where you want to understand as much as possible using logic, but there is no logic in the chemical order. You have to add the alchemic part as well. So you realize that you can use much more than just the gas as a charge in the motor. And from a logical point of view, you would say that you just add water molecules to the tank, and that's going to be very bad for the motor. Usually it is. It's going to burn out your motor, heat it up, and that's not what it's doing. It's putting every detail into balance. Just a question of time, because it's, you know, people have a hard time to understand that when you're pouring in the charge, then what about the vacuum between the gas and the air in the tank? That's going to be quality air as well. So after a while, when you travel, when you don't even are needed to put a liquid plasma in there, and you open the tank and you're going to see the tank is empty. But we've been there already many times in plasma technology, that there is no empty space. It just doesn't exist. And so that's when we can start to be clever, where the rest of the world would call it just a miracle, like walking on the water. But it's technology, special technology from the Keshe Foundation. You know, we kind of get to understand it more and more in a much better way than other schools.
Well, that was my thinking, and that's why I guess I should also add that I put everything that I put was from a powdered base, so I completely dried everything out so there was no water, and then I mixed it with the gasoline. But I wanted to also say that I added a little bit of CH3 powder to the radiator cooling system and a little bit of copper oxide to the engine oil, trying to create the three conditions within the vehicle, and the vehicles, for whatever reason, felt lighter.
Excellent.
Like the suspension, a 20-year-old vehicle now had like a brand new suspension, and it went over the bumps, and the people inside of it, like the plasma bubble, felt so much at ease.
Okay, what did you put where?
Wait a minute, before you repeat this, I have to tell that if you want this to work, you have to do, because this is beautiful to your sharing there. Where every time Monique, Monique is going to tell the procedure, because it's not, you just don't pour a liquid plasma like that. It's a procedure.
Hi. What I do is, you know, those jars which are big like this of jam.
Mason jar.
Yes.
Mason jar.
Just the normal jars, but the small quantity on the market, when they cannot sell you less than that, except for the hotel ones. Okay, not the hotel ones, but those jars which are like this. Okay, I fill it up with the zinc plasma liquid. But what I do is I wait until my tank is really, really well into the reserve tank. Then when I arrive at the pump, I just put all my liquid plasma, and then I fill up my tank half.
Oh, because as mechanics, we never wanted to put water in our gas tank. You know, that's why I thought that I mixed the gasoline with the dried powder would be effective.
That's the proof that it is not water. That's the liquid plasma must be transforming the water within itself, and as it gets into contact with the petrol.
No, I understand that now, but at the time I didn't. You know.
Okay.
Thank
but I have absolutely no problem with use. I've been doing it because we got two cars, one which is on diesel and one which is on normal, regular, normal petrol, 95 octane. And we do that in both of them and no problem whatsoever. But what I want to know is what you do, what's the other things I've got to write down.
So the radiator, right?
Yes.
The radiator, the cooling system.
Yeah.
I add CH3 to that because it's an iron-based
Yes.
plasma GANs. And then for the engine oil, I add copper oxide, a copper-based.
Okay, how much?
Just a small. I just added, a very small
Like
amount
this?
of powder, and then
powder. I don't have any. See, Torbjörn has some powders. Maybe I can steal some powders from Torbjörn.
And so with the oil, I just took a little, a small amount, and mixed it up with some oil, and then I poured it into the engine. The same. So with the radiator, I just put it in some distilled water because I wanted to start out with the purest GANs, and then mix it with whatever I was going to do. At the time, I didn't want water involved in the process.
And it's like a spoonful of it, of this powder?
I would say a couple milligrams.
Okay.
A couple milligrams. Just for testing. I didn't want to overdo it.
Okay. I'm on it. Thank you very much.
So thank you for sharing. I appreciate it.
Torbjörn is taking over again.
Well, I guess what I'm doing now is going to be very important in the coming days. Since Rick was telling that Mr. Keshe is giving out the blueprint this afternoon, this is how I'm making the batteries. We call it the BAT caps. BAT is short for batteries, and caps is capacitors, so that everybody knows. And so this is kind of a needle, and it's open. It looks like this only because it's easier to nano coat the whole wires when you take them, when you kind of unwire them, and then this is a plastic from another wire. It's just that the thickness fits, so I don't have to buy all the socks and burn them or heat them up in order to have a new plastic structures around. This is cheaper, faster, and better, And so what I'm doing is that I prepared the Gans mixture with a small, really small amount of lead Gans, but then I actually used 2 different irons. I'm creating more iron now. Coming from this is turning out to be completely orange, and this one is darker brown. These are iron, and then the copper and the zinc. And I'm of course making more zinc here. You see the level of zinc is going to fill up this one nicely. And this is gold and this is silver. Yes.
What do you feel by adding air to the process improves? Does it just pop the popcorn, so to speak?
Yes. Did you say air?
Yeah, like a air bubbler. If you add an air bubbler to the GANs making process.
Oh, that's a good question. Let me explain. When you realize the difference between air molecules and water molecules, we can actually put those two combinations together. When Douglas is saying that when he's using earth, it's not like if there is a equal way to treat electricity. And it's the same trick to understand that when you're making this combination, creating iron Gans, for example, the classical way by a nano-coated plate and connected to the iron, then you realize that it's not an electric procedure where you plug plus to minus or plus and minus to the earth. This is related to the air molecules forcing the water molecules to dance. So it's a circle. It's a everlasting circle until you finished your Gans process. So you kind of force the air molecules to work your way through the water molecules, and this is a natural procedure. And there is hardly any hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen as the basics of the air that is floating around in the soup, helping for all the procedure that is needed to realize when you're finished your, because even if you put air bubbles into it, you have to look carefully at the results. So the result is when you put bubbles into it, it only depends on if it gives you more Gans, and even if it does, it's not necessarily quality Gans. If you compare the procedure over and over again, and you realize that you can fill this up if you only make zinc Gans, you can use time and realize that you have a relationship with all the Ganses that you're producing. But if you're putting air bubbles into it, you kind of don't want to touch it because it's working on its own. But at the same time, the natural procedure is not to put any kind of motor or unnatural way to treat the molecules. So of course, bubble can be natural, but then again, would you dare to take the risk? It's the same thing with if you put a battery to help the water molecules to work for you. The reason why when putting batteries into it, like let's say 1.5 voltage, the reason why the molecules in the Gans process have a tendency to get like small flakes that you can't open again. It means that the charge is misunderstood from the water molecules. So the water molecule is going to survive, and the Gans is going to survive, and they're going to separate, and it's not going to be a fluffy, sky-like result. On the contrary, it's actually Gans that you can throw away because the charge has become magnetic in nature, in its own nature, which is pretty much the same chaotic situation, while not understanding how to nano-coat either, because the nano has a charge as well, and there's a particular charge from the nano that we want to have. So that's the link between both of them as a risk. Very often those mistakes are happening when you feel that you're in a hurry. And so it's a good point not to be in a hurry when it comes to plasma technology, because you're going to deliver anyway. it's not. This is not depending on one day. Very often, especially in the Gans production, you have to be patient. It's a vertigo that means a lot if you want to have results.
Can you speak about the contribution of the CH bond from the plastic that the tub adds to the overall process?
Oh, please, say again.
Can you speak about the plastic of the tub when you make your Gans, how it contributes to the CH bond?
Yeah, twice or three times.
We couldn't hear you. Your microphone was.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hand over the mic.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah. When Mr. Keshe was saying 3 times that you can put your plates outside your container, but if you do, make sure that the plastic is correct. So it's not a question of thin plastic or thick plastic. It's the question of plastic itself. And the silicone, we're not using the silicone. Like, for example, creating glue. We're using the skill from the silicone, the properties from the silicone, as much as the gas procedure going on between the salt water and the nanomaterial. And the fields, when it comes to the recognition between the natural state of silicone from the very procedure of making the Gans material itself, that's another usage of a silicone. But when you put it into salt water, the salt water's natural state of silicone is going to play with the container made of plastic that has the skill of the properties of silicone as well. So it's going to be like a mirror. Silicone in a physical state and silicone in a non-physical state, more like photons. So this is important for further understandings, because the subatomic particles in any kind of Gans are creating crystals. And during the process where the Gans are becoming crystals, you're going to wait for 1,000 years for Gans to become crystals. So when you empty your Gans, then the air, the oxygen can start to play with the rest of the Gans, and that's going to create a mountain of new Gans coming from crystals. They look like crystals, and this is what the property of Ganses has common with the nanomaterial itself, because the nanomaterial are either creating gold as an outcome or coal as an outcome or monatomic particles. But of course, in this case, the reason why monatomic particles are called gold, monatomic gold, is because it has the same value. So it's easy to create gold of monatomic particles if you want to make gold. But it's also very useful for health purposes or traveling from one dimension to another. That's very often, what's most mentioned when it comes to monatomic particles, that it has the skill to go so fast from an atom state to a subatomic state and then disappear into another dimension. And in quantum physics, the statements has been where did it go and what happened to it? Just because it's a door between two dimensions. So when the subatomic, when the atoms are coming back to show you whatever disappeared, if it's a a glass of water or anything else, then it was always through the passage between atom to a subatom, and why not monoatomic structure? But that's not the only way, because that's the skill that you can get from all kinds of photons. And that's the whole purpose of photons, to see that now we can start to understand the difference between energy and matter. So everything that has a matter state, most of what I know of starts with electrons, from the passage from photons to electrons. And then you can see the result in atomic matter that everything is built upon. And so, of course, where does the decay disappear? It's not that it's disappearing; it's transforming to subatomic particles, and then it finds its way back home. So Mother Earth is taking back what she lost, and that's not only petrol. It's all kind of decay. Mother Earth is taking it back and put it back into order. But especially in plasma technology, we get to help ourselves to help the planet. Because even if we don't understand subatomic particles and what a whole spectrum of submatter, submatter only means that it's on its way to a kind of a transformation. And so, for example, ghost DNA is by nature photons, much more than electrons, because it's just the light from the photography's results. But that light is a natural state. So even if you lose a leg, the leg is still going to be there. And now we have a second word, phantom pain, it is not a phantom. It's something that's there, belonging to the photon world, much more than to the physical world. And it's the same thing how we're healing. It's not natural to kill cells, even if they are full of cancer. It's natural to put them in order, in balance, put them back and not kill. Kill is unnatural in the universe. Nobody's killing each other in the universe except for for some kids who doesn't get it.
So can you explain the process when you use a carbon rod as opposed to a nano-coated plate, how that creates?
Let's say that the difference is in what you want, not the result itself, because the result is not going to stop to ask, what do you want? And carbon, it's very interesting to see the difference between carbon and crystals, because you kind of get it on your menu, that energy, everything has its basic shape and energy, and all the Ganses is just a question of geometry, much more than a physical soup, just because it's gas-based, coming from the property from the nano, salt water, and whatever mixture you have on the other side, kind of metal. And every time you make a Gans, it's not going to do anything to you unless you add some consciousness to it. What do you want? And then the next question is, how much of what you decided to create do you want? And so when you allow the natural procedure to see that when you made a Magrav unit, you were actually imitating your body, because the body has physical atomic purpose, as much as a photon purpose. And in this case, we are all about to transmute. So you better understand subatomic particles, because when the carbon-based human being is transformed to a light human being, that kind of light has a secret in the DNA. So that's why I was mentioning that you rather stop looking at the DNA as a screw mechanism, because it's not. It doesn't look like a screw. You rather take the habit to look at the DNA as a serpent with a head and a tail. And the whole goal of the DNA is that the head is biting the tail. So it's creating a circle. Because from the perspective, when we look up in the sky, it's going to be a dance, a circular dance. And that's when you get the relationship between clockwise and anti-clockwise. It's got any, the torsion. Torsion means a twist. And what kind of twist is that? You can understand it if you repeat clockwise and anti-clockwise. But that's an early definition, because it's not clockwise and anti-clockwise. It's a dance. And the reason why you better aim at the dance is because sometimes you will get to know what's in the vortex, and sometimes you will think of it as a mystery. Because even if you get to see the vortex from the field that you're creating, then how many vortexes are you aware about? So, for example, it was amazing to hear that Ali thought it was absolutely natural to talk about speed for every Gans, especially zinc, copper, and iron. The speed. So that's of course that's astrophysics, but did he mention light, the speed of light, or the speed of sound, or another kind of speed that we haven't found out yet, or doesn't have necessarily a familiar connection with? And if all the Ganses, it's been clear now that the copper Gans they look like pentagons. But if you look clear at the pentagons, you find out that even if it's pentagons, none of them are repeating. So in nature, you even if it's snowing, not one snow particle is the same. So it's the same thing with this natural soup called Gans. That even if you are into geometry, isn't it typical that if you put Gans, copper Gans and zinc Gans, you get the third element. So you don't get a heptagon and a pentagon. You get the third one as well, always. And you can tear the energy out of it as much as the speed out of it, or healing purposes, the inflation from the molecules and the cells. So of course, the most exciting level is to see, for example, that if you use your consciousness with the understanding of amino acid, then you realize why Mr. Keshe were telling during the period where we were in Dubai that forget about stem cells, just throw stem cells in the garbage, because when you approach stem cells, then you hardly get to know particular skills of the DNA found here and there from one organ to another. So it's not going to give you much. But if you take stem cells away and you put amino acid instead, then we can play with two different areas. One from the Gans and one from the natural organs. Now we can use ghost DNA and start to rebuild a new body, as much as which has nothing to do with cloning. You know, we don't need to clone whatsoever, because it's a natural way of understanding the technology. I keep on talking.
Yeah, thank you too, Bjorn. Your endless knowledge. Wow.
Yes, well,
and it helps, you know, to get a different perspective on all of this. You know, different than
yeah.
Different.
You know, I had 5 hours yesterday with the Polish people, and they. I'm kind of creating pictures so that people can have a relationship with their own experiences. Because, without pictures and examples, it's so hard to get.
So you didn't have a whiteboard or anything?
Sorry?
You didn't have a whiteboard to draw on, or?
Sorry?
Did you have a whiteboard to draw on?
Oh yes, you know, yesterday I'm going to make because I have seen. You know, I mentioned, for example, that cells are a bit tricky, more tricky than molecules, water molecules. Water molecules referring to the body. They're easier to treat than cells. And you know, when you put the molecule into the cell and you call them atoms, then you lost your view, because it's too late. You know, in quantum physics, people have been asking, what is the reason why a glass stays a glass? There is no reason for it. When you look at the shape, there is no reason why things are why my silhouette is like this all the time. More older and older, of course, with this technology, is getting younger and younger. But the reason is consciousness. If you kind of buy your ticket into the material world, it's to measure things. Measure what's heavy and what's light, or soft and hard, and so on. That's the experience. But if you get the feeling that this is a insane matrix, and you realize that it's all an illusion, then the illusion has to be understood from the photons, from the light and the energy. Everything is energy. So it's kind of too late to call things atoms, because it's not going to help you if you cannot see the difference between molecules and cells. Cells is a bit too late as well. It has a charge in them, cells. It has one DNA deciding when you're going to die and how long time you're going to live. So dead cells literally look like shit. The procedure through the nano coating in the stomach, when it's coming out, the reason why it's brownish is because it's a whole bunch of dead cells. And that explains and proves that whatever we eat, it's just 23-24% at the max that the body really keep.
That's right, yeah.
So what does the body keep? It's energy. Taking the energy from the nano coating before the procedure of digestion. Sorry.
He was actually digesting his words right now.
Yeah.
But it would be fantastic to to contribute with all kinds of questions. Really.
Yeah, Craig Richardson here says, you're such an engaging speaker, Bjorn. It's a real pleasure to listen to your understandings. We should have these open forums more often.
Thank you.
Why do you think I'm with him all the time?
Yeah.
No, it's a continuous flow. The thing is that 1 year ago, I was a loner with some few friends, and I was accusing my art because I was thinking that if I'm supposed to be an artist, then the art is taking so much time that I can't be social. And that became a habit for many, many, many years, 40 years, you know. And then Mr. Keshe came around, and I understood every word he said, and I didn't see the consequences of understanding what he said until later. Because when I had my first speech on plasma energy, it was 7 hours in a row in front of 40 people, 43 people, I think. 43. And that's when I realized I know more than I know. Because people were electric, asking all kinds of questions. And Norwegian. And I kind of know things, I think, just by collecting what's in the air, you know, because it began when I was about to make zinc Gans. I think that the field from the Gans were telling me to breathe differently when it comes to problems or challenges, and to see the difference actually between problems and challenges. If things becomes a challenge, you can be passionate about the resistance. But if you see it as problems, one has a tendency to give up. And when I started to breathe differently, I could see that I kind of bypassed myself during the breathing mechanism. And I mean to bypass that when I tried, you know, it was just different breathing than ever before, not knowing exactly how it works, but I started to breathe differently, and then suddenly solutions was in the air. All kinds of solutions, like awakening, you know, and they were physical. None of them were like a dream. There were physical solutions of things that I was wondering about. And I was thinking, I was giving myself a promise that if I can keep on breathing like that, rather than going back to the old way of breathing, where problems used to stay problems, I could start to see the consequences of understanding whatever kind of challenges I was into. And very often I use the breath if I don't know. And the breath will tell me that I do know. And so the old way to give up is non-existent. It doesn't exist. And it's a year ago when the problems went away. So now it's more ironic when I don't understand, because it's quite funny from time to time not to understand. Of course, depending on what kind of problem or challenge you have.
So then can we say there's some correlation between the atomization and when you breathe into the lung and how that interacts?
Yes, it's like oxygen and hydrogen, you know, full of power. and then completely naked and empty, neutral field. And you actually, it's like, okay, let's say that the vacuum is intelligent. That's not enough. What kind of intelligence is it? And it seems to me that since it's so colorful, you can actually start to control your challenges. That you can make a kind of a field, like an agreement. That, let's say that obviously you're much more into service to others than service to self. Then that's going to become a habit. That you're not doing much for yourself except for laughing, brushing your teeth, or having a bath. Simple things that you will start to really appreciate. And when it comes to the products, you kind of enter a field where you have all kind of help. Like, for example, I was doing some very important nano coating, and for me it was important. So I could see that there were what people would call orbs jumping into the tank. And now there were 6 or 7 light bulbs into the tank, and I was thinking, that's not a good traveling. That you better get out of there, because this is going to get very sour, And then I got a message, kind of a telepathic message, that I didn't know what I was talking about, because this is so intelligent. It's got so much to give, that it's not the question of helping to nanocoat. They can help much more on other levels, and that's only orbs. I get to see people. They look like people anyway. 3 or 4 of them studying me or studying what I'm doing. Most part what I'm doing, but they don't tell me much. But they give me energy, all kinds of energy, not necessarily positive or negative, but all kinds of energy. And messages, clear messages that I actually hear. So it's not, I doubt that it's God's voice, but it's with good intention. Yes, it's about love. It's about it's very solution oriented. Very far from giving up the tasks. It's about passion. It's about kindness, a particular kind of kindness, because people in general, if I use the word kindness, people would think that, oh, you're so kind. I know what kindness means. That's not the kindness I'm talking about. It's not the kindness I was mentioning about the sink either. This is an attitude. The kindness doesn't come alone, and it's hard to explain. But it's everything becomes gentle. You're part of the universe, and the universe is a part of you, and you feel that as kindness. You can be kind to yourself, because then you can be then you have that gift to share with the universe. That kind of kindness, and see what's in the fake emptiness, because there is no empty space. And the good way that Mr. Haraim Nassim is talking about, that there is no empty space. We should all have a particular experience to how it's full, what it's full of, the space. and try to see through the illusion using your discernment and your kindness and understanding. And there, it seems to be no finish or defined beginning or end to it. So that's how you find out that you're part of something, and that's the same kind of kindness. Inclusive, you know. Every time you choose kindness, it's for free, and suddenly you can treat all levels of kindness. You can recognize that it's all you, mirroring yourself.
Like we see in Mr. Keshe body language when he's pacing back and forth trying to explain to us, and you can see all his body breathing that type of kindness. It's wonderful to observe, and we should be so grateful. And Jackie and Clint.
Hello, everybody.
That's Carolina's voice.
That's Carolina's voice.
Good evening, everyone. From everywhere. Thank you for your nice words and presentation.
Yeah, I think that's why I understand now how the carbon rod is actually able to produce more amino acid than it seems like my process with the nano-coated copper. It just produces a lot of amino acid on the top.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jordan.
Hello, Carolina.
Hi. Please let them know to keep all the amino acids, because in a tiny little budget, tiny little amount.
Carolina, what are you saying? I don't hear.
Very hard to hear you, Caroline.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Better? Sorry.
Much better.
There was something wrong on my phone. Don't forget, please, not to throw your amino acids away. Keep every single one of it. Wash them, keep them, treasure them, because in the near future, you will learn more about how to apply it, because let's say if you have the right mixture of amino acids, you can feed a whole city with it. That's how powerful amino acid is. But it's just an understanding which is about to come in the near future. How to apply it to make sure nobody has to go hungry again. Nobody needs to die of starvation. And keep it well. Don't throw them away, and harvest them very well. And I think I have to say thank you to your wonderful teaching today.
You don't mean me, Caroline, are you?
Excuse me?
You're talking to all of us, right?
Yes, of course, I do.
I don't see the difference in reality between a dialogue and a monologue, you know.
No, we don't. We always speak to everybody and to every person who is present in this event. And we are gonna go very fast forward. I have noticed they have started posting nice pictures on Facebook from the group. I've seen Sandy and her husband. I've seen other people. It would be nice if they could put their names as a tag with it, that people know who is who, because we know them from name and we know them from their pictures on Facebook or in Zoom, but we don't really know the face behind the name. It would be very nice if people could start coming forward with their picture, who they really are, that we talk to an individual instead of to just a picture or a flower or a child, if it is possible. So the pictures which are coming up now from the trip from all the way to arrive in Washington, it will be nice if you could identify who is who, if that is possible. If not, we respect the privacy. There's no problem. Mr. Keshe is going to come on now. And then,
Okay. Thank you, Caroline.
you're welcome. We're trying to get him in, Rick. Just give him a minute. You might have to accept him. If you see him coming, just let me know, Rick. He's not coming in, Rick.
He's not.
I found it. I found him and I promoted him. It's okay.
Okay, thanks, Vince.
Thank you.
170 viewers, so I have to scroll quite long.
Nearly 200 of them. Yes, good afternoon, good morning to you. We join you now and see what is the position. Where are we, and has he arrived at destination point? Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Mr. Keshe. All I have right now is for pictures. There's a picture of on his trip of a bridge. Not sure which bridge that is. Is that in Washington,
Reddit,
Pennsylvania, perhaps? Washington, PA?
That's 8:13:8. Don't have a time on it. Flint, are you in touch with him?
Yes, I'm trying to get them to come in here so they can advise where they are.
Like I said, other picture that, yes, that must have been from yesterday, actually, not today. I thought they were from today. So that would have been from St. Louis, probably, those two pictures. I just got sent them by Flint. You don't have...
There's more, but I'll be putting them up in the site. I'm just trying to get that all worked out right now.
Okay. And there's no live feed from your video or anything you want to show Mr. Keshe right now? Is that true?
No. Yeah, I'm blocked. There's nothing to show.
They're about an hour and a half away, it looks like.
So we gotta hang on. What's this? Okay, that's a very funny one. Can you put this on the...
I sent it to Rick.
Yeah, have you?
No.
Rick, Caroline is going to send you something with a very good sense of humor. Now have a look, and if you decide, you can share it. What we're going to do, we got to wait for this. This is what we call the lies and the cheats, which has happened. But you look at it as a point of sense of humor. We understand what we're going to do. We know a large number of Chinese are in the background waiting. I have to address the Chinese community very direct, because the energy technology which we're going to release, and you will receive it. I have to explain to you something directly. Keshe Foundation leader team met less than half an hour ago. And as it is our way we do our work, we took the members' decision in how and if we are going to release the blueprint tonight. The way we operate, we just take a vote and the people explain the reasons why they say it's got to be done or not. There's about 10, 11 of us on this group, which are the people, the backbone of the Keshe Foundation, so their decisions is counted heavily. The only person missing was Rick, because he was entertaining the live show on the live stream. The decision is made by the leading team of the Keshe Foundation is that tonight we shall release the blueprint. We wait for the demonstration in Washington, and with more or less without any opposition in the leadership team, we will release the blueprint. I have to explain to you the following points. This blueprint is a hybrid system. It is not the latest. We are developing it into its final position in the next week maximum, as we said. We had two choices: to meet obstruction or whatever, or release it and let the development come in. You have to understand the system will work in any case. The system is a working unit. You can immediately apply it and build it anywhere in the world. What we are trying to do is we are bringing parts of it, which is a hybrid, into total plasma. That's why it's called a hybrid system. The technology is complete. If any of you have a maglev system, if you can build according to the instruction which is going to be released tonight, the parameters and the pieces of it, by tomorrow morning you'll become an independent man from energy. I have said this many times. This was the aim of my work starting 40 years ago. As a nuclear physicist, I could see nothing but harm in the nuclear industry. I could see nothing but abuse. I could see nothing but waste of energy and capital and investment, except for a few to have the titles and the pleasures of literally robbing their nation. We have achieved the last goal, and this is the beginning of the new goal. This is the beginning of a huge change. Those of you who start the hybrid, you can go to the house once you built it and literally switch off the main and say goodbye to your government in supplying you with energy. 3 to 5 kilowatt, we are developing it, and I'm sure in the next 2 or 3 weeks, those of you who have a better understanding of the situation will develop more. We still market the power generator as a price we have put. The only proviso I put on it is for those who build, those who build the generators, those who start making the generators, we ask you one thing: put back where you took from, that we can give more out. Very few, maybe 1 million, 2 million of you will build the systems. The rest need to be taught, the rest needs to be done. We leave the process very free. We don't ask for donation. We ask you to commit yourself to a payment to the Keshe Foundation Research Center that we can carry on. If you save 1,000 or 10,000 or 2,000 euro per year on the food, on the energy, and the other things which come with this process, put back where it came from, that we can give more. We finance heavily different operations around the world, and the time has come, as the family, everybody put something on it, that we can extend it. If you save yourself 2,000 euro per year on electricity alone, put 10% back into the foundation, where we can put back into the society and we can support it. In time, none of this is needed. But at the moment, we have to bring the African nations, the South American nations, South Asian continent into operation very rapidly. Otherwise, the whole problem of the past will carry on. We need to be able to supply these countries with technology and the material to be able to do it, and the teaching to be able to do it. We need to bring these conditions under one condition, under one process. So our job, more or less, is not finished. It begins tonight. We start structuring a new life, a new way for humanity. We start the change. For the first time, from the first breath the man took on this planet, we make man independent of this planet. This is a huge, huge change for humanity. Those of you who understand it. We always had to depend on the wood. We had to depend on the fish. We had to depend on the fruit to feed us, to give us warmth, to give us energy, to give us water. For the first time tonight, we make man free as a stars in the universe. If you understand how to apply this technology, and we guide you, it's not that we give it to you and we run away. We guide you step by step. Even this morning, I start teaching you how to feed yourself once you have the systems in hybriding the two together. We have to understand, for the first time, with this, the release of plasma technology tonight, in its infancy, we make man a man of universe. We should remember one thing. We have to follow the ethos of universe. Not to harm anyone, not to destroy anything. Because from now on, we have whatever we need. I teach you to the last point. I teach you everything needed that you become independent anywhere in the universe and not alone on this planet. This is the beginning. 14th of August 2016 will be remembered by many people around the world, the night when the man became free. Free from the shackles of the energy and supply and his fear of his own death and demise through not having. Now we have everything. It's just now we have to teach you how to have everything. How to create, it's getting too hot here. How to create food out of the energy of the materials you have. How to create clothing out of the systems you have. How to overcome disasters. If you think the floods, the earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions and the other conditions we see on this planet is harsh, my dear fellow man, you have not seen what the space is about to throw at you. I have to make you ready for totality when you are in the space. So there is a transition time. There is a time of change. There is a time to understand. We have asked for Universal Council direct involvement upon agreement of the world peace on this planet. So by releasing the energy tonight, the blueprint, I ask you one thing. Get on your computers. You've been benefiting by the knowledge. You've been enlightened by the knowledge. Now share the knowledge. Send the blueprint of this new hybrid. We update it on a daily basis. Send the blueprint of this free energy system to every company on this planet who produces electricity. General Electric and the rest. Westinghouse and the rest. Every electricity board, every company which is involved in production of energy, send it to Tesla Corporation. Plaster it all over internet, a free energy unit, and put the video of Douglas in the presentation with it, that they can see it is not just a drawing. we have to spread this knowledge as fast as possible, beyond the imagination. The time is tonight. The decision has been made by the leadership of the Keshe Foundation team. We wait till Douglas arrives. We wait till we understand. We wait till we understand if agreement or passage to the White House has been made. We were told by one of our people that they're organizing it to be shown this week to the White House. It's too late. They can see it after the whole lot have seen it. What we asked to do, if we do not get access to be shown or delivered the knowledge tonight or today, we assemble the system tonight at a given point in Washington, and live everyone can test it who's around this table. Once it's set up, you can do whatever you like with it. And once we get the go-ahead from our leadership on the spot, which is what comes from Arman, we will release. Arman has the key to tell us to release it. He's happy, people present are happy. Could it be in the hotel room? Could it be in the hotel lobby? Anywhere you assemble it and you can show it. Arman gives us the green light. The internet lines will open up. This is where we're going. This is our target. We stay up in Europe. I know the Chinese are up. They will be with us. The rest of the humanity is with us. We have a large number of people around the world waiting for this to be released. I stay quiet till the time Douglas arrives. We have to see what we receive on the ground if our people get access to show, which we don't think has been done, because there's a lot of knickknacks with getting into the Washington to do it the way they wanted it. They are trying to get it in, and if it's succeeded, we do. If not, we came to take charge. We didn't come here to be showing, sir, we are here to show you. We are there to take position, and we are there to take leadership. Whoever has the knowledge, whoever has the technology, leads the technology. And we are the only organization who can do it. We have it, and in number we are large enough that we can support it worldwide. Please, as I said, the minute we release it, spend 2, 3 hours, 10 hours, whatever, send it to everyone with a video that it works and they become energy independent. It will take people about a week. Those who made it in cores, they'll take them maybe a few days more to assemble everything together and start reporting. So sometimes by Thursday, we expect the number of Keshe Foundation supporters around the world to start releasing their energy system hybrid. And then the roller starts. The snowball will go, and we see where we go. You got to realize that we do not depend on any nation. We depend on one thing. We depend on being correct, delivering correct, and at the same time making sure that the teaching will go ahead in a correct way. Tonight, you will have what you've been asking for a long time from the foundation. Energy unit, which can give you everything that you need, from shelter to food to clothing to energy to water and even motion in space. Because without the plasmatic energy, you cannot enter in the world of the plasma of the universe. We start showing the prelude to this, as I said, with Douglas running motors on the plasma condition, and now you have to develop it. From now on, you become the pioneers of the space. You become the pioneers of saving humanity from the shackles. We expect a massive losses in the exchange market. We expect a massive losses in shares in the market, especially with the petroleums. especially with the petroleum organizations, with all the companies which are involved with the generators, producing generators, all these fake fans across the continent and everywhere else. We expect massive losses in the motor industry. The system is getting adjusted for car industry. I've seen an entry this morning on the Innovation Center. You can connect it, multiply it, it gives you enough that you can run cars with it. Or you can increase the gauges of your wires that you can carry huge amount of power. You're tapping into universal energy, so there is no limit into it. The only limit is your comprehension of the knowledge and your understanding of its application. It has huge amount of implication. You got to realize when people become independent that the governments cannot force them, people do not need to be governed. This is the end of leadership, end of governmentship. In next 3 to 6 months, when one after another collapses, we will teach heavily, we support our teaching heavily, we show you how to make food and everything else out of it. We put you in the process that you can walk in with a cancer and you walk out with no cancer. You can walk it, hunger, and walk out with no hunger. You choose the taste of the food which you want to satisfy yourself with. You'll find out even obesity will not exist, because the body will take what it needs and what it doesn't need, it gives out. This process of technology will change the course of humanity, and I'm glad that all of us, we are part of it. We worked together, we stood a lot of trials, we stood a lot of assaults, we stood a lot of misconduct, but a lot of people. Just wait, I received the communication, I have to read what it's talking about. We understand there is a concern that by releasing today we can create a fiasco, but this is not a problem. This is the problem for the others. We gave enough time. We released the technology tonight. The blueprint has been shared across a number of people this afternoon, that in case anything needs or any blockage, over now maybe about 20 people have received the data, the blueprint of the first hybrid, and then the updated one accordingly as we develop, or you develop it with us, we'll go to the full process. So we will release the technology today. It'll be shown today. If there is any blockage, if we do not get a green light from Armin that we can go ahead, we will release it, that there is no blockage. The problem is we don't need to be told what to do. We need to say what we need to have, which is freedom, availability to every aspects of the knowledge, and teaching and understanding. Exactly this week, as I said before, is a year when I met with the Saudi prince. And to him, it was a joke, it will never happen. Now I wonder if there are many princes will be left. The oil industry will start its collapse. Once you start releasing this across the planet, people will start making it. Unplugging every 1 million brings huge, huge pressure of the nations. African nations are the winners. without a shadow of a doubt. And it's a pleasure for me to say they have not made commitment, and the banking system will collapse with it. When the electricity companies cannot pay their bills for the generators they rob the others from to build, they have to be paid. The banks will go bankrupt. 2005, 2008 will be child play in the world of finance. But those of you who manage to build the systems as fast as you can, you stay safe. The prime concern at any condition like this is hunger, water, and energy. Your system has all of it. You have everything you need with it. You have the energy. We teach you more in depth how to create water. We teach you more in depth how to feed yourself. And if the pressure is on, we teach you how to produce gold. Paper money in the coming time will have no value. What we commit ourselves to do will have value. I commit myself to serve humanity to the last breath, that they come free from the shackles of the pressures of what is today. You commit yourself as a doctor. I give my time 1 day a week, 2 days a week to see every man who's sick. I have a bad news, and that is most of the pharmaceuticals will be shut down. Most of farming will be shut down. Monsanto will be mooned. Because this is the beauty of it. I see Benjamin in the background. Benjamin, tonight you received the gift you've been waiting for Atomic in Ghana. The same goes with a lot of other people who've been waiting. We know the Chinese are in the background waiting for this. You will receive the gift of life tonight. We see if we need to prove anything that allows the Chinese leadership to open the doors of the Keshe Foundation within the structure of the universities. The numbers are enormous. We are not one or two or a few. There are millions of people who are there, who have done the test, who have developed different aspects, and they enjoy doing it. We bring everything together. When we come back in September, the teaching is primarily on how to develop different aspects of the technology for the need of the man. Because we've done enough of teaching how to make nanomaterial, the Gans and the rest. The problem is not us anymore. The problem is those who created the problem for themselves. Do we need plastic cup to drink water, or do we walk within the cup and we receive everything we need? Do we need to have mental institutions to keep the people with Alzheimer's and the others, or do we walk these people across the passage of the plasma field and we find the normal people like us? Is being handicapped ever be considered by man? These are all the territories we will cover in the coming time. I have committed myself to the freedom of man, and I'll see that to the last breath of my life. The only people who can fail humanity is humans themselves. Do we need to believe in religions and the people who abuse the soul of the man? I say no. We are not atheists, but we know the fact that we are part of it. There is a question, is the meetup at Washington University delayed? Yes, that is still on the way, but now they arrive in Washington. Just be patient. You have to understand, Douglas with his wife and young child have been driving for nearly 24 hours. Just be patient. I'm going to go quiet. We'll wait till we get a message from Douglas has arrived. We wait and see if our people and the security in the background who are negotiating with Washington, that our people can go in, or they can show it. We don't need to go to the White House. We don't need the White House. There is too much blood in that building. It's more red than the white. But we came to take position as the new nation, as the head of the nation, the United States, headed in Washington. We take our position. We dictate our terms. Equality and end of war. In the next 48 hours, in the next 72 hours, we start teaching heavily how to create systems to literally paralyze all the armies across the world. 72 hours is enough for world leaders to come to an agreement how to handle. It says, is there any mainstream news media involved? We don't need it. That's the people who blocked us all the time. That's why we became so strong within the network. We are not underground. You are so open that the media news comes and sits with us, listens, and then they've been told not to report. Unfortunately, their involvement brings their own demise very soon. I teach you in the coming days how you will produce systems at a cost of few dollars that blocks any kind of present radar technology, which in fact it means total paralyzing the whole of the naval, air force, and the armies of the world in one go. I give you an advice. All of you know what to do. Remember the orange? Do you remember the orange? How you transfer the energy of the orange into the cup and you drank it and it was a cup? My friends, get hold of a small computer, break it open, a calculator, break it open. Now, put a chip in a caustic and make the Gans of the chip. Then put that Gans in the dynamic cores. You create a gravitational magnetic field of every chip on this planet. Some of you might lose computer. Some of you might not lose a computer. But the end product is no computer will work. Now, if you can target this in a given zone, especially like in South China Sea by the Chinese Army, good morning, American Navy. Where would you like us to tow you to? We are not revolutionaries. As I said, we are evolution. We start a new evolution and everything has to be on the peaceful terms. You are a man of peace. But you have access to a gun. Get yourself a bullet. Get the gunpowder. Make a caustic of it. Now you know how you can dismantle every gun on this planet. Every bullet will not fire. Disarming will take a few minutes, which has taken a man centuries to build it to kill each other. As I said, I start teaching. You got to understand, when you target military targets to bring them to the point of peace, you have to find what specific material is used in that structure. All you need to do is to create this balance, plasma, and it will not work. Those of you who started the process understand very clearly how to do. Disarming the world armies is a priority, because then the energy of killing will go into energy of developing. It's the biggest leakage in the structure of the humanity. Arms for killing has to stop, and be started today. I will start teaching you how, where you can get hold of even the pivots, which is used for certain aircraft, military aircraft, can be replicated as a Gans. Then where would you like the rivet to open up in? I know all the ways to bring the world leaders and the governments to submission of peace. And from tonight we start. Because now we have the energy supply to make you independent, that you can stand, that in a coming time we can bring all the changes together. The problem is not us anymore. The problem is them, what are they going to do with all the wrongs they've done and they try to cover. As I said, I've asked the people in the background who work with us to start planning the universal one nation police force. We need that to bring the people who've done wrong into justice. Otherwise, they'll walk away and will carry on with the same. We do not need judges and juries to try to convince the international, what we call one nation police, has enough evidence of the wrongdoing, is equal to complete imprisonment. They have to be open. The documents has to be open, that it doesn't become a mayhem. World leaders, directors of the companies, directors of the armed companies, religious leaders, the head of banks who created the chaos, we invite you to somewhere very near you for a lifetime of entertainment. You can entertain each other. You planned it, you delivered it, now together enjoy it. It has to be correct, it has to be transparent. It cannot be by accusation. We've taken the direction of the leadership by delivering. Then we have to be correct. There got to be no revenge. Spend all the time in developing new technologies. Spend all your energy in making life easy for every man from next door to next door. Irrespective of color, race, religion. It is very interesting. Today I was watching the Olympics. In England I lived for 29 years. Blacks. In America the same blacks are found out, imprisoned, accused or whatever for the color. And the man wins the 10,000 meter run, black. And he says, I've done that for my country. And he's British. I would have said, I've done it for my nation, which is one nation. To him, the color of white doesn't exist. The nation, to be proud of what they've achieved, was more important. The black has understood that, but the white skin has not yet. We wait till Douglas comes, and as I said, the decision has been made by the Keshe Foundation leadership that we release the blueprint tonight. The hybrid blueprint will be released tonight, and in next week, next few days, we release the miniature version, which is the size of very, very little, very small, pocket size. I've been told everything for it is done. We should be testing it shortly. We are converting the hybrid part into the plasmatic part. We already done this, just testing labs, which we know will be successful. But this way, you can start the process of the development of the free energy. And then as we teach you, you convert that section of the hybrid into the plasmatic. And then within the next few weeks, you receive a complete plasmatic. You can go up to 30 to 50 kilowatts on these systems. If you do the wiring correctly, you can go up to 1 megawatt in a more industrial size. We'll release the technology for that. In reality, you will not need the 3-phase because you can connect all the phases and they take equal amount from the same system. You have to understand how to adapt your system. In conversion systems, those of you who have microwave, understand the process of microwave, you should be able to change the use of the plasma as it comes in instead of the heat into the food range, that in the microwave you deposit the energy of the food which is needed. We have a lot of tools, we just need a little bit of adoption. We adopt it, we can use it. You put a glass of water in the microwave, it's not a microwave anymore, it's in a plasma wave, and then you put in an apple. The water you drink will have the energy of the apple, the taste of apple, the emotion of the apple. There is a huge employment to come on the back of this new technology and a huge unemployment of the old. The transition time will bring pain to some. In a way, the pain will be they just don't have a job to do, but they have everything else. So it's not a misery. I said in a talk very recently, with the new technology we release, when you are made redundant, you're not given a handshake or a pension, you're given a MAGRAB unit. That this gives you everything you need. No man should worry if he has a job to get paid, because now you don't need to be paid. You pay out of the pleasure of your work to the others what to do. I'm going to go quiet. I sit till we get a confirmation Douglas has arrived. And then we'll take the step and we'll see where we're going to go. Carry on, please.
Okay, I've got some pictures that I'll post from the previous stop that he had. Let me see here. Let's get this.
Rick,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I would just say a message to Farad Amini. He is listening to this workshop, and I tried to reach him since a half an hour that he he frees my post in Keshe Foundation Germany, that more people can be informed about this teaching tonight.
Okay, and
yes, Peter, of course, we do. Hello, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, I didn't saw that. We are fully here. We're looking here. We are escorting Douglas and all. You know. Okay, we do it directly. Thanks.
These are the ones I sent to.
Which one? What's that? Ah. Oh. Oh, boy. I'm out. No, I'm back. Oh, they were very quick making the shirts. Yeah.
do you want to You're okay with your microphone open there, Mr. Keshe?
Yeah, it's okay. Just seeing the T-shirts of Sandy.
Yes,
They were
yes.
very quick building these T-shirts.
Yeah, they're on the website. Yeah.
There's two different ones there. You can see on the previous picture. Just reshare it with Douglas.
There's a lot more pictures in your cloud account there.
Oh yeah, that's the other one.
Yeah.
And so we have them available as iron-on T-shirts right now.
Yeah. And I did it's the man standing or person standing in the Galaxy cloud holding his hand up along with the logo there. Yeah. Made him up last night.
Where do I go? Okay, I'm gonna go quiet when we are ready. When they're approaching, let us know. Is Arman in the background? Arman, are you with us?
I don't see him. Last I talked to him, it was very busy where he was.
Okay. Do we know where he is?
Don't know where he is. I know he's in DC.
No, he's with Brett. He's not up to much good.
That's right.
When those two get together, there's bad news. They enjoy themselves too much. Okay, we wait for him till he appears. Okay, thanks very much.
Be about an hour before, a little over an hour yet before they get there.
No problem, we wait. We have all the time in the world. We waited millions of years for today. An hour is not much. Thank you very much.
There's a question from Thomas about the cobalt. Please ask Jackie. I don't know if that could be followed up from yesterday about the cobalt.
I don't, Jackie, is that something you'd want to discuss? Anything about cobalt you'd like to share? Came up in our chat yesterday.
Not really. I don't know.
Okay. Mark says, I'm Mark from Detroit. Could Peter show and talk about his gold Gans? I'm working on mine. Thank you. So any other information, any breaking news or other things we should be tuning into here on the ground as such? We just have to wait for more news from our main man.
Yeah, they're still in Maryland. It'll be about an hour, 2:30. Yeah, it'll be closer to 4 o'clock before they get there, Eastern time.
Well, one thing that's come up, and it'd be nice to have a solution, which again, this ties into an earlier conversation about transcriptions, translations, and so on in general. But there's quite a few of our Chinese friends that are in the Zoom chat here. And there was one person making quite a few comments earlier that they really like to have Chinese translation, can't understand the English. And apparently there's quite a few that don't understand the English that are in the Zoom and would be listening to the Zoom if they had access to Chinese. And of course it's difficult. We can't stop after every sentence and translate into dozens of different languages that may wish to listen. But at the same time, we should try to take care of our Chinese friends, because they're pretty much the majority in here right now, I think, as far as languages that need help with the translation of the English. So I'm thinking, like I suggested a couple of times, that as has been suggested in the past, that they set up a separate Zoom room and have someone that's a translator can be listening in this Zoom room and speaking in their microphone to the other Zoom room or other Chinese room, perhaps in some other format, and translating directly whatever English comes up. And then the Chinese people could go to that other room and get a live feed of the Chinese translation of the English that's going on. And it wouldn't interfere with our English session here. And then we could set up separate rooms like that for other languages as it comes up. Spanish comes to mind. That's a major one as well. So I'm wondering if anybody has any feedback about that some way we can help facilitate that, or if there's a Chinese translator that's willing to sit there and translate all day and into this other room where the other folks are.
If Jackie wants and gives me a sign, I can do that for the French community. Monique here.
Right. Mm-hmm. John says the Chinese group have QQ video chatting setting. They're broadcasting the Zoom in real time. Right, so they could be broadcasting their own Zoom room to their QQ channel, though. That's the point, I think. They are doing this. John says they're translating live. John, do you mean they are? Yeah. Why do you translate live sometimes? Yes, and the time zone is different. It's midnight for them now, so there's there's different issues. But I was getting a complaint earlier that they weren't getting. They wanted to, or at least this one person wanted to have Chinese translation in the Zoom here now. Tony says they should arrange a translator on their side, even 2 or 3 translators. Yeah, I agree, and that's what I mean. If they had someone that's in the Zoom here and could be speaking and translating to some other location at the same time, and that can be broadcast to the YouTube or to QQ. Anyway, we will work it out as we go along. It's one of those technical things that it should be easy by now. We should be all speaking universal language or some sort of translator that automatically translates everything we say, and everyone else in their language somehow makes sense of them. But I guess we're not quite there yet. Some of the iPhones seem close, and some of the other apps. Okay, how would we like to proceed here? Are there more pictures that we can post? I got some there, but here's a picture of There's another one I can post here, I suppose. It's just of Douglas and then some other people. I'm not sure. I think they were in the first meeting picture, actually.
Rick, I don't know if you missed it, but it was mentioned a few minutes ago that there's a whole bunch of pictures in your cloud account.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was busy trying to get them off of Facebook. It was very difficult to try to get them blurry, so maybe that's the way to do it. I'll try to do that in the background.
Rick?
Yeah.
Can someone expand on what Mr. Cash meant by a chip from like a computer or a calculator, what that might be?
A chip?
Yeah, he's speaking of the microchips that are inside the electronics, the little black squares. You take one of those and you smash it to bits into a powder and you make a GANs out of that. When he mentioned that, the first thing I thought of is my $1,000 computer is all of a sudden a paperweight, but it may be the size of the field matters as well.
Does that, you think, relate to the filtration process that we might seek? Like when Douglas puts a piece of copper underneath the reactor ball to block, like filter out certain unwanted fields?
I would think that would be part of it, certainly. Mr. Kesh did mention some specifics. If you can figure out one component that they're using that's important in their systems and make a GANs of that, you will render that component irrelevant. I think that's kind of what you're getting at, isn't it?
Like if you wanted to filter something out of something, if you use the GANs of that, does that effectively block it, or does it?
That's what was mentioned, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody know if these pictures were supposed to be pictures of the trip or just pictures of banners and so on? I can't find any pictures of the trip on the cloud. Maybe I'll find out in the background here. People can discuss, or if they want to start some sort of particular topic or have something, questions or whatever.
Hello, Rick. Thank you for the picture. Very nice.
Pardon me? Hello?
You can understand me?
Barely hear you.
Is this better?
Oh, yes, that's way better.
My microphone was hanging down.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has a good topic to start? Everybody's quiet.
Torbjörn had some more stuff to show. If it can be useful to everybody.
Sure, why not?
This is so big that
Are you serious?
it would make much more sense to just look at the pictures, I think.
Where are you going? Oh. Quiet. There was quiet. That's quiet. That's the.
I'm promoting 3 people to panelists there, so perhaps they'll get a little bit of sound action happening from their voices. When it goes quiet, people think the sound's not working anymore. Okay, is it Joe Quarter? Did you have something you wanted to say? There's also an R. Thomas Westermeyer who wanted to be promoted. I wonder if you had something you wanted to say.
Yeah, here's Thomas. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello, go ahead. Say
Yes, about the cobalt.
Yeah, who are you first?
I'm Thomas Westermeyer from Switzerland.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Actually, I just had a little exchange with Jackie. Actually, the reason why I have made this mention about asking Jackie was that he has made guns with cobalt, but maybe he doesn't want to go further on now. I think he is also listening. But
Yes, I've already asked him about it, and he said he didn't want to discuss it. So I guess that's it for that right now.
Maybe I can make a little mention. I think this gentleman made a remark about having some blue powder. I don't know if he spoke about the color, because there is a blue powder. A blue color is made out of cobalt. But I think if he wants to work with cobalt, he better looks for a plate of cobalt, the metal.
No, I don't think so at all. Mr. Keshe seemed to be indicating that to work with it on a more organic basis. Perhaps vitamin B or something like that might be a way to obtain it.
Okay, it was just, I just wanted to mention it.
Yeah, I don't think that the element metal is what was intended there. I could be wrong. What are other opinions on that? I thought that's what he was talking about earlier.
Maybe another time when Mr. Keshe has time, you can sort of ask him, because apparently cobalt seems to be an important part.
Well, he's probably listening in right now as we discuss this, but...
Yes, Rick, I can jump in. Mr. Keshe is always referring to the natural process of harvesting to make ganses, because that's what your body is near to, not from a metal plate. Or that's why I brought the topic up, especially yesterday again. That's why Mr. Keshe came back online to explain specific how you can harvest cobalt from vegetables, from fruit, from red meat. You just have to go and analyze where you have the highest amount and how to harvest it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, that clarifies it.
You're welcome. No problem.
A little other question. What about the iodine? Because I have also procured some iodine, but crystals from the deep earth, not from harvested from CETAM.
This is the same procedure. You can find it in certain fruits, in brain of animals is the easiest way to find it. So if you go and look it up on wherever you can on the internet, there's a good information bank. It can maybe guide you. Even in bone marrows, you can find iodine easy. Just one moment, please. I'm going to pass to Mr. Keshe.
This noise? Sorry about the noise in the background, but we have no choice. It's the way it's around here. Every element which the body of the man needs is produced and it starts in bone marrow. So if you're looking for iodine, the best part is the bone marrow or the brain. With it, you find the cesium which needed, then it converts to cobalt 2. Parts of the bone marrow in a very, very central point produce cesium, not cobalt. And that's the secret about how when it reaches the brain, becomes part of the soul of the man. We never look for cesium in the body of the man, but in fact our bone marrow creates in specific points cesium. And it works for the elevation of the soul. So your bone marrow or your the brain is the best place to look for what you need.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Mr. Keshe, can I ask a question?
Yes. Why do you need to ask us a question?
Yes. You talk about the changes, like with the electricity companies, etc. I know because I'm a sort of a change consultant, that if change is too rapid, it makes fear and it makes resistance. Is there any implementation scenario how we can
let me stop. Yes. Who's afraid of and who's resisting? Nobody can stop you in the house to take a copper wire from the wall. The connection between your what do you call it, your meter and your first plug, that's all the wire you need to change your life. Who creates fear? Who creates resistance?
You are right, but there is, of course,
we expect the resistance. Doesn't matter. They have to find a new job. Goodbye. General Electric, I sat with them on the table in Brussels nearly 8 years ago. They said at the moment we got enough orders on our books for these, what I call the cooling fans. You call them windmills. We don't have to worry about it. Now they have to answer to the pensioners who bought the shares. The biggest problem of the multinationals is how they can satisfy the need of the shareholders, the pensioners, because a lot of pension funds have their shares. It is not your problem. They robbed enough. How much more? We don't confirm. We just develop the technology. We deliver the technology. We let the man to enjoy it. That's their problem. It's their fear. It's like now we see. Let me explain to you. There is a Facebook page which says Keshe Facts, and on it are inciting murder. We have taken pictures of it. By any international law, the man who sets it up and he allows it to go on is on life of attempted murder. He'll be arrested. He's on the way. Mr. Red Circle, because of holding the Facebook, calling fake facts about Keshe or whatever, and on it are inciting murder and all sorts in Barletta and the rest, is on his way to prison. In a very short time, he'll be arrested. Are we afraid of these people? Because if you're in charge of a website,
You have to control it that it doesn't do anything inciting murder. Now he's doing it, and the people who put it in there are already under fire of the police. We have their pictures. They thought they're untouchable. Who are we afraid of? I'm not afraid of being killed by a man who's killed many people. Who are they? Who are we afraid of? By any international, you put a threat on anywhere, you are inciting violence or murder. You have to be. And they're putting aside how they're going to kill me and my child. And then they're very proud. The man who's in charge of that is already on the line to be arrested. Who are we afraid of? Who is going to be threatened? You go on, we have taken all the pictures, all the Facebook pictures of it. The man who makes the threat is already on the hand with the French police.
Yes, you're of course
So
right.
we are not afraid of. We are not afraid of anything. We have their pictures, their data, we know where they are born, we know everything about them. It cannot be any more than that. Multinational, they can't build anymore. The multinationals, what are they afraid of? Who
So
are we afraid of? Where is the resistance going to come?
So the
Can anybody tell you? Pardon?
The scenario is everybody with the blueprint will build it itself and will, in that way, as an oil field, will get other people on board.
What do you mean?
Like
no, they build it. We build it. The Keshe Foundation manufacturers will build it. We let everybody on this planet to build it. This is the freedom. This is what we have.
Yes, like an
This
oil,
we are an oil well. Your oil well is your knowledge and the time
Yes.
to build it for the old. What are you afraid of? A man who cannot feed his children, an old pensioner who has to wrap 20, 30 blankets around the bed and everything in the winter not to die of cold. How many old people die? The winter is coming in next few weeks, next few months. How many old people are going to die? You have been given a gift. It's your job to strip every wire in your house, which is not needed, every appliances you don't use, which is copper, make a unit and give it to that old man and old woman. That's your obligation from now on. That's your work because you have the heat, you have the water, you have everything else.
Bravo, Mr. Keshe.
No, it's not bravo. We have to understand where we sit. This is the change. Let them one by one shut down nuclear power stations. Let them one by one close the oil wells. They have robbed enough. They had a kingdom. I said this before, all the national assets, all whatever is belonging to multinationals should become the asset of the people of one nation, not belonging to anybody because they don't have anymore. When they go bankrupt, what are you going to do with it? The biggest problem for the oil companies is how to shut these oil wells and kept them shut for centuries. We don't need them. What do we need them for? The biggest problem now is French nuclear power. The French are running like crazy trying to find a solution. All the nuclear power stations in France in the next 12 months should be shut down. We don't need them. Do yourself a favor. Make a small power generator, which we release tonight, and connect it at the end of the street to the lamp post. Let the whole street to be lit. You don't need the power station.
Thank you,
for the
Mr.
words.
Keshe.
This is your job. Don't be afraid what they're going to do. Be happy that now we can spend time serving the other people. They are doing the hundreds of Keshe Foundation supporters day and night, making things for the others. Now we have this generator, this plasma energy generator is the sun. It's you who decides what you want out of it, how you want to convert it. You are looking for a plasma, now we bring all the plasmas together. I have made you free. It's you how to use the freedom and how to allow the freedom to join us. Don't be afraid of multinationals. They have no choice. Nobody can tell you in your house what you drink, what you do, how much energy you use. I don't want energy. This is mine. Now most of the Europe, everybody is free. They can produce what they like. If you don't produce more than 3 to 5 kilowatts, you don't become a producer. So what is the problem? We are free. I have made man free for the first time after millions of years. You don't need to call nobody a king, then rape your child with it because he's a king. If I tell you what I know what the kings have done, going to the sick bed of a child as a king, and literally playing with a sick child. This is what the ex-king of Belgium has done. We have evidence for it. Who says who's anybody higher? These people have got to be brought to justice the right way. Now they have nothing to control us. We are free. We are free as one nation. We are free to give what we have. Why should a man sit in Brussels or in Antwerp, make a Facebook, gather all the people who want to kill scientists, and then allow it to be done? Which Facebook allows such a thing? Inciting murder, inciting things should be banned. Why not him? Because they're part of the structure of the government. Now, the French police, the Interpol, the international police are all on top of them. We had their pictures. They thought they're untouchable. We're going to Barletta to do whatever. He's not safe for his child. If you're that decent, we told you he's a pedophile. He's a murderer. Now there's evidence there. How can you go on a Facebook and put, we're going to Barletta, his child is not safe. Caroline and Mehran are not safe. And you're lying on a Facebook, cash Facebook, facts. This is a murder site. We are afraid of him? No. He's a piece of God knows what, the lowest thing on the planet. These people created fear to stop us. No more anymore, not from tonight. We have every move they make is under observation of French international police. Everybody are watching it. You move from France, Mr. Sam Smith, we get you. Now you know who we are talking. We got your pictures full. Would you like Sando to release his picture to know who we are dealing with? He thinks he's untouchable from Tunisia. He's working with Mr. Whatever you call it, Red Circle, to organize murders. Yeah? You think it's free? You got released the Facebook where they do what they want to do with me and my child, because we are releasing. We told you he's a pedophile, because otherwise you don't touch a child. This is how they are. This is who they are. Who are we afraid? I'm not afraid of. What should you be? Go on the Facebook. I ask Sandor, please release the pictures of the Facebook about Keshe or whatever, and you see inciting murder, inciting assaulting a child by any law is criminal. Why does the Facebook allow it? Now we have the pictures. Now we can tell you our release the page. Let people see who we are doing. I'm not afraid. Why should we? Release that page.
Mr. Keshe, the backbone of the story alone has over 1,300 words on 6 pages. Just the points, the titles. And there are over 170 topics, which I have to put in stories to let people to understand.
Now we are not afraid of. You cannot run.
Physically, how to make it in a short time. So
would you like to release the couple of hundred pictures of Simon Smith supplied to us by the French security? Mr. Simon Smith, we got you. You can't go and make plans. You were said, and you said you are working for the police on the background to attract the people to set up riots in Paris. All that is not acceptable. Interpol is not buying it. You know who we are talking about. You make a move to harm me or my family, you're on top of your French Interpol. French security is watching you day and night. Where you bought your coppers, everything is with us. We got the full dossier. Go on Veteran today, read how much we know about you. Yeah? Those of you who put, we can do, you can, you're the only one Mr. Sam can do. Mr. Sam was there to attract to see who is doing, can do the murder, then bring you to do the murder for him. Let me explain to you, we stood a lot. Now we are free, we can speak. If you run anywhere inside to murder a child, by any law is criminal, unless you are part of the Facebook and you allow murdering of a child and you collect people to do it for you. Would you like to release the picture of Ms. Simon Smith in Paris? All the 100 odd pages supplied to us by the French security. They are watching you, Mr. Simon Smith. Stop playing games. You're a Tunisian, handicapped on one hand. You can't even hold the camera, organizing murders, getting financing through Keshe Foundation plasma technology to organize riots and saying the police, you're supporting with the policeman. No policeman supports these things. Now, those of you who thought Mr. Simon Smith is untouchable, he is on the run. He's on a big run. And the French police is watching every move of it. The same as the Red Circle. who allows these things to be published on the website, which he is in charge of moderator, inciting violence. You don't be afraid of anything. These people make you afraid, they stop you on your track. We are not afraid of anything. We are not afraid of anything. We are the only thing we are afraid is the man will not get free by himself. This is the biggest problem. This is the biggest problem. All the cash Facebook facts about cash is all incite violence, and under any law it is. Now we have gathered enough. We're going for all of you who were very good to do, Mr. Simon Smith, a Tunisian in France. Do you want to tell us which railway station, which shops, what you bought? You want to see the invoice of your purchases and what you paid cash? So don't be afraid. Don't be afraid at all. We are free people. We are there to do. I told you we know too much. We were waiting for tonight. Now we make you free. You have to understand. We put the face of Mr. Simon Smith anywhere on the internet immediately. A man who incites murder has to be known by all of us who it is. Sandor, can you release this picture, please? On the
Yes,
internet,
I
not
will
here. Not here. Release this picture internationally with the face of this red circle, with the pages where they incite violence. I want to see which force will stop.
I will edit the pictures, write the explanation, the story about, and publish.
Yes, and the pages of the Facebook when they threaten to kill a child. His child is not safe in Ballet anymore.
That's why I need to edit to present.
Put it together and release it. Don't need a story. Put it in there and put his face. All 100 odd pages which were supplied by the French police to us. All of you who thought you're gonna go and do harm and you created the French security system is watching you to see who you are, where you come in. Release his mobile number on the Skype too, where we monitored all his communications. Everything released and let the man run. Run for his life. We're going to get you, Mr. Simon Smith, as fast as we can do, and all the people around you who tried to kill, and Mr. Red Circle.
Will that not interfere with the current police investigation, which they are doing?
No. Ask our security people. We can do, we do. It's our protection. It's our way.
Okay.
Its investigation is by the police. We work closely. We give and we take. So it's for the French police to make the next move to bring you into justice. Tunisians are honorable people. Africans are honorable people. The people who get paid to carry out murder should be stopped on their track. And Mr. Simon Smith, French police has been on top of you every drink of water you have. And you know it. And you've been told, and you've been given a good indication. We have asked for your arrest for attempted murder, planning a murder, inciting murder. The same with Red Circle. Website is run by him, Facebook is run by him. Any site which creates violence, indicates violence, is criminal offense. Don't be afraid. The only thing you've got to be afraid of is we are free. You're free from every angle. We have the technology, we have the knowledge, we can share the knowledge, we can understand the knowledge, we have to spend time. Now I don't need to work 40 hours a week to pay for the electricity and the fuel in the car. I put 10 hours of it making units for the next door neighbors, the old people, and the rest. Have 30 hours to yourself. And then when you're done the 10 hours making for the others, and you see the others having the pleasure of warmth, pleasure of having what they couldn't have because they had to pay the electricity and the rest, I promise you, you work 80 hours a week trying to help the others. You have to understand, life has to be a giving life, not taking that I give. We are giving enough. you take, we allow you the pleasures of life, we allow you to be equal in knowledge with us. You have to allow the others to benefit what we're giving you free. It's not, yes.
I'm sorry. This is Nick in Oslo, and I was listening to your recommendation early on about crushing a computer or a calculator. So I crushed my calculator, but my knowledge of these objects is not good enough. So would it be possible for you if I open my camera?
We teach you how to do it.
Okay.
Allow me to teach you. In time, we teach you how to do it.
Okay, right.
In time, we allow you, because if you do it the wrong way, you can damage your own computer. The principle is most of the military systems carry a specific mixture of materials.
Okay.
You got to understand, most of the military hardware carries a fingerprint. This is, in so many ways, the analysis of the material they create. All the fuel are not the same. One of the easiest way to stop all the jetliners, fighter planes, to understand the fuel composition and make a Gans of that fuel composition. The system of the fuel will not work. Most of, the only thing which we have to be aware of, we cannot touch anything to do with nuclear, what we call reactors in energy sector. These systems cannot be touched, because if they run out of control, we create a bigger problem. We have to collaborate with the governments to bring these on a safe mode, exactly that we are doing in Italy. In Italy, there's a full power nuclear reactor, been running for years, but doesn't go into operation till somehow it gets dismantled in the future. On the other hand, nuclear weapons, nuclear warheads, threats of nuclear warheads, all these use specific materials that they can be contained. I can give you all the secrets. All you need to do is to allow the nuclear reactor warhead to leak within their container. Containment of the radioactive material in the silos is already pre-calculated. There should be no single warhead on the border with Ukraine. No insight of war to get access to the gold of the Russian church. You have to understand what's going on on the Crimean border. The war between Russia and what they call terror, whatever Russia is going to do, is all fake. It's all set up by Vatican to empty the Church of Russia, which is the richest church in the world. That's all the plan is. The rest is masquerading. This is a plan set by Vatican. We spoke with the Armenian leaders. They tell us they know what they are doing, what Vatican is up to. The rest of it is rubbish. It's the only nation they cannot get to, and the only way they can get to submit the Russian Church to become part of the Vatican organization. They done that after 300 years with Church of England. Queen of England has no power. She submitted the power to Vatican. It's finished. The Crimean War is access to the Church of Russia, and it's all planned. So, do we need the religions which cause problem? Are we afraid of them? What happens if we don't have energy and we can create the energy ourselves? Would it hurt the Vatican? No. Then we see the clarity of the power of the Creator. Why do we need the thief sitting in Vatican? Why do they have to use the soul of the man to rob the man? A man of path of belief. I always say, we are not going to destroy the churches. We are not going to destroy the mosques. The structure is made through them to reach the man. It's easier than building something new. But first thing is, we have to make the man the confidence that he can stand the cycle. First thing the man has to understand that death, illness is part of the cycle of the existence in the universe. Then it cannot be used to abuse it. Because if we get that strength in a space, they can't build other churches for us. My fight, the struggle with you, with giving everything, all the knowledge, is not to make you free, is to make you strong enough that you cannot be abused again in the space. Because now you have the confidence, you have everything. Nobody can build a church halfway between here and planet Zeus says this is the new religion. If you understand the process of the creation, if you respect the creator, why do you need people to abuse in his name? When we open up the doors, you can see everything. I told you, I'll bring them for you to see the soul of Christ. And he will tell you who the Pope is. I wonder if there is going to be a Vatican. What are we afraid of? Freedom? Having everything we need? Being able to do and help the others the way it should be? Accidents we cannot stop. But predestined plan to abuse has to stop. What should be people losing their children tonight in Syria, on the border of Crimea, in other parts of the world, for whose benefit? Why should a child not have a father to be killed by a bullet tonight in Syria? Because Vatican decided to rob the central bank and they are after it? Why should Vatican pay for 9 million landmines to be planted on the border of Iran that after 30 years, as a gift they gave to Saddam Hussein, that Iranian children every week lose arm and leg? Religion is to protect the man, not to destroy. So there is no religion, it's just a business market. So we destroy the business market by themselves. We don't touch them. We educate. Tonight, you get the key for the freedom of the man. It's a hybrid. It takes a little bit more than the other ways to do it, but at least it's the beginning. Together we develop it. Try to disconnect yourself from electron vibration. Try to disconnect yourself. All your system will work. But try to get supply from a plasma. You even feel different. The environment will change. Because electronic vibration, electrical systems create a vibration, energy which is not in the balance of the man. Our body works with plasma. Once you disconnect your system from electrical vibration and plasma vibration of electrical system, and the same energy will convert in the plasma, you will see the difference. You will feel the difference. And at the same time, not only you feed your systems like your electrical heaters, but you feed your soul, you feed your body, you feed everything which is within you. Not every man can make it. We set up the factories, we do it, and as I said, we do it the way it needs to be done. We have to respect the laws set for security, set for safety, but we don't have to be afraid of anything else. Build one. When you build one and it works, build 3, give 2 away. And tell the man who you gave it to, if it's, give 1 to a capable man and 1 the man who needs it. And do the same thing with the capable man. Say, make 2 more. Show him the way and let him do. In matter of the year, most of you supply everything. Show them how to make boats, show them how to make food, show them everything else. We release blueprints on a continuous basis. We have the most beautiful innovation team in the world. Very compact, graceful people, honest, correct, sharing knowledge, working to bring it in. You have a gift of the creator in the people like Douglas, Brennan, Vernie, and the rest of the people in the innovation team. To be a member of Keshe Foundation Innovation Team, you have to have a pure soul, and these people have it. Don't be afraid. Just from tonight, start processing, start understanding, replicating. Parts you need to buy to adapt, this is temporary. We know it, but as I explained to you, we knew the governments are listening, they could block us. This way they can't block us. We release it today, we deliver it today. The conversion to a total plasmatic is already done. We are testing. It's not that we are planning to do. Vernie, is Vernie on the line? Can we see Vernie?
We have here.
Coming,
Oh.
Mr.
Hello, Renan. Hello. Hello.
Yes, Bernie is. We're having a short meeting, and Bernie is getting inside.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much. Can you bring the charger upstairs? Okay. Renan, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Have you sent all the blueprints around to all the people?
We're doing a final review and drawings together, sir, and I'll be sending it in few minutes.
Okay,
Just waiting
please.
one confirmation.
Okay, no problem. All the people who are listening who receive the blueprint do not, as we agreed, do anything till we release it. Till we ask when we receive the armament confirmation, the technology has been seen and it's seen by the people in wherever they organize it, then we release it. We stay up tonight till we reach the point of conversion. As you see, we are ready to go. Everything is done for us to be able to complete the process. Nothing can stop the foundation. We have the blueprints. We have the blueprints here in Italy. If anything happens from 3 points in Italy, the internet will be flooded. The minute you receive the blueprints, please immediately go on the internet, on the Facebook, and let people. Make sure you give them the view of the recording. Make sure you give them a picture, the video which we released, that how much energy can be produced. That they see is not just printed, this is it, this is what they have to achieve. Pardon?
I see Bernie, he say, I'm online.
Hi, Bernie.
I see that in the chat. It's Dominique from France.
Yeah, but we got to bring him up. Can somebody bring Bernie up? Can you promote him that he can speak?
Yeah, just promote him, Mr. Keshe.
Hello.
Hi, Bernie.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hello,
Bernie.
Keshe.
Bernie, how far are we from testing the miniature pack? The power pack.
I'll be testing within 24 hours.
This is the miniature pack, which one we'll think about give 3 to 5 kilowatts.
Yes.
What is the dimension of it, if you can tell us?
For the circuitry, it fits inside a short bond paper. For the, if you lay them flat, but you can stack them into just like Rubik's Cube.
You fit in a Rubik Cube.
Yes.
This is totally plasmatic.
Yes.
So it's not a hybrid. Bernie has been working very hard to bring. Thank you very much, Bernie. It's a pleasure to work with this man. He's a pure soul, and It's a pleasure to have a team like this that you can work with. So as you hear, would you like to explain to us more, Wernie, please, what to expect?
Yeah, we from what has been done by Douglas, we managed to convert certain devices into its plasmatic circuitry equivalent that we can that the that the unit can amplify the signal or can feed to itself, that it becomes alive on its own.
You got to understand that we released the coil system, the stacker unit, and different members of the Keshe Foundation start working on it in different ways. And Douglas used the stacker unit and the capacitors and brought the hybrid system into the infinity loop of using the energy. And now we are going back into the board to creating a plasmatic system. And this is where we are. So we are building on the original stacker unit. Without the stacker unit, the system doesn't work. It's a combination of the totality of the knowledge, which has led us to complete as a power unit. Is there anything more you want to add, Freddie?
Yes, we've while investigating all the circuitry ever since during last year with Alex beads and all similar circuitry that generates energy, we've seen a while ago with our during our short meeting, we've seen the same pattern repeated in a different manner, but all the same pattern of doing things to generate energy. And now we understood it fully that we can, I believe we can implement it in different scales. So we will incorporate it on our next release. So we will see to it that it will work, that everybody can follow it.
So if we extend the miniaturization, maybe in next 3 months, 6 months, we can go down to, as I see it, to a AA size battery. And then these all have the capability of delivering anything between 3 to 10 kilowatts of energy. The reality is now we're dealing with nanomaterials. We're dealing with the plasmatic condition. The energy is more compact. The energy is much more freer. There are no losses, and there is access to a huge amount of energy. As Wernie is an expert in using liquid plasma, the next step for us is the liquid system, which means we walk away from even the winding and the coils, and you will receive a liquid plasma generator, which is no elements, matter elements in it. This is about 3 to 6 months away at least. So even though we give you the hybrid, we start the process of the change, but in fact, this is the beginning of the change. This is the beginning of bringing everything together, beginning of a new evolution in the science of energy and food and everything else that you can imagine. Anything else you would like to add?
Not at this time, Mr. Keshe. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much for all your work and support, Wernie. Appreciate
Yes,
it.
welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So as you see, while you're waiting for Douglas to arrive, we can show you even the system which is with Douglas is already miniaturized. It's not a hybrid. The test we know 99% will be successful. We were hoping that we can share it by tonight or tomorrow, but once we share, we test completely, we are happy with it, we immediately share it with you. It'll be the blueprint on the back of the blueprint. As you said, Rubik Cube, if you know what it is, about 5 or 7 centimeter by 5 or 7 centimeters. The power delivery between 3 to 10 kilowatts. off grid. You just need to do it. But on the other hand, if you can put a number of these UV cubes together and understand the interaction of the fields that happens internally in them, we achieve the wireless energy transfer. Now you understand how advanced the technology has become. Even what you're showing is what we call the very much flimsy one. Is the beginning. We have to start somewhere, and I think it's a good place to start. Do we know where Douglas is at the moment?
Flint, can you give us an update on that? Or are you there?
Looks like we got about 30 minutes or so plus traffic.
Plus traffic. It's a Washington traffic on a Sunday afternoon.
Shouldn't be too bad.
Is there anything else anybody wants to add or anything you want to ask? Oh, that's another one. Where has this come from? This picture on the screen?
This was taken this morning at the last stop.
I'll just share some of the pictures of that came in recently, and have pictures from the road. It's quite a beautiful banner that Flint put together, it seems like. And we have...
Yeah, I did all these graphics yesterday, got them all ready to print out and everything.
Yeah, and we have T-shirts that got printed, obviously. Modeling the T-shirt.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of T-shirt wearers and all kinds of printed materials, and they've sort of taken over the restaurant corner, it looks like. That's great.
Yeah, some flyers they printed there, and
yeah, it's good for a 24-hour blitz, basically. Oh, they're just putting in T-shirts.
yeah, a whole bag of them there.
Yeah, I guess so.
Awesome.
Welcome to Illinois.
Yeah.
Oh, another our sleepy kid. Hard times on the road.
This is historic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
History in the making.
So they should be there by 4 p.m. Eastern time, correct?
Yes, they're probably just getting into the vicinity right now. And yeah.
Well, I guess the windmill is an interesting picture, actually.
Yeah, this is actually the winding of these is all the copper you need to feed the whole city. I tell you something. If any of you can go on Google Map and go between Bari and Napoli, there is a mountain range we have to pass every time we go to Rome. We have to go from Bari to direction Napoli and go north towards Rome. And in this mountain range must be, God knows, hundreds and hundreds of these windmills. And strange enough, some of them, they say that don't even have the rotor in them. They just put it up to get the money. And I always say all these rotors, if you dismantle them, will supply every house in Italy. There's hundreds of them. If you can find a Google map of it and take a shot of it, they are dotted all over the mountain. They come out of the back of the mountains as you drive. They just appear in front of you. And there's enough wire in these to literally dismantle. We think you need less than very few meters, maybe 10, 20 meters for creating a full generator with a matter Gans, or what you call the nanomaterials. But when we go to the plasma, this will be not needed either.
Maybe these roads won't be needed longer as well, Mr. Keshe. Any luck?
That's not very far. We wanted to show it. They said no.
We'll keep the roads for those who want bicycles still.
You still need to walk, huh? There is it's very interesting. It's part of our evolution. We can't laugh at it, but this is how we became what we are. Every piece of drilling a hole in a mountain was another piece of knowledge which we needed for the comfort of the man. It's just pardon?
That's a good example of the hole in the mountain there.
That's a big tunnel. Your tunnels in America look very good compared to us in Italy, huh? We just see the rock sometimes. They just drill it because they have to get through it.
Mm-hmm.
In Norway, it's supposed to be one of the richest countries in the world. They redo our tunnels every few years because they want to make so much money that they construct them in bad way in order to reconstruct them constantly and earn more money from the taxpayers' money.
Oh, we know all this. We've seen many of these. I can tell you many stories. The best one is, as you are in America, that's his little boy in the background. Douglas, yeah. One of the best one is when they start trying to find out where all the expenses going in the American military, and then they found out that Lockheed Martin is charging something like a couple of $1,000s for one screw, which you could buy off the shop for about a cent. And this is how they do it. This is an amazing way it's done, and so it has to be the way it is. He's on his way, Baltimore. Oh, he's carrying the maglev system with him. Fantastic. Boy, you're carrying the world's energy power supply with you in the hand of the smallest hand.
He looks pretty happy with it too.
Yeah. He's Mr. Plasma, huh?
Yep, he's the 4-year-old plasma scientist.
Yeah.
Plasma poster boy here now. Yeah.
But I remember him yesterday. I was listening very late. That he says put the CO2 on the chicken, and it says, "Why are you putting the Gans on him?" I call it the Mr. Gans man. Yeah. So we wait for this to arrive. Maybe in about an hour and a half, we should be getting a full glance of the Maghreb unit in operation, and we should be able to see. This is Wayne from Los Angeles, who's come all the way up. We'll meet in time. We assemble in time. Maybe in a hotel or whatever. If the government officials are not ready to see, then they have to come to us. We don't go to the White House. Once we set up this system in a hotel, we keep it there, and it's for the officials to come and see it. We make base, and we tell people where we are, that people can come in and see it. I don't understand.
Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
I wanted to ask you about the...
Who's speaking first, please?
Stephen from California.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about like creating these health rooms or these areas that are where people would walk through a system and come out healed. Is the atmosphere that is within the bubble of the plasma interacting with the lung? I'm trying to understand.
Every cell of your body. I was trying to explain this to a dentist yesterday. You have to, if I can, when Rick finished showing these things, I explained to you what it means on the board. Rick, can I share a screen for a few minutes? And
yes.
Then back on this?
Go ahead. We're at the end of that string anyways.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna... So, okay. It's not allowing me to share. You have to promote me somewhere.
Okay, I unlocked it.
Okay, I'm in. Okay, what happens when you create a plasma environment with putting systems around it, and let's say this is your body. I'm going to make it fat with everything in it, with your little legs and little arms. When you create a plasma and the body, let's say the whole structure of the body is in balance, we see that white. When, let's say, this point, a tumor in the lung is created, the plasmatic environment, when you put in the system, compares this with its environment. If this is not in such a space that is not in balance, it's trying to transfer fields across in every shape or form as you see it. This compares this with the immediate cells around it and the cells around it. This is how we see such a rapid reduction in the size of the tumors, because the energy comparison is with the outside first. Now this is not balanced with the outside. It changes, goes to the next layer, next layer, next layer, till it gets to the seed, to the center of it. And in the medical part, I have explained that to Dr. Rodriguez, and it's been tested to be correct. Then you create an environment for that seed through your system, that the energy of the seed is transferred, and the seed of the cancer does not exist. Every cancer is not, as we said, there are 3 types of cancer. You got the evolutionary cancer, you got the what I call accidental cancer, And then you have the cancers which come the emotional. 80% of our cancers are emotional. 90% of cancers are created by emotion. So when you have these systems, the whole system works not only just on the physical, but the emotion too, which caused the creation of this. So in this process, you work with the totality. In this process, you work with all the elements step by step, from layer by layer by layer by layer. When it's not in comparison to its environment the same, then it releases its energy, is taken and is used. And what we do, we dump it into salt water, which is the energy which is arrived. You don't circulate the balance energy. What is coming in is always dumped. This is how we do it at this moment of time. In the plasmatic condition, when you enter these rooms, you have to find balance in respect to the cell next, not to a cell with here. It's the way it works. If there is a balance, there is no difference, and the balance is near enough. That's why if you look at the structure of brain, layer by layer is very, very similar to each other. So you don't see a tumor. When there is a tumor, there is huge amount of energy, because tumors usually have a seed. You have to understand how a tumor is created. The tumor starts with, let's say, a seed of calcium. Calcium in the amino acid environment is heavy, because it's in comparison to the others. When you have a few calcium grains together, now they create a gravitational pull. And this gravitational pull starts absorbing energy, because it's in a Gans state. It's not in a matter state. So in absorbing energy, it creates itself a more and more field expansion. And now it absorbs all the energy from all the environment into it. What you do with these systems is you create a balance which these fields gradually, as they share their energy, they literally disappear, because the field goes somewhere else. And then as you dismantle this, you see, you get to the seed. You go up down to about 80%. But if you change now, when we have the coils, at the moment we're producing coils, so it's fixed. With a fixed material, we still get left with about 20% of the cancer in the center. Now with the Gans system, you can do two things. You can go directly for the plasma, and you go directly into the plasma, you create the reduction in the tumor, and then you know the seed, like we know 100% of the breast cancer, the seed is calcium. Once you taken the structure away from it, then you change your coil combination in the boundary to a calcium level, higher, lower, and in the process you take the calcium out. This has been done. We've seen the grain of calcium even as on the hair is done by the doctors in South America. If you in the, what do you call it, doctors teaching, where we do private just for doctors, we see these things. They report what they've seen, how they've done, and what they've seen, and how the process works. We've seen the, we look at the blood structure in a different way. We look at when you have a cancer, we don't look at the blood as done in the hospitals today. We have asked the doctors to look into the metals and semiconductors and other elements like minerals in the blood. The blood results of today are not good for a cancer, because it doesn't tell you what it is made of. With the new technology, we look at the structure of cancer. When there is a cancer, let's say it's a high elevation of calcium. So it means that 99%, the center of your calcium, the center of your cancer is the calcium. So you know you have to get rid of the fat amino acid. This is just padding it up. You go for the seed, which is the calcium. If you just take the calcium out, then you have a system here left as tumor, which later on becomes a problem. But once you strip it, you take it, all its clothing off, you're left with a seed, then you just, in 1 minute, 10 minutes, you move out the seed by the transformation outside the body. You don't need to do the operation. Have you seen it? Dr. Rodriguez can tell you about the dog. He went exactly what we said. looked in, found it was an iron, he did, and the tumor was not there. It was removed as it was. There was no tumor. We see with the doctors in South America, where they see a flake of white stuff where they put the system where the calcium is transferred out of the body without any surgery, and that's the seed of the cancer. We are very advanced in development. I've done this nearly 15 years, 20 years, so for me it's not new. I just advise our doctors and the scientists who are around us carry on the work, and we get to the results which we knew from the beginning, but it's done by the others. This is the way the process is working at the moment. We do the same thing with the farming. So when you create a box for a cancer, it compares it to its immediate environment. And then if you have a cancer which in comparison to the rest is high energy because it's absorbing all the energy, then the body tries to find its balance. You have a high here, you have a low here, and somewhere in the middle there is too high. So in that process, this become too highs and this become low. So this cannot be changed because it's constant. This is the guy in the middle who's losing it. This is how it works. The same works with the emotional diseases like Alzheimer's. You change your system on the boundary with the plasmatic heavily on zinc. So what you do, the weakness is inside of the body of the man. You add in it the zinc, and because it's lower, it receives till it finds a balance in respect to the rest of it. And then you find the man walks out of it all Alzheimer's within minutes. We have to understand the principle behind it. And we don't teach this in public because public starts doing all sorts of funny things and all sorts of mess. But in the private teachings with the medical, with others, I teach deeply. The doctors understand it. And there's a lot to teach it.
Does the same condition hold for the brain?
Everything.
If you're trying to regrow brain cells?
Of course. But you have to understand what you're trying to regrow. You have to understand where the growth of the brain cell. The brain cell doesn't grow in the center. The brain cell grows on the skull. This is what the world of medicine has never understood.
In one of the teachings, you explained it. Can you go over it again? How the calcium?
You see, in the brain, in our skull, we have the bone structure. As I said in the teaching, this is the body of the man. This is the plasma of the man. This part of it is to do with the emotion and the soul. And this part of this thing, which is the physicality of the plasma of the body, has changed into physicality to become your arm and leg. So in this process, plasma of the brain has to work on its own. It always has to have full sustainability. It has to support its own life. So in the process of making the brain structure, it needs, if you go into any part of the structure of the body of the man, you'll find out in the brain there is a calcium seed. We have it. So what happened, the calcium comes from this layer. Your bone, your skull bone creates calciums, which they literally fall in, they drop in. And then as they drop, they get the calcium, they get the amino acid of the right brain. And then they go through the physical part, they go through the emotional part, and they all, doesn't matter where they come, they land up in the structure of the soul of the brain. So you need the calcium from the brain, from the skull, to become the seed of the cell. You can dictate by building certain systems, if this is this part of the brain which is not functioning properly or it needs regrowth, that only calcium from here will end up here. So you allow release of the calcium from this part of the skull. Then you have to understand it needs emotional. Emotional is remote. So you build part of your system in this way that when it comes here, it allows the seed in comparison and in absorption of the seed from there to there, it comes to it. So it takes about 3 months for you to get in there correctly at the position you want. You have to develop a system which can release the calcium in a monoatomic Gans state. and then you have to guide it with the right way that it lands where you want it, because you create an energy system. This is where I want it to be. And then when it arrives here, it has to find a balance in respect, the same as Cancer, into the others. And if that balance is not there, it takes the position to bring balance. So now you start bringing the cells of the brain. I've done this many times. It's very easy to, if you understand, but it's got to be done by the physicians who understand it. If you release all the calciums from the brain in one go from everywhere, you create a mayhem.
And so does the intellect come from the emotion part?
Intellect has a level. It's like pain. Intellect has a level in understanding the difference between the external environment, the internal environment of the body of the man, and the soul. And has a strength. Intellect for you, let's say, is at 2 gigabytes, whatever, and mine is at 1.8, and the other guy is at 2.2. Depending on the structure of the physical structure of our body, it dictates on how our intellect, how intellectual we become, how we become wise. But it doesn't mean that just because it's not intellectual in one level, it's not intellectual in the other levels. It has a bandwidth. Intellect has a bandwidth. You find it, but it has to be acceptable both by the physical side and the emotional side.
And so was interaction through breathing through the lung to support the emotion?
That's the second part. That's a different part, because now you work with this section. Then this section has its own to support, and it's got its own physicality and own emotion. Then you have to support these, as I explained in the teaching last night, in respect to the child. This is one part of the process. Breathing air with this combination of the same strength here through the lung to support the iron and what they call hemoglobin is one side, and then you have to support with another part here with the limb, that you support the physicality, the emotional feed, and the soul all together. The man has to understand the separation of the totality, and the man has to understand the complete motion of the totality. In a way, you go and compartmentalize the whole system. The process is very much your physical, emotional, and the soul. It's the soul which dictates the physicality and the emotion, but at the same time, the creation of the physicality feeds the soul. Any other question?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
There's a lot of Chinese here today, Mr. Keshe. Maybe they would have a translated question asked, because you don't speak.
Carry on.
They don't speak English, some of them. So there was someone that just volunteered their translation services. I promoted them to a panelist as they asked, and John Lin, I believe, is his name.
Yes, so we've been informed by the Chinese authorities and our intermediary in China that the Chinese community has been informed that the energy system will be released today. They're online to take the blueprint and immediately translate it across China to all the Chinese members of the Keshe Foundation. They are part of the structure of the Keshe Foundation China. We are heavily involved with them. We asked them to be present this late night. We are all waiting for Douglas to arrive, and then we can show the system tonight. And the Chinese have been invited by their intermediary between the government and the Chinese Keshe Foundation to be here. A large number are in the background on the QQ somewhere, most probably waiting, and it gets translated to them very, very rapidly.
Yes, apparently there is a translation service going on. We did post the link earlier so that people.
Yes, I have sent it to. I have sent it to the Chinese. Why? The sound, yeah. As I said, we're expecting, as we work directly with the intermediaries between the Chinese government, Chinese military, and the Keshe Foundation. And we were told a few days, few weeks ago, do not emphasize anymore on the Chinese connection because there are things happening in the background. We prepare you to be silent. So that's why we stopped everything in that way. But we work very closely. We still pass the message on that it can be done. Men of military and the space of China and energy are in the background, and it gets translated for them. They're all waiting for the blueprint to be released, and the Chinese will run with it because there's a huge crisis on that part. And as we see, the Africans are at the same time waiting for it. We want to show the system in open, in public for the first time, and then after that we release the thing. At the moment it's 22, it's 10 o'clock here in Central European time. It's something like 4 o'clock in Washington. Next hour or so we should be able to gather people around. We just got to see where he arrives actually on the point of destination. It should be any time now. And then we see what is the facility, who's there, and where they will put it together, and it will be shown in public for the first time. We have asked Chinese CCNT to be present, Chinese television channel, and I've been told, according to my RAS correspondence with our Chinese, let's see what they tell us, if there's any further news. No, it's late or early morning in China, and the message is very simple. Reads CCTV for China has been passed the information to be present in Washington. Then the Chinese government officials get it directly from their own web part. This is from our intermediary. It's a CCTV for China. The information has been passed on now. Chinese military has been informed of the release of technology today, and they'll be present watching it. Read from China. Congrats on your programs with China. Really feel happy.
How do you feel, Mr. Keshe, right now? How do you feel?
I feel good because we achieved what we set out to do. When we released the MAGRAPH system, we created a lot of confusion in respect to use of it. The process had to be done this way. I looked at it. If you would have released the generator, nobody would have understood. We had to do the MAGRAPH system. You got to understand, I know the full technology. I don't need others to come and do it. But going through the experience we've been in past 10 years, especially with the terrorist organization, which is now we know who they are in Belgium, we were delayed and blocked. This way I let others to do it, that I just guided you to where I wanted to be. And this brings with it a lot of joy because you get other people's input into it and they develop it the way they see it. But overall, as I said, I've achieved what I came here for. To make free energy from the universe available to the man to be free. And it feels good, it feels very good. As I said to Caroline today, I'm at peace because finally we achieved what we came here for. You have to understand what we've been through since 2004, 2003, especially in 10 years in Belgium in the hand of Red Circle. Threatened, abused, 3-4 times, pardon?
And deprived.
Deprived of normal life. You do not know what he's done to us. This man is a terrorist of soul. And now you see on the internet they allow him to put things and be moderated, how to kill children and everything else. You do not understand what we've been through, but it's good. It was worth it if, as I say, make one man happy that he doesn't have to worry about money to feed his child, that is not suffering from cold. I have served my purpose, but I know this will touch the soul of every man on this planet. And as we said, the knowledge is shared. If anything happens, even at this moment, automatically worldwide we release it. This is the biggest mistake they'll make. Governments have to start talking to Keshe Foundation directly, and we dictate the terms. Peace, we dictate the terms for food, we dictate terms for agriculture and everything else. You got to realize maybe 3 to 5% of the men will go into space. The other 80-90% plus will stay behind. It's home. Where am I going to go? So we have to make life for them easy, comfortable. That's our responsibility. And then you find with it, we make the life of the animals and the plants the same free. And tonight we are at the average of that point. And as you heard from our dearest friend Bernie, we are already in the cube size for a 3 to 5 kilowatt. And we go lower, and in a time, it's gone, it's finished. The way we've been abused and we've been told is over.
What do you view as your most exciting moment that you had this year with us learning from you?
It's when you see doctors can come up with the results you explain to them. A lot of you look for Ganses, but when you touch the man knowledge and a doctor who's a physician who's his job to save, and he says to you that I was trained to save life, but I've never been given a chance because we were never given the tools of it. Now I create a tool myself and I show you the result of it. I think this is the most wonderful time. Pardon?
He said, now I feel real.
Yeah, that doctor said, now I feel like a real doctor because I can do what I came here for. We've seen a lot of different versions of it, different aspects of it. We've seen the progress of it. The hardest bit for me was when I was a young boy and I was trying to explain to my peers what I see. And at that time, 30 years ago, was impossibility. The rest was knowing that people don't understand. You have to find a way to teach that they understand. And that teaching yourself to teach the others, it brings a lot of insight in the life of the man, how they think, how they are. And then when you've done it with many people, you see a pattern. And I start seeing this pattern in Belgium. The most horrible time which stays with me is when Red Circle ordered the police to come. 8 of them came to the house to kill me. They came the day before. The guy comes with a hat, sits in front of me. I called my people, so how can a man come and sit with a hat in my room? He says he's got more fear of killing you than himself. He's come here to give himself confidence. They're coming to kill you. The next day they came, I was on the line away from the house. They're beating Caroline up. And you know, the officer, who is the officer of law, why should you run if you're correct? And he's on the video, a police officer running away from the scene of accident, or what the intention was to kill. And he's the chief of the police of Kortrijk and makes warrants on his own arrest. Now we'll see to him very soon. That was the most horrible time when you hear your wife is getting beaten up. You don't know if you're going home alive or dead. You find a body. And he's a police officer, call him the chief of police of Kortrijk. This was the most horrible time, and it stays with me. And he was instructed by Red Circle because he knew we are in the process of moving things.
Mr. Keshe, another question from us.
There's one thing I tell you, and I was telling Caroline, it's the shame on the human race to have a nation called Belgium. Shame on us that we have to handle these people.
That's because of Napoleon, who had a brother-in-law who didn't have a kingdom of his own. So it was artificially made just to please his sister.
Now it's a burden on humanity. Okay, ask me the question.
Do you have any understanding of the level of gratitude we all have towards you, all of us, within the Keshe Foundation, the teachers, the students, and I know further along the line, the future generations?
We are not here for gratitude, we are here to serve. I've done this many times in my lifetime in universe. As I explained, I know exactly my position. But we never had it so hard. The criminality on this planet is beyond belief. The good thing is, at least we have to start changing the position. The gratitude has to go to the people around us. I have a very solid team. Very solid team. People you see we call up on, they're here all the time. And the gratitude has to go to all these people who work in the background so hard to keep things going. And I just teach. It's made it easy. Before I had to arrange everything to teach. Now I have a freedom to teach freely. Everything else is done in the background. You got to realize our foundation doesn't receive donations. Everything is done internally. We strive step by step. Even if you see the criminality, which I explained to you, is we used to receive a lot of donations through books and sell out the books, and the same criminal Red Circle went around the internet and copied everything around, released all the books to deprive the foundation from it, because this is what he's done. He's a murderer. He's the biggest murderer human race has ever seen. Jekyll and Hyde. This money which is not there for us to finance more systems in Africa, feed more people, but the knowledge. If you're an African, if you're a European, we have Australian people who write to us, I cannot afford the teaching fees for teachers to be a student. We give it freely. And it's done by the team behind us. They do it. This teaching is the backbone of our work. And the gratitude should go to the people who are the teachers, the people who make it now for the others to understand. Creating a solid team, the way the foundation is at the moment, is taking a lot of work. We have a lot of new people come in, and they come with deception and everything else. We've seen them recently around us. But if you look at the core team of the Keshe Foundation, they're there for 2, 3, 4 years. And this is when we came, when we escaped from Belgium, we start putting the core team together, and it's there. These are the people we have to have gratitude. You see Werner, you see Renan, you see Douglas, you see Armin, people like Rick and Vince, and many people, Stanley and Ella in the background. Every one of them has hold one corner of the carpet, as we say, and the carpet is opening up and decreasing. It's beautiful to have a team like this around you. It's a pleasure that you know you're in a safe hand with people and you're not in the hand of terrorists. But maybe we have to go to learn, and where we are now. In the time to come, people like Alex and Benjamin, they become the heads. Their names will last, because they served humanity with our, what you call it, pure heart. You got to realize we sent Benjamin to Africa less than a year ago. And now in Africa, especially in the structure of the governmental structure of Ghana, in research centers where he is, he has become an icon because he serves unconditionally. People are sick, people need with anything. He's there because he carries the true ethos of the foundation. We see the same with Alex. We see it now with Dr. Kota. We see in China, there are Chinese people who work day and night in the background doing things. I have a lot of respect for the Chinese Keshe Foundation. It's all of us, which we have to have respect for each other, not for an individual. I'm a pen holding the hinges together. The other side of the door and the hinge is the rest of the Keshe Foundation. Any other question? Have Douglas arrived yet?
Momentarily. Actually, you got a live video feed there. You can pin him.
Can we see him, please? Can I stop sharing and bring him in?
Yep. Yep.
There we are.
Hi, Doug.
What's up, buddy? Hey, guys.
Hello, Douglas.
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
I thank you very much for a trip.
It has been a trip, that's for sure.
Sure. How far are you from the position where you're supposed to be?
I don't think too far. The Washington Monument's about 100 yards to the left of me, so we're not too far from it, I don't think. Sandy's right in front of us. That's her there with the bikes on the backward guard.
Okay. That's fantastic. It's nice to see you coming in.
Thought we'd share some of the architecture with everybody.
Yeah, thanks.
You better tell us. We just see blocks.
Yeah, you gotta give us a guided tour here now.
Well, that'd be nice if I knew what these things were. This is a big building on the left.
You see the same big buildings in Moscow, but you got to tell us what's inside it.
Ronald Reagan building.
This is U.S. Customs and Border Protection right here, apparently.
Be careful. Don't tell them you're carrying guns.
U.S. Internal Development Agency. Some of the neat artwork up in the top of those columns. Here's some of the neater older buildings. It's beautiful architecture.
Washington is beautiful, especially part of the center side. Yeah, you're moving too much, Caroline says.
Tell her that's my wife's driving. It's not me.
Phil's driving, I'm following him.
Douglas, you're not a macho, are you?
You have that little tripod. Put the camera on that.
Oh, then it'll be all over the dash.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Douglas, I don't know what you will receive there. There are people waiting for you. The plan is if our people cannot get you or get access to be able to go to the White House, or people from the White House to accept the material to be seen, you're not handing over any material to them. I've asked to set you up in a hotel, and you set up the system in a hotel that everybody can see. They can see the operation, and then when Arman is happy with the whole situation, we release the blueprint worldwide. Is that okay with you?
Yes, that's great, because I was just talking to Rendon, and I said, it's a really long drive, and I put my MAGRAV through an awful lot the last few days, and I'd really like some time to rest for a minute or two, and the time to put it together properly and make sure everything's out of everything.
Let me tell you, Douglas, take your time. Go in the room, put it together. Nobody in the room till you're happy. Then you open the door.
Yeah,
Don't let
that's
anybody in.
yeah. I just wanted a little rest, Mr. Keshe. That's all,
Yeah,
and to
no
be able to put
problem.
it together right. So as long as we can get that, we're golden here on this end.
No problem. Let's see what is organized for you, because there must be somewhere accommodation for you organized to stay where it can be done.
Will we be able to see it live from the hotel then, or wherever he sets it up?
Yes, has to be.
Crazy driving here.
Yeah, it's Washington. What do you expect?
Yeah, she's not used to the driving here. Some of the buildings just don't have names on where you can see them. Now we do have a Starbucks over there, but other than that, not seeing a whole lot other than old buildings that have been semi-refurbished.
A coffee thing.
Yes, that's a coffee shop.
There's close to 1,200 online now watching live.
Oh wow!
Just remember the diagonal of the states.
Department of Veterans Affairs. Export Import Bank of the United States.
This is the Department of Veterans Affairs right here.
It will not exist very soon. When there is no veterans.
They don't do much for the veterans that are here. So
There's gonna be a lot of square footage of empty buildings.
no, we fill them full of coil manufacturing.
Yeah, there we go.
Now there'll be plenty of jobs.
Do you have GPS?
Yes, it's yeah, we got GPS right there in front of us, but
It's 201.
No, they're not alive.
It's 2013H Street North.
Oh, looky there. Well, there's one place that we need to shut the doors up for sure. I don't know if y'all seen that.
American Bar Association.
Yeah, was it American Bar? Oh yeah.
I think the top guy who came from there already killed himself a few weeks ago.
There's the Woodward building.
2013H Street Northwest, Washington, D.C.
Well, Sandy has stopped
No stopping anytime.
at a place where it says no stopping anytime.
That's Sandy.
No stopping anytime.
Here's your
This is dead.
Yeah, that's on Google Maps. They will give you voice commands. They will turn you all around. We got turned around. Where we want to be is about 1,500 yards that way. But it's all one-way roads. And for some reason, I think so. When I say right, you turn right.
I've been there recently. It's 2013H Street Northwest.
Yeah, they've got it. They're just 180 degrees backwards.
Yeah.
They got turned around.
It's
and we're happy, and we
Sunday
happen to be on
afternoon.
a one-way street, so we've kind of got to ride out the one-way street until we get to where we can turn.
So you guys going to Lafayette Park?
I guess I really don't.
I don't know. Okay.
We got to meet up with Armin somewhere at some point and get things scheduled about where to sleep and get all that prepared so I can get things together and start trying to bring things in and into a motel and.
They're asking if there's
Yes, there is a meeting at the Washington College. They're heading that way. We leave you when you arrive there. We bring you back on.
Okay, Mr. Keshe, we're going to keep following Sandy
Thank
here.
you. When you get there, let us know.
I sure will.
Thank you very
God bless.
much. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Okay. While we're waiting for them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe, for doing all this and for all your teachings. This is Gatua in Kenya. We really
Good
appreciate
afternoon.
all your work. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Gatwa.
Evening.
Thank you for your work in Kenya. Are there any other questions?
Est-ce que, why do I speak in French? Sorry, Mr. Keshe. It's the French pain from Oslo. Monique, how do you feel that we are capable to undertake what's happening right now?
Can you repeat the question, please?
How do you understand how we undertake the technology within ourselves? Because I have this understanding of your health lessons, and when we visualize ourselves as this nuclear central, and we build up the link between the microcosm and the macrocosm within ourselves. Tobin is giving me big bag eyes down there.
Comment je trouve que le monde entier a compris?
How do you feel? How do you understand the way the world has understood the technology that you are giving us? In other words,
it is how you understand what you do with it. We just received a message on the line that one of the congressmen have been informed that Douglas has entered Washington. It says, I just alerted Congressman Terry Cowdy that the process is taking place. The feeling comes in how we use it. The only comfort I have with this is that this technology cannot be used to harm anybody else. The worst thing you can do with it is to bring balance. And this is the beauty of it. This is the absolute beauty of it. That when I don't need it, you cannot give it to me. I cannot take it. I cannot accept it. And this doesn't create me away from you, but you away from me, because what you have is not what is within me. The most beautiful part of it will be that a natural progress into more and more people understanding it, and a natural progress. These are the people waiting in Washington, apparently, the pictures we see now.
Yes.
It's a natural progress that we are ready to accept the change, but how much we can accept. The biggest enemy of this technology is us, because we put a boundary on how much of it we want to accept, and that boundary will create the problem for us. This is the where we will seek for more what I call understanding from the people, that they understand how we will understand more, how we are prepared to understand more, how much we can give. The biggest problem will come, all of you, every man will understand this, what I'm saying in one sentence. Your progress will stop. When you stop sharing knowledge. Because when you create a barrier to give, it means you do not receive. And that when you do not receive, you create distance with yourself. If I could manage to carry this information and people understand it, then you will understand what the limitation is, or where my fear is. My fear is when people start understanding a little, and then thinking it belongs to them, nobody else should know. And then they get trapped in this, and what I call the river of knowledge stops. We've seen in many number of people around the foundation in the past year or 2 years. They came close, they thought they understood something, and then they start denying everything, and they became everything. And then we see the whole thing stops. There is no further progress. We see people who are here continuously feed, and then they receive more to give more. This is the biggest fear. If you don't understand it, then the whole work is for no good. Because as you understand, you share. You see the way we done it, the way it's done unconditional on the Keshe Foundation. That's what it needs to be done. And then there is no fear. It's you who dictates. The minute you put value on your work, the minute you put, I need something for what I've just understood, it means exactly you have understood nothing, because then that's where the river of knowledge stops. What they call the enlightenment. That's my biggest fear. How people will start holding information back just because they didn't know it, that they don't understand by what they get the enlightenment, passing on, they receive more, that they give more, then we've done our job. This is the biggest problem from now on, because with this technology you touch the soul of the man, not the physicality of it. And the soul is open to everything, you cannot hide it. In a way, when you see that I received this knowledge and I have to hold it to myself, but the enlightenment is aware of by your soul, and that's the soul that says, I don't want to receive anymore because there's nothing going out, it's blocked. The more you empty the cup, the more you have room to fill in.
Mr. Keshe, did you feel a stretch, a real fatigue with all that was being given for you to convey?
What do you mean?
All this technology that you were feeling within yourself, as you say, the cup, and when people didn't understand, where did you find this energy to convey the message, to give it all to us, endlessly repeating and repeating and repeating again?
It's not you. This is what I say. I answer you in one question or in one way. And I always said, people take as much as their intelligence allows them. So when I see people don't understand, it means, or they get to the point to understand up to there and they can't see the rest of it, it means that's the level of their understanding. Not their intellect, but it's understanding. And you'll find a lot of people who understands from there on. And that's why I say in the teaching, nanomaterial, bunch of people will stay with nano coating because this is where they feel happy with. Bunch of people will go to the Gans and the others on the other part. And we need this because the guy who makes the field plasma and he's never heard of the plasma itself and never heard of the Gans, and then nanomaterial is the same. But you have to give the people a chance. Not trying to do it and get frustrated. I teach, they don't listen. I was explaining this recently. My sons are all highly educated with PhDs and the rest of it, and I never forced them to join the foundation. Never forced them to understand the technology. Carol and I, we made this decision years ago. We leave it to themselves. And this is the way we've done it with our children. If they want to be around the foundation, if they want to understand, the work is theirs. Even though they were born in it, they listen to it every day in out. And in a strange way, after 30 years, my oldest son was a doctor, he called me a few days ago and says, I want to learn about the technology. Can you teach me? I said to him, go to the website, the master is Arm, and learn from him. And then you can build it step by step. I don't get disappointed. I understand it's not a time for the soul to mature at that point. Because it means it's not ready to receive. If you push, you create distance. If you allow it, in time it will mature.
You're a very tolerant person, aren't you?
Not really. I have a very short fuse. You don't want to sit in my chair. Actually, I didn't realize I used to be a very patient man. I was asked if I will help with Hillary Clinton very recently with her position as she's standing for presidential election. And in that process, we looked because she has a lot of physical problems, and we see it with the strokes and other things. And with understanding why she's showing this kind of behaviors, I realized a lot of things in how things happens in life and how mentally we accept it. And it opened my eyes to why I don't accept things, because they're very fast, and in a way they're not acceptable because I see the other side of the line. I don't tolerate what I call nonsense, but on the other hand, I stand for a lot of nonsense too. You've seen me tolerating everything which is put on my name and by one man, which is a terrorist now. We know he's a terrorist. And a lot of people, you have to shut them down. I said, no, it brings more and more people for us. At the same time, he brought us all the enemies gathered in one place, the people who got paid, and he paid them to do all the acts. And now we gave you the key this afternoon. We showed that how the man who sits next to you, eats with you on the same table, is planning your murder every time. And now he couldn't do it. Now he organizes it on the internet, and he opens up and he allows people to come and discuss, and we watch it. So you have to understand the weaknesses of the man, and the rest is easy. I always say to Caroline, when we are sent to these physical conditions, like the journey of this technology on this planet, we come for the physicality fun, which is the joy of being with others. In the other dimension of the space, we don't have this facility. We feel, we don't touch, we understand, we don't see. Here in the physical dimension, you see all the pitfalls.
Can you feel within yourself the genetically, since you're Iranian, all the inherent knowledge from the Persian history?
I don't know. Something which puzzled me for a long time, and I could not understand. I could not understand for years. It took about a few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. How does so much knowledge about health comes in me? I understand the physicality, the medicine inside out. Never studied medicine. Then I was told that I come from the long line of medicine man. It's in the blood. I was told by my cousin, did you know your great-grandfathers and your grandfathers, they're all what we call medicine man for centuries. So I thought, now I know, but I know things without ever studying it. But did I understand the knowledge that way? That's a different stuff. We inherit things, and it's a consequence of what we inherit, what comes.
Even your knowledge of anatomy?
Oh, I know so much anatomy you don't even want to know.
Maybe Carolina.
You want to hear something? Caroline tell you in a minute. Just watch, just listen.
I said you don't want to walk on this street with Mr. Keshe. Why? Because every part of your body is speaking who you are, what you are, how you behave, how your character is, what is hiding, what is showing, what you can improve, what you're lacking of. He's explaining me this so many times. It's beautiful because you learn so much about yourself as well.
Now you understand. Caroline says it's an encyclopedia journey.
Thank you.
I've been told that it's raining in Washington. It started raining. Caroline says, I told them expect a storm. This happens whenever we go somewhere, everything starts. What is this? Why does it come here? What is it?
Can we hope to see you in Rome, Mr. Keshe?
Hello? Sorry.
Can
I
we
have to listen to the boss next to me.
Can we hope to see you in Rome this time? We were disappointed in Dubai, although
No.
Carolina picked up.
Hello?
Yes?
There is a huge security alert around us in Rome.
Oh.
As you understand, Red Circle has planned a murder, and they have published it. We release it within the next few hours. Sandor will release how they're using the Keshe Foundation, the scam Facebook or whatever to communicate, to organize a murder. You will see it. We publish it now with a picture of the man who is behind it, paid by the Red Circle to do it. We have all the information. I've just seen the picture of the dossier ready to go. It does not appear on the Keshe Foundation websites. It goes international on the internet. How criminals are working in the background and fully financed by Red Circle. They're using their Facebook to communicate in the background, and our people have taken it. So you want to see the man who's supposed to carry out the murder, you will see him. Is Sandor, you can release it worldwide on the touch, which doesn't touch us, please. I've seen the pictures. Yeah, you see the face of the man with, he's called Sam Smith. French security services has provided us with a picture. They wanted it to go out today, and so we done so. And you will see how he works, Red Circle. And this man is putting everywhere on the, what do you call it, Facebook about the Keshe, facts about the Keshe Foundation and everything else. And the writings are in the text, you can read it. I'll read it for you, translation. We are going to have to make a tour at Keshe history of the test of the rest. And they say Barletta is not safe for him and his son. So you see how Mr. Red Circle on the Facebook of the Keshe Foundation scam organizes murder and attempted murder. You can read it. Keshe victims. Actually, the Keshe victim was sent up to make Keshe a victim, not about the victims of Keshe. And you see it here very clearly. They say what they're going to do in Barletta is the name of the criminal, which Mr. Lawrence, what they call it, has come to do and pay master of it. This is the line. Now you know the truth about the Red Circle. We are not afraid of these things because I have not seen Christ being alive yet. Life has a cycle, and we have to accept the cycle. We have to accept that. Sandor, you can release the pictures on the internet worldwide and distribute it that everybody knows the man. French security has allowed us to release it. Part of the text of who he is has been released on Veterans yesterday. So you can see the man himself.
So there is a photo collage which contains screenshots of what he wrote, where he wrote. So it's nothing that we are alleging about. These are only his words.
And his picture. You're in Paris, you know the murderer walking on the street of Paris. And the people who've been writing in the background to help him and support him, they're all been stacked up by the French security and others. That's the reason we have to be very careful on the presentations in Rome. If we get a clearance from the Italian and international security clearance, we will decide yes or no, but we'll be present as usual on the line. You read it when they plan. It's not there for a child because they are pedophiles themselves. So the child life is irrelevant. Read it. It's been. Have you released it, Sandor? You should put the picture of the red circle next to it. The boss has always to be known who it is.
I adjust it.
Thank you very much. And show how cache victims is the line to make a cache a victim, not actually victims. It's because all they stole everything from everywhere. People have to see the boss and the man who's been paid to do the job. Any other question? Release it nowhere on our website, anything to do with us. Let the worldwide to see it. We know the channels how to be done. And the Facebook has to stand why they allow murderers to operate through the website. Understand part of the structure themselves.
How do you feel that the law always protects this type of people?
The law doesn't protect these kind of people. These people have a king who has no line of protection. He's killed many children. We have the full dossier. We released those dossiers too. It's been released. If you go to the French Homo magazine about 7-8 years ago, they have listed how many children the ex-king has killed in raping them. There are 50 cases sitting in Court of Justice of France, claiming immunity. This is why the blood is not given. We better don't talk about it because now we have set up an international police force of one nation. We bring them through the justice through the actual way. The national police forces have no more say because they are part of the structure of deception. So we are setting up a structure as a police force that it has unlimited, works on evidence only. People who are setting up the One Nation police force are within the security service. They know exactly what they are doing. They are correct people. And they will set the structure up in the coming time. Any other question? We'll wait till they arrive. If you remember, every time we have one of these meetings, we end up with a very heavy storm and then it dies off afterwards. It's, as Caroline, as I say, it's a cleanup. It's a total wash of the past. We had the same thing when we went to Vatican. It was sunny, we were standing on the umbrellas. When I went into the building, a few seconds later, it was storming so bad that there was nobody in the square. And when I came out, the rain stopped. So, and we had the same thing with the Indian guru who came to the Sansana. Now maybe it's the time to wash for the, what they call the nationhoods. Mr. Sam Smith, look at your pictures on the internet. You thought you are invincible. The French security is on top of you. They've been for a long time.
There are many Sam Smiths on Facebook.
Yes. Yes, but this one is the Sam Smith with exactly all the pictures. We know who it is, and the police French security knows who it is. This Sam Smith has its own logo which types on cache victims. And he has a Skype numbers and telephone numbers always in the hand of this. All his communications being recorded by the Interpol. He is organizer of most of the violence in Paris. We don't need to talk more. It's a French security who has to open up the case. Those of you who were hovering around him, you were a bait for the security people. Now they know their behavior, your behavior and your work. Any other question?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Keshe.
Good evening.
I'm talking from Germany. I hope my English is good enough that you can understand everything.
Sorry, we don't speak German.
I speak a little bit English. So I have a question. It's a medicine question. Is it possible after an operation from gray star cataract, if the lens is from the surgery put it out, is it possible the body knows the information about the lens? There was a lens before. Is it possible for this technique or plasma medical technique desk to rebuild it? This technical board you speak about as also board for cancer.
We done such a thing, but in another part of the body, and it creates problems. We done this with a case of the amputated shoulder, and they put a metal to replace it. And then we knew we can grow the shoulder back, we tried, and then when we start growing the shoulder, the pain appeared as the bone was growing, and we had to stop the process. You can rebuild the body, we remember to build everything, but you have to see what they've done with it. When they withdrew it, they put something else in the place that now the body has to reject it for it to grow. I'm not aware of the process, how they've done it or what they do with it. But you have to see if a foreign object has been introduced in, or is it just realignment. And then with the Gans, if it's a realignment, you can sort it out. If it's a total taking out of the thing and they've replaced it with something else to cover it, or is it a normal cataract operation? If it's a normal way that there is no anything else has been added into it, yes, you can interfere, you can grow it back. But if it is, no. We are looking the same way as a tooth. If nothing has been put in the place of the tooth, we can regrow the tooth back. But if it's done a root canal and they put other kind of roots in, root treatment, everything is destroyed. Can the body produce it?
Yes, it's about operation of my son. In very less years, he was half a year, I think. The first operation, it's about a wrong medicamentation, and there are the gray stars coming and they make the first operation, and after a few months the second eye is coming gray, and so he must take the next operation. In one eye he have a plastic lens, in the other eye there is free. And so
well, let me explain to you, because we are doing a test at the moment ourselves. You know that we are running a clinical trials for the eye with the supplement and the eye.
Yes.
And this is, we had to comply with the rules and regulations the way we've been permitted by the Japanese authorities to, we had to change some things, and then we had to change it again in the past week. As I said, on the week 22nd, the materials will be sent around the world to the people who got involved. In the process, because we already have started this, we wait to see what the result is on CO2. And the interaction with the plasma of the body of the man. But at the same time, running another test, which is very interesting, but it seems to be very effective. Maybe you want to try that, but the reason for it is I'm trying this. I'm the guinea pig, first person in it. We're testing something very different. Understanding, because I have a very heavy eye degeneration, very, very fast degeneration of the eye, especially the older I'm getting, the worse it's getting. So with the CO2, we saw a huge improvement. And then I stop the process to see if it comes back. The improvement is still there, but not the way it was at the first week or 2 weeks which I used. Then in the recent week, I started a new process, which is eye carries emotion. Eye has a muscle tissue. Eye has energy transfer. And what I did, I took the Gans of the CO2 as a given measure of 50%. I took the Gans of zinc oxide, and I took the Gans of CH3, and these are all Gans waters, not the Gans itself, and CO2, copper oxide, zinc oxide, and CH3, and I mixed this as the water content into one bottle. So now I use 1 drop or 2 drops in each eye twice a day. I try to use it, and the change is so rapid. What I see before, when I used the CO2, it was very subtle. We saw the change over a week. I could see it, but this within 24 hours, all my vision has come back to normal. So does it mean when we deal with cataract we have to satisfy the emotion, the muscle tissues, that they find the right balance and the energy which is needed for the development of the muscle, and the communication, which is a CO2? The result is very amazing, because when I was using CO2 only, I could feel the weakness in one of the muscles of my eye very clearly. I could feel it. With this combination, I don't have that feeling. It seems that everything is controlling itself. Everything is developing at the same time. Maybe this is an alternative, especially with cataract, if you don't want to test it, because we know it affects the cataract. But this way, could it be more rapid? That you mix, what I've done, if you take, I always work on a 10 drop, 50 drop of CO2, 1 drop of copper oxide, 2 drop of zinc oxide, and 2 drop of CH3. And in that scale, I have seen a very rapid change. It got to the point I couldn't see a few days ago. Again, I was going backwards because I stopped. Maybe I had to continue with it for 30 days, 60 days. But as I say, as scientists, we travel, we tend to test things on ourselves, and it's very effective for me. Very, very effective for me.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes. I know at the operations they destroy the mask, the Aufhängung, the point to end to fix the masks and to change the sharpness for the lens. They must destroy the surgery must destroy it to put the lens out, and so it's I think. I don't know if it's possible to does that lens come back or can grow again. But thank you for this information. It was.
You're welcome. Sorry, we share freely, but this, what I tell you, is my experience.
Yes, okay. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And we are the whole family. I have 3 little childs, and we pray every day for you, for blessing. And you make a special good work, and God bless you. And thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much indeed. Have they arrived yet, or are they still hovering around the, what do you call it?
Armin directed him to go to the hotel now.
So we gotta wait till they arrive in that place.
We're getting a message from Mark Erb here, who's said a couple times to please ask Douglas or Sandy to set their GPS to 2013 H Street, Northwest Washington, or it could take them a long time.
I think it's a bit too late. Now Armand is dead, they'll never get there.
Well, I don't know.
Round the block again.
Round the block. Oh, you missed it.
They said, yeah, he just texted me. He said, Keshe told us to get a room first. So,
Get the room. Yeah, no problem.
Well, the address that Mark gave is that's the university address. There's apparently a group of people waiting.
That's where it need to be. A lot of people are at the university. They got to go to university. Can you tell him he's got to go to university first, not a hotel?
Okay.
Please. No, Armand, you're not going. People are waiting at the square. They got to go where we said, not at the hotel. That's the last place we need. People came all the way to be there.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Tell Armand to go to the square as well, please.
Okay.
Thanks. This is the beauty with the live program, huh? Everything can happen.
Yep.
You see this new plasma has a single wire. They have already adapted the power units in the drawings. You don't see two lines. You plug your house into the MagRav system. Flint, if you can tell them to go to the square to gather everybody and then take them to the hotel, that'll be a nice place to be in.
Oh, okay. Gather. How about if Doug just starts doing his thing, setting up, and then someone else goes and collects
No,
it?
no. They're waiting for Douglas there. They're not waiting for anybody else. Send Douglas.
Okay.
That is the problem.
Yeah, okay.
There are a lot of people waiting there. We've seen the pictures.
Okay.
Okay, please. Thanks very much.
So just a meet and greet there and
yeah, and then they all go to a hotel if it's raining, it's of course, and then
okay.
Our people will inform the White House guys, we are there if you want to come and say this is the place.
Okay.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to take a few minutes off. I'll come back, please. Carry on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Okay, just checking the messages here. Is there any other questions or comments about the situation in Washington now
yeah, we should start to get people to head towards the square. If there's anybody sitting at the university, we should head them towards the square, please.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I mean,
that's different.
No, they're meeting at the university. That's what Keshe just said, right? He just said new directives.
No, it's square, at the square. I've already changed.
University.
Can we get Keshe back again? Or just told him to go to the university.
Oh, it's either or because they could just walk from the university as well.
Because that 2183, whatever that address is, that's at the university.
2013 H Street.
Yeah, 2013. Sorry.
I think it was first University Yard, and then after
Yeah.
University Yard, we had to go to the Capitol, the Washington, that park in front of the White House.
Mm-hmm.
Then,
However, we're running 2 hours behind schedule, so we were going to move it along sooner than that.
okay.
So I'm telling Doug to go to the university, correct?
That's what Mr. Kish asked us to do, so we'll go with that, and then it's a short walk to next destination. So if there's anybody there, they can join Douglas, and everything's set.
So they're not going to convene in front of the White House. Or if people are there, then we need to get them over to the university.
No, Flint, they're going to walk from the university to the Lafayette Square.
Yeah. So from University Yard to Lafayette Square. And, so first go there, then go to the next one, and we are ready.
Yeah, he just said, though, they can meet and greet at the university there, and then they can go on over to the hotel for the show.
Flint, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. What are the correct
Do you
directives
hear
now?
me? Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Again.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you. I have contact with the people which are waiting for Douglas. I can ask them to move, but they are in the park in the rain. Okay. You want to have a direct connection with those people that they can talk to each other to find each other easier.
Okay. So what's the final word now?
Flint, I can send you the link from the person. You can talk directly to him,
Okay.
so that you can that they can find each other easier. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you by Facebook, by Messenger.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what's the directives now that you want? Have everybody convene at the university, and then they're going into the hotel?
Yes, that stays the same. But you can talk to the people which are already there. That makes it maybe easier for them to find each other.
Okay. So they need to. So they're not convening in Lafayette Park in front of the White House then.
I do not know. What was agreed has to stay.
It's at the University Yard first, Flint, and then they're going to go hotel setup, and then the Lafayette Square comes at the end with going to White House.
I'm going to send you the name of the person which is there, which just sent me a video. That's the person who informed me that it's raining, that it started raining. So I just pass it on to you.
Okay, so they're convening at the university, then they're going to go to the Lafayette Square to meet and greet there, and then they're going to the hotel? Where do you want Doug to set up his stuff?
From what I understood from what Mr. Kish says, it says make sure go to the university first, University Yard, and then go to a hotel to set it up.
Yeah.
And then the last phase is the Lafayette Square and White House. So we'll wait for the last point. So yeah, please go first to the university, then go to the hotel to set it up, and then
everybody's going to come to the hotel to see it.
From the hotel, they'll call the government.
Yeah.
What? Yes.
This is Mark.
Let's just work it out in the background here, guys. So just work it out in the background.
Okay.
Patch, ¿cómo se diría en inglés?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I sent the apparently two groups. I've sent Flint two
Yeah.
different posts.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, so you can find them. The more they're coming up, I will send them to you.
Okay.
Because I can only, if you find their, I asked them to contact you. So you see the names and you see the, I don't know if they're friends with you, but they're friends with Anke. She can help you out.
Okay. Thank you.
Because I'm going to lose network because we have to eat something. Otherwise, we won't find no more food for
Okay.
the moment.
Okay. So Mr. Keshe wants them to meet at the university and then go set up at the.
The way as it was set up, because I cannot direct because I don't have an overall view. So,
Yeah, I understand that. Just repeat what he said.
okay, speak to you later.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. This is Kevin Blundell, head of distribution for the foundation. I just wanted to let you know some people asking if there's sound problems. There are not. We're just waiting for final stages here, this final step. Douglas is in Washington, and they're just organizing where they're going to meet and the groups that are there that are meeting together. So just please stand by. It's a very exciting time.
Yes, we're just working in the background here, trying to organize a few things, and see there's a couple of questions and so on. Has anybody got any particular verbal questions? There's a couple, there was 3, I think, viewers that have come in the last few minutes. Anybody with a question or something they wanted to say there?
Thank you very much for all your hard work, guys.
Thank you.
The question was for Kevin, if there's any updates on the Arizona manufacturing facility?
Sure, I can give you that. I did send out an email to the distributors today about that. The Arizona factory does have product now ready to go, pens primarily, and they're working on units for doctors as well. And they've started with the UL certification process, so that's underway. I communicated with Arizona yesterday, and we're now just in the process of doing all the administrative things like organizing shipping, couriers, pricing, distributor pricing and whatnot. So we're very close. And of course, there will be the opportunity to make arrangements for picking up product at the factory as well. So I'll be sending out an email to all of the distributors very shortly with more information, but we're very close now.
Were you able to obtain the CE certifications?
It is not underway yet, unfortunately. We're still waiting on that, but that's just due to the fact that we don't have a manufacturer in Canada yet. And of course, we had some setbacks with the different individuals that were working within the manufacturing. So that's been resolved, and we're back on track. So we're hoping that it's going to happen soon. But the certification process does take 2 to 3 months anyway. But I know for sure it's not underway yet, unfortunately. But a little bit longer than I would have liked to take place. But we are moving ahead, so that's really the most important thing.
What about the payment system? Has that been established?
Again, more delays associated with that. We're waiting. The process is underway. The paperwork has been submitted, if you want to look at that way, to the institutions that control that and will allow that to happen. And we're just there's delays happening. We're just waiting for responses at the other end.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Could you please elaborate on the type of products, especially in the health sector, please?
I'm sorry, could you ask that one more time?
Could you please elaborate on the products which are given in the health sector?
I don't have any specifics at this point, but once I do, I will. I've just been in communication with Arizona, and they've told me that they're working on a product that will be primarily available to doctors. I haven't been given any more specifics on it yet, but as soon as I do have the specifics, of course, I'll make it.
Yes. Can I add to this, please? The foundation has a policy. Anything to do with health or any other product till we do not receive a health certification from a authority, we don't let it to be marketed publicly. So any health system, which even the pens, even the pads, you see they have a CE certification, health certification number 1 or code 1 and code 2, which means the doctors can prescribe. You see that on the back of all the documents, all the pens carry the CE mark. So any of the factories, till it'll take them a few more months, till they don't produce a certification for the materials, it cannot be done. We discourage them and we block them in so many ways to market such a thing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It tells me that he's already arrived. Stanley or somebody in the background can tell us if Douglas has arrived.
Yes, Douglas should be at the square. People are to make their way to the Lafayette Square from wherever they are at this point. They should meet Armin and Doug there at the very least, and Brett should be there as well.
Okay, can we see their camera if they're there?
I don't think they have that set up as of yet.
Those of you who received the PDF files to all the lead communication system of the Keshe Foundation, please do not release anything till you receive clear indication from Armin and me that you can release it. Then the blueprint at that time. We are waiting for Douglas to show the unit working first. This is the criteria. We wait till Douglas set up his system. He can show the working. All the ones who are present can see it. They can touch it, feel it. That there is no game around it. And then at that point, while we're live, we release it. Can we go to Douglas? Do we have access to him?
They're setting up Mr. Keshe, so there'll be just a couple of minutes, I think.
I have a message for you, Mr. Keshe, from the live stream.
Yeah.
From Mehdi Ali Khan. It says, Rick, please forward my message to Mr. Keshe that I congratulate him for the big day today, and that I am his very old friend from Reactor, blind girl. Just convey this, please.
I don't know what it means.
A blind girl? I don't, from Raja. Raja.
Where from?
A very old friend, a blind girl from Raja. Mehdi Ali Khan.
Don't know. Doesn't ring a bell.
Oh, that's the message anyway. I'm not sure if she can fill in the detail that you might remember, but that's thought that might.
This could be the blind girl in which went blind on flight. We have, maybe that's the one. She must be in her mid-late 20s by now.
We'll wait and see if there's a comment back about that.
Good evening, Mr. Keshe. It's Kamil speaking. I have a question.
Who's speaking?
Kamil, and I'm actually in Austria.
Yes.
And I have a question concerning asthma, which has been also, the father had also an asthma already. And is there a possibility to inhalate some CO2, and would that be affected in a positive way?
Asthma, Caroline is an expert in this. Is emotional, it's psychosomatic. It shows itself in breathing, because lung is part of the whole structure of feeding the emotion. you maybe can use like a pipe of CO2, which not CO2, zinc oxide with CO2, that it brings satisfaction to the emotion and says, asthma is emotional problem.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you have to strengthen the emotion, which you use as zinc oxide with CO2. You can do what by drinking the Gans liquid plasma, and what do you call it? Breathing it. And you need to do that, and then you'll find out. But you have to find out what's the cause of it. Has a cause. Asthma has a cause, has a reason.
Mm-hmm. So as the father had already asthma, that might be.
Doesn't matter, it's irrelevant. Therefore, the son can have asthma because of something else, and the father has it because of something else. Okay. It's not inherited. Mm-hmm. It's not. This is our research shows, and it's very, very effective immediately.
Okay, and inhalating, it means like a tube with. Or
yeah, you make a tube, and you like, let's say you make a straw, and around the straw you make a tube with CO2 and zinc oxide in it. Okay. And then the air you breathe carries. I've done this a lot of time. It's very, very effective, but you have to find out the source of the problem.
It will show up then with the time.
Maybe not, but usually have what we've seen. Caroline has done a lot of work on this, and she's written a paper called My Pillow, My Life, because it goes through a different system of breathing, but you discuss your problem, and then they tell you what the problem is.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We're just waiting. I'm gonna be offline for about 10 minutes. I'll join you back in. If they arrive, let me know. I try to carry my mobile with me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Sandor.
Stanley, yeah?
Sandor?
No, Stanley.
Hi, Stanley. Okay, just give me 10 to 15 minutes. I'll be back by the time they get there.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome.
Okay, well, let's carry on here. Is there any more questions or updates on our current situations first, and then maybe we can have a look at some other questions and so on.
Rick, would you be able to show the Lafayette Square as a final destination on the screen, so people, sure, while they're watching the live stream, can all be going there to meet and greet Douglas there?
All right. I'll just let me back up a bit, and I'll just show people a nice little detail that Vince put in of crossing out these previous destinations. We've got the launch point in the St. Louis. That's crossed out. The
Can you share it with Zoom, please, Rick?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did already. I did, but somehow it didn't. Make it a bit smaller so it shows up good. There we go. Yeah, so we have the gateway arches crossed out there and completed. The Waffle House is crossed out and completed. Bunch of happy campers left there. And we're into the Washington, PA, completed. George Washington University, going to Square Direct, completed. And here we have the Lafayette Square. Okay, so is that an okay resolution? Should we zoom in a bit, or?
No, that was okay. That was pretty good. So this is the final destination before the next step. So everybody will meet Douglas and Armin and everybody else there. And the intention for peace, that's the most important thing. So we all, whomever is online now and everybody on live stream, have an intention for global peace and global unity. We are all waited eons of time for this moment, and it's happening in front of our eyes. And it's a beautiful, heartwarming feeling that we are having, and just expand that to everybody around you, around your country, around your nation, around the globe, and it's a new beginning for all humanity. And everything that happens here does affect everything in the entire universe because of the nature of our connection with all life throughout the galaxies and the universes and dimensions. So similar to a hologram, everything that happens here will affect everything in outer reality. And it's the most celebrating, most beautiful, most amazing thing that is happening right now. So it's a celebration. We are celebrating a new beginning for all humanity. And it doesn't matter if you see a police force, anything, you see them as one being, because you're part of one, and extend that intention of peace, and they're going to feel that within their own being, and it's going to have a ripple effect, and everything will be laid out. The plan will appear in front of your field or your eyes to what to do next, and you'll know. And as long as you have intention for peace and to help each other from your own being, you give unconditionally from your heart, and with no expectation of receiving. As a result, you'll receive more, and everybody will be benefited. So there's congratulations for all of you, Mr. Keshe, and all humanity at this point of evolution of where we are, to go to the next step of our evolution. And the words really can't describe what is happening. It's the emotion and the feeling that we can feel within our own being that can describe it. So experience it and really feel what is happening within your own being, and it's already unfolding in front of our eyes. Thank you all. So we'll take some moments of silence to really reflect and to really build up that intention.
There's a comment from EC who says, for those who could not attend the beginning whole video, has anybody written somewhere a timeline so we can skip the comments and old follow-ups of the journey of Douglas and start right at the times when Mr. Keshe is teaching and others are adding to the knowledge. One thing we'll be doing is we'll make a smaller videos out of the big video of the actual teaching times to make it easier to access as one plan. And also we can put in the timestamps in the YouTube comments for the video for people to directly click on them to go to the points in the video where there's Mr. Keshe's teaching, and that should work fine for that as well. And yeah, basically that's the plan there. Also, we can put in the subscripts for the YouTube video, and they should show up at least under the point where Mr. Keshe is teaching. We don't have to do the whole video, but just the points where Mr. Keshe is teaching or others are adding to the knowledge, as you say. Got a message in live stream from Mehdi Ali Khan that same message as before. I've already read your message, Mehdi, and Mr. Keshe couldn't remember the connection there. Perhaps you can jog his memory if you can add some other detail to the chat there. People keep asking about the time frame when the blueprint will be released. We don't have a time frame. It's all dependent on Mr. Keshe when he gives the okay, and that depends on the circumstances of how things go in the next while. So we don't have that. That's not something that's the release of the blueprint is definitely planned, but whether it's planned for the next hour or the next few hours or the next day or two, we're not really clear on that at this point. Okay, apparently Douglas has arrived with Armin, I believe. So let's try to see if they can, if we have some communications from them. So for people that are listening, apparently they are at the Lafayette Square now and having some sort of gathering there. Douglas and Armin are there for those that are wishing to gather.
We'll see if we can get a live feed from the square from Douglas or Armin.
Yeah, that would be great. Okay.
Rick?
Yes, hello?
Yeah, this is Stephen from California.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to remind people that if they have questions that they don't feel are getting answered, they could register and post them at the Keshe forum, because there's a lot of information there, and it's a really good tool to help find answers to questions that you may have.
Thank you. That's a really good reminder, and that's exactly right. We're actually going to try to promote the forum and get it a little more streamlined and easier to work from, and make it more effective, and use that as our connection for people more and more in the up and coming. So definitely people can sign up at the forum, and there's a lot of information. It's already there, and you can ask questions, and generally people will chime right in, and you'll get an answer, and if not, then keep at it, and we'll notice, and we'll make sure that you get the answers that you need.
Okay, thank you.
And people can go to the forum from the Keshe Foundation main website. There's a link at the top for forum. And also you can get to the forum from the, let me show it here live actually. If we go back up on the same keshefoundation.org, this is the main website where this information about the trip is. And at the top of the page, well, there's links for live stream and YouTube, but there's also a link here for the forum. If you look at the page the way you see it when it comes in, let's make it a bit bigger here. You know, this regular Keshe Foundation parts at the top, and then we have the One Planet, One Nation banner, and oh, there's the t-shirt iron on and large banner. I'll click on that in a minute and see where that goes. But also, this is what I wanted to point out was the official forum button here. When I click on that, go to the forum, and we see right away join Douglas on his trip to Washington, D.C.
I didn't switch over on this side, Rick.
Oh. Okay, let me share the full screen, full window then, desktop rather. Okay, as I was saying, there's the full website that you'd find when you first click on the page. Let me reduce it a bit because it's here. And as we scroll down, we see the One Planet, One Nation, One Race banner and the rest of the information about the trip. There's the t-shirt iron-on and large banner. Let me click on that in a minute. And there's the official forum banner to click on. When I click on that, it brings up the forum. And we have the One Planet, One Nation, One Race, various information and comments and so on underneath that. That's the topic in the forum. So we go back to main site. Let's go to this T-shirt iron-on and large banner. What's that all about? All right, there's a large banner that's available for people if they want to print their own banner. And T-shirt transfers for iron-on. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, it's the lovely One Planet, One Nation, One Race logo that we saw on some of the pictures of people that have the T-shirts now with this. So people can order their own iron-on logo and get the iron-on transfers themselves from one of the local office supply places, that sort of thing, and print your own T-shirt. And I expect we'll actually have T-shirts available shortly as well. I think that's coming up soon for products from the Keshe Foundation. Okay, let's go back to the Lafayette Square. Are we getting any input yet from that?
Yeah, Armin and Douglas, they're both at the square right now. So if anybody in the audience can share a live feed, take a lot of pictures and put it on Facebook, and also if you have a video feed that you can show us, that would be great.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Mr. Keshe.
What's our position? Have they arrived yet?
Yes, they're at the square for Armin and Douglas, and we are waiting for a live feed to coordinate a live feed from the square.
Okay. Hi, Ali. Nice to hear you.
Hi, Mr. Keshe. Great to be here.
Flint, are you in communication with him?
Yes, we have communication with him.
Can he go on his video, or it's impossible?
We'll work on that in a moment.
Boop, boop.
Mr. Keshe, somebody's asking, has there been any reaction so far from the White House?
Not as far as we know. You got to realize White House is on a holiday, summer holiday vacation till next Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
We know this.
Maybe the president will read it in the news while he's lounging around.
They're watching.
He came in through the back door when he was busy reading the news.
They're watching. They're online.
Yeah, no doubt.
They know we are there. It's just how do you handle this guy called Keshe? That's the problem.
The wild card.
If I go into, I've got my mobile with me, I can read you a lot of things. Is that according to different organizations which we deal with, as they said, he has no boss. Who do we negotiate? He's unnegotiable. So I don't have a boss. My boss is humanity, so they can't negotiate, and that's a problem. And as the Chinese wrote, the same way, that you do not follow any international rules and regulations, because then that way I don't fit into their frame of work. Because if you fit into their frame, then they have to do then we have to comply with what they want.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've definitely seen you several times refuse an offer, let's say, just because it may have had big money behind it, but you didn't see the necessity for it because you knew there were strings attached and so on.
There is always is. I read you a message from Beijing, from the structure, what we call the leadership. It says right before your message regarding flight to Beijing, it says that they are waiting for us to show and demonstrate, and the easiest is to demonstrate to the whole world in Washington, and the Beijing has to follow. The step the Chinese took, they brought literally their position where we consider as a leading nation to negotiate, again to follow United States, and this is a very unfortunate turn for them. Rick, Caroline sent you a picture of the Armstrong clothing. Have you got the joke? Did you see it?
Yeah, except basically is phony. It's because it makes it look like the person's shoes are the ones that would have been on the moon, but they didn't use those spaceship
Those shoes.
They had
Did you get it?
no, the thing is they had overshoes that they put over the spaceship
Yeah,
shoes.
I know. I
Step
said,
on
did
the
you
moon.
get it?
Yeah. It's pretty funny, but didn't show his over boots. Okay, yeah, I don't know if we should show that on the screen here or not, though.
The reason I asked her to send you this is to say that very soon we'll check it ourselves. You get the message?
Ah, okay. That's find things here right now.
Let me explain something while we're waiting for this to be connected and done. If those of you who are in a understanding of the plasma and the work of the plasma, understand and develop the next step into the development of the space technology, now that we feed plasma with the plasma reactors, and we fuel the same in the same process. Flight should not be away less than a month. In next month, 2 months maximum, one of you should be able to achieve flight using the plasma source. Because now you feed, as I explained in teaching, you feed the plasma with the plasma. In running the motors, even they are mechanical, the process will be homogeneous and you will achieve lift very rapidly. In creating the condition for the flow of the plasma, it will be essential for us to be able to comprehend the totality. And then we can achieve lift and motion very rapidly. The structure is to create a plasma condition where, in fact, the plasma from the energy source become the dictator of the control of the system itself. In the coming weeks, once we get through this energy process, as I explained, and with Douglas showing the first step of it, we can go to the next steps and you can all start not only testing the energy system. Once you have the energy system, we guide you to create the flight system. Is Flint in the background? Are we connected to them yet or not?
Hi, hello.
Hi.
No, still
what
trying.
is the problem?
I'm not entirely sure. They
arrived?
are there. Yeah, they are there at the Lafayette Square.
Yeah.
And there is a group of people that's coming on over from the university, and I think they're meeting and greeting right now. I'm not sure. I'm trying to get a hold of.
Can we have any pictures, anything live, or what's?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get is some live shots here. So
Is it raining there, or?
I don't know. I'll check and get back with you momentarily here.
Can you put them live online? At least we speak to them through the phone.
I'll try to do that even. Okay. Okay, hold on. I'll be back here in just a little bit.
Yeah, one of the groups, there are two groups in this square. They got together now. They are taking some pictures. Caroline has asked for some pictures if they can send to us. We bring it forward, and then we have to go through the process to the hotel and see how to set it up, what's going to be set up.
BYST. Okay, hold on. Doug says there's a live feed on Facebook. because Facebook has got Periscope. So I'm going to see if there's a Periscope feed there. One moment.
A very funny one here. A question says, Rick, ask Mr. Keshe if he's offered a chair in the White House, would he move there or stay in Rome?
Yeah, I didn't bother asking that one because I thought the only chair they might offer you in the U.S. would be the electric chair, and I didn't think that would be very good. But it is an interesting idea. Like, what if there was a mood change such that the U.S. decided to accept you fully into their arms as such, and would you actually accept some sort of position like that, or is that not?
No way.
You're not interested.
No, not interested at all. That's a politic. That's a politic we don't get involved in. I don't want to.
Some people will say.
Speak with him.
Pardon me?
Just 1 second. There is something going on in the background. You know, when Caroline sits next to me, I have to watch 3 screens. Yours and 2 of hers, and she keeps poking things in front of my eye.
Yeah.
So I had to read.
I'm undergoing the same thing at this end, strangely enough.
Yeah, you're receiving things from her too.
Yeah.
She's disturbing everywhere. But she said, yes, I know this gentleman.
It's very important work she's doing.
I want to carry on. No, this gentleman has just posted the news regarding if I know about the young girl. We would very much like to speak with him. He's from Saudi Arabia. We know who he is. Please, if you're listening to it, contact through webmaster at Keshe as Spaceship Institute, please. This goes to Mr. Mehdi Al-Khan. Mr. Al-Khan in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Could you please contact me through webmaster at spaceshipinstitute.org, please? I would love to speak to you because our intermediary got lost somehow, maybe went back to India. I'd love to know what happened to the case we're talking about.
It mentions in the live stream about his blind daughter, actually.
Yes, he's a blind daughter. We know the case. Please get in touch with me through webmaster, and then we follow it. It's very nice to hear from you. Thank you.
Let me post something else while we're waiting here.
Yeah. World Peace Treaty, please sign.
This is, from, where did it come from? Look here again. I have to get that window back up. I believe it was some children from Lasquidi Island here.
Yeah, we are seeing it on the YouTube. They are in Washington. I got on the live on the YouTube. They're all there. It's raining very bad. There's about maybe 20, 30 of them, maybe more. The YouTube is Anka Van Zel. She's posting it on her YouTube.
Anka Van Zel? Is that
yeah. What's that? Yeah, it's on her YouTube. You're just seeing a video which is posted before people waiting for Douglas. As we see, it's a Washington summer rain.
She said she's in Zoom too.
Anka. Yes. Can you promote her that we can speak with her?
Gail, promoter.
Keshe Foundation.
Keshe Foundation Holland, she's on.
Is that the live video feed we're talking about, Dan?
Pardon?
Hello, everybody. Congratulations on this most auspicious day. Thank you for everything you're doing from the Netherlands, Europe.
Is that Anka?
That's me, Anke. Yes, Mr. Keshe.
Yes. Hi. There are
Speak to you.
pictures coming in, yeah. There are pictures coming on the Facebook of different people in Washington. Thank you very much for all your work.
Well, thank you for yours, Bob. I'm so excited today.
We never know what might come your way. If you made your Magrav unit, you're halfway through become a free energy woman.
Wow, I'm excited. Everybody, big hugs. I love the liberation of our Earth and beyond.
Got what? Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry about this. Your friend Caroline keep on showing me things under my nose. I look at 3 things at the same time. Do we have anything from the square yet, or not yet?
Not yet. I'm trying to get a. Mickey, Doug's wife, sent me a video here, but it was texted to me, so it's going to be really low resolution. I don't have a live feed yet from there yet, so hopefully we'll have
let me go a different way. We go to the man who is there.
He might not be there unless you're talking about the other one.
Let's see if he's there. We are about 4 hours behind time. But it's good, at least we landed.
It gave time for more people to gather.
Yeah.
I was able to talk to Sandy, and she did say there's about a group of 20 people there.
Yeah, I've seen the video. There were 2 groups, and now they come together. Nope, I don't get Armin. Most probably Brad is out of question too.
Will any of them connect to the Zoom?
No, I can't get them on the telephone line.
The person you're trying to reach is not available.
Nope. It's like you know, when the craft passes through a bit, and you have to wait like about a few minutes to wait to see if it's got through, if it's not burned out. It's in that condition, just to see if it's landed.
Hi, Mr. Keshe.
Hi, is that Azar?
Yes, I'm actually at the airport in Houston, and finally I got you. It was so hard for me to connect, and right now I can talk to you. And it was a pleasure hearing you, and I listen to you here and there whenever I get a chance. I have a question for you. I talk about the knowledge to doctors or even educated people, and they put me down so badly. I get very disappointed. And I just heard you said I should not get disappointed because they probably are not ready. Yes?
That's what it is. It's not that they're ready, it's just that they have read, they have accepted. To accept something else means what they read is it's got to be added to, is the problem. Also, I remember I've said this before when I went to Tehran 8 years ago. One of the heads of the Tehran University said very simply, Iran University, said very simply, Mehran, if I accept that you discovered what you say with the other 4 professors already agreed, it means I have to stay in university again, and I'm retiring very soon. So I prefer not to give a vote. This is the problem. People have to change, and they don't want that change. This is the biggest problem at the moment facing any new technology, not just us. This is how we get dismissed, new technologies get dismissed by people who learn they don't want to learn new, and what they've learned, it changes it. And they don't want the change, because then it shows what they studied was a waste of time. They don't get disappointed. It's just that in time they come back and they want to know more.
And also, I noticed another group of people, when I talk to them, they want me to make all the stuff for them. Like, for example, I just made some Ganses. So they want me to make the Ganses and give it to them so they can use it. And they tell me just make other stuff for us and give it to us. And, I don't know what should be my response to them. Should I make all this?
Make it yourself. I'll teach you how to do it. That's what I do. That's exactly what I've done.
Okay. Thank you.
Don't worry, because this is a very big problem from now on. They say, if you are so and so, why is not on CNN? Why is not on television? You tell them that the Jewish lobby has spent millions to block everything to do with us. This is the reality, the change. This is the best way we've gone. The amazing thing, the way we've gone is the most correct way we've gone. We've gone public. Hundreds of thousands of people get to know within hours. It multiplies to millions. And once the first person reports the generator is working with them, they see it, because this has become what they've done with peer reviewing, what they've done with these journals and television. They have taken the trust from the man even in himself. That's where we are. That's where they weakened the man even trusting in his own intellect, that I need somebody else to tell me. If human race would have waited the way we are organized by these organizations 10,000 years ago, man would have still been in the cave. I wonder if our ancestors went to get a peer review when they want to test it, if the berry works for such a disease or not. They would have still waiting for the university to come yet. They have taken the trust in ourselves, and this is the biggest problem. This show today is to give trust to the members of the Keshe Foundation worldwide. Build it yourself, and then you go. And then people can come to you. This is my house. I have no electricity. That's where it is. I can light up anything I like. That's the reality. And then when they see, as I always say, we're going to the moon. We're like, oh, moon is nothing, man. If you go to Mars, then you've done something different. But man never been to the moon, because Americans never proved it. And then you go out of the solar system, oh, that's nothing, you should go to the other universe. We can never satisfy man. Man's stupidity is the limitation of his understanding, and so he's stupid to understand. And this is what you don't worry about. It's just, can you do this for me? And if you don't, it's your fault that you don't do it. Otherwise, I'm ready to try. Make it yourself, try it yourself. This is the biggest problem we'll see. We see more and more. Has it been peer reviewed? Yes, Mr. Stephen Hawking has peer reviewed it in his name.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you so much.
Rick?
Hello?
I just seen that there was somebody there streaming from Facebook. It was a Zion Noble. I think I sent you a link to...
Yeah, I'm trying to get the video to play in other than a tiny window, and I'm not sure how to do it. There's a live video. I'm trying to download it. Can't download it. Not sure
Yeah,
how.
it looks like the rain stopped. That's what it looks like.
Who's that one? The policeman?
I'm not sure. Where's the live video? There's some download.
Caroline is just showing it to me. I'm just watching it.
Yeah, he's on and offline streaming as he sees something, I guess.
But I'm not sure if we're allowed to show the whole page with, there's ads and there's all kinds of stuff.
No, I'm watching it now live on Facebook. I don't know whose Facebook it is.
India. Kita.
Ketan from India is sending it through. They're standing there with a banner. I think I see Douglas's little boy there. They have arrived. Douglas is there.
I think Sandy, Sandy or his.
We see a few people with a banner of the Keshe Foundation in the park, in the square.
Oops.
How come people are receiving this, but we don't get it? We don't see a viewer. There is the
That
policeman.
was the only way they could post it out. It's been taken on their camera and then they posted where they can. I send it to Flint.
But you should send it to Rick.
I was just in the process.
Send it to Rick. Rick, we're going to send you a Facebook link of them there.
Is that the link that's in the chat?
Can you click on it, somebody, and bring it in? Can you see it? Rick, if you look at the chat on Zoom, there is a link.
Yeah, I see it here.
That's the video. That's no live feed.
No. I have to try to set up my page for playing the video here. It's not just got all the personal stuff and different chats coming up and everything else all at the same time. So
Caroline is going to send you a second link. Did you send it to him?
Okay.
This is harder than giving birth.
Okay, I'll try to play that. I'm assuming it's okay to do that.
Yeah, there is another one. There is a recent one sent to you just now by Caroline.
It's got my whole friend list and everything else on here. I don't really like to show that. It comes right down. But I need to find a way to get the...
Caroline send you a new link.
Download, to be able to download it.
He has to give it to me.
Okay, try this one. This is the latest coming on camera. Download this one. Look at where is it? On which link?
It's on Facebook, but it's just...
no, on where have you sent it to Rick?
On Facebook?
On Messenger.
Yeah, it's a tiny little... I can't play it because it's a tiny little video and I need to download it somehow instead of... I can't go to full screen. It'll take out my whole computer here. It'll go black. Let me see if I can get it somehow from this, or can't share it. I can't. There's download video. Maybe that'll work. Let's try that.
I think they've forgotten. People are waiting for them. What here? Can you blow this code?
Hi, Rick.
I just sent you a link from Keshe Foundation Holland with the video.
Yeah, we've seen that.
With what video? Is that we saw the
The
video?
one, the first one you didn't download. This is the second one. That was they were waiting. This one they arrived. The one you just received now.
Yeah, I don't know. I tried to
Oh,
download.
Douglas says Zoom. I'm here. Where are you? He's on Zoom now. Let me see. He appeared on Zoom in the White House group. Send it. Can you send him, Wins, can you send him the code, please?
Yeah.
Just can't find a window.
Okay, there, I found it. Okay, we'll play this video until we get a live feed in. I have no idea what's on this video, so I'm just assuming it's okay to play it.
Oh, this is they just arrived. This has come through Keaton in India.
This is one of Isaiah Noble's video.
Hey, Vince, have you sent Douglas the Zoom number that he can join in?
Yeah, he dropped back out.
Rika, send you more pictures. And these are part of the video.
Yeah, it's just some shot of the video. We already have that.
No.
They drop off. I can't raise arm, that's the problem. Flint, are you speaking to Douglas? This is gonna carry on for quite some time.
I see Douglas online on Zoom.
Pardon?
I see Douglas online on Zoom.
Okay, can you let him on? Let him share.
Yes.
Can you promote him, please?
I've already invited him a couple of times and he keeps dropping out. So I think we should just be patient and find out what he needs.
The one who has the video is Isian.
Yeah.
Front just messaged me. He says he's logged in and trying to get a live video feed, and Douglas will be there momentarily. So, in just a few minutes.
Yeah, he's walking around with a pen under his arm. But they're not where they're supposed to be. He's at their hotel. Rick, there is a link coming up, but Walter Till. No, above it, it said exciting.com. On the chat? In the
The
Zoom.
one above it, do you want from
Yes,
Mark?
I don't know what it is. Yeah, from Mark. I don't know what it is.
I
That's a good picture. Yep, you can do that.
Yeah, we got an image, and that's a good image, which shows the White House and the people around White House that are gathering. So yeah, we can definitely share that one. The exciting inc.com/new page 4.htm.
Where is the picture?
I can share it if you want, if you would like to.
Share it, please. Yeah, no problem.
Oh, it should have showed up here.
I think Rick's already got that. Please.
There it
Okay,
is.
go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, they're definitely outside the White House. This is the change. This is the time of change. We have no alternative. We gotta push.
Your mic is on, Mr. Keshe.
Pardon?
Your mic is on.
Ah, sorry. Do we getting more pictures in?
I have the video from Walter Teal that shows the video, and I think Sandy's the background. Sandy's the background as well. If you like, Rick, you can share that, or I can share that as well. It's by Isaiah Noble, and it's a live feed. The record is about 1 minute. It's a good video.
Sure, why don't you go ahead and share it there?
Okay.
Who's reporting this?
Ali, this is Ali. And okay.
Who's recording it? Is that what you said, Mr. Keshe?
Wait.
Can you turn the volume down, Ali? Turn it down about halfway or less. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone how to do this technology. This is your technology, so we'd love to teach you. Let us know.
You can hear Sandy in the background.
You can learn it yourself, very easier.
Make the free energy device.
Free, I get for your family, for your whole life.
What's my energy? You can make these devices yourself at home for under $5.
Why do you pay?
Out to your house, you can buy it any home. Just by getting this thing here, then you can run all the stuff in your house. The average house only runs about 800. You can run over 5.5 with this.
Yes.
Can they get
in your basement? Make it in your kitchen.
That was a short video, about 1 minute. You can replay it.
Very easy. Very easy. 3, 4 weeks, you can make your own unit. We would love to teach you. How to do this technology. This is your technology. So we'd love to teach you. Let us know. Remember, Keshe Foundation.org. You can learn right now, very easier.
Make the free energy device.
Free, I get it for your family, for your whole life.
What's my energy? You can make these devices yourself at home for under $5.
Why do you pay?
Out your house, you can buy it any home. Just by getting this thing here, then you can run all the stuff in your house. The average house only runs about 2,500 to 2,800. You can run over 5.5 with this. It will go up to over 2,000 or 20,000 at some point.
Make it in your basement. Make it in your kitchen.
Very easy.
Okay, Rick, I'll pass it on back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask that anybody who has double accounts in the panelists, please take one account out of the panelists? We are at the maximum.
And if there's anybody who doesn't need to be a panelist, doesn't have any questions to ask, if you can let us know, we can put you back to a viewer, and that way it'll liberate up our space a bit here.
You can remove us if you wish, Monique, Khalida. Monique.
Are you sure? You've been pretty active.
We don't do. What is our limit? Are we on 500 or 300 on Zoom?
We can only have 50 people as panelists, so we were at the limit. So even if Douglas wanted to come in, he probably couldn't.
But it will allow 100 people because both of the modules are on this account.
Kevin, you can remove me because I'm leaving soon. You can remove me, please.
It will allow 100 panelists and 500 viewers.
Okay, well, we have Douglas now.
Rick, I think that was Azar that was just speaking.
Hi, Douglas. Are you there? Hello. Hello, Douglas.
We have video.
It's coming with video.
Hi, Douglas.
Hi, Mr. Keshe.
Hello, hi. Is Douglas with you?
Douglas had to run to the store real fast and will be back anytime now.
To where?
To the store to get a part.
I'm glad you were able to get in.
Okay, so good. Thank you very much indeed. Is this live from your camera?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the trip. And thank you for being there.
You're welcome.
Is Arman anywhere near you?
He is with Doug.
Okay. When do you expect them back? Are you all going to the hotel where Doug can put the things together?
Yes, sir.
How long would it take you think?
I just got off the phone with him, and he said they were almost done, and I think it's like 5 minutes from here, but with all the traffic and stuff, I'm going to say maybe 30 minutes.
Okay, so we stand by. I would like to speak to Douglas when he comes back before he does anything.
Okay.
Please, we stay online. Thank you very much.
Thank
How
you.
is the little one? Is he with you?
He is walking around with Bill somewhere in here, with his shirt on, talking to. I don't know where they're at right this second.
Okay, no problem. Please come back in. I would like to speak to Douglas when he arrives.
All right.
Thank you very much for the
Thank
journey.
you.
You took a big journey.
Well, would you mind leaving the video on and you can just move yourself? Is that possible?
Do you have battery on your phone?
Yeah, it's all on battery. Yeah, if you can, you go ahead and mute her. There you go. Thank you.
We can see that there are people that are very interested in learning about this technology, and it's wonderful to see that interaction.
Absolutely. Nice crowd there, maybe 20 people or so. Lots of pictures being taken.
You can see how the printed material makes a huge difference, eh? Otherwise, it'd be just a sort of a crowd milling around.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad I
It
got
gives
that
a
done.
purpose.
Yeah, I'm glad I got that done yesterday.
That banner is really, really nice.
And Rick, will Douglas be setting that unit up in the park right where they are?
No, I think they're going to be setting it up in a conference room.
Okay, good.
At a hotel where people can probably come in and do that. Looks like Doug's hand there. Or not, I don't know.
Or maybe it's the giant hand creatures that invaded the earth.
Yeah.
Doesn't Douglas always wear Crocs?
I have no idea.
There he is.
There's our man.
Oh, wow.
Douglas just got back.
Yeah.
Hi, Douglas.
He's right behind me having a cow.
Hello, Douglas.
They just have the,
Hold on 1 second, sir.
okay. They just have the computer speakers there, and the computer speakers are real quiet. So they have to hold their ear up to hear it. Or to hear
Who's the salesman? He's giving his business card. That's the little one we can hear. That's Armin.
No. I'll take him. You need to take over. Mr. Keshe needs you. And
This is plasma technology.
Hello.
An alternative power source.
Hi. Hello, Douglas.
Yeah, because I can't hear.
Who's going to get my headphones?
Bill.
Okay.
Okay. I'm trying to listen in.
Hi, Douglas. Can you hear me?
I can hear you guys. Let me get away from the.
Douglas.
You get away from over here in the traffic a little bit. Maybe I can hear.
Hello, Douglas.
I'm gonna try to get over here where it's a little quieter. Don't know if I can. This is quieter.
Okay, can you hear me?
You tell Keshe to get off the computer. You tell Keshe to get off the computer. You tell him.
Hello?
Hello, who's that?
We need to go get the stuff out of the car, so I need to take Douglas away from you for a minute.
Okay, no, wait, Brad. Wait, Brad. No. Douglas, can I have a word?
What's going on? He's talking to Keshe. Okay, give it to me.
You can't talk in that.
No, it's just the camera.
I think you might need to put some headphones on to hear your problem.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Keshe.
Hi, Armin. Armin, I've told the same to Douglas. I tell you, first of all, I would like to speak to Douglas. Secondly, when you go to the hotel, you leave him in the room on his own. When he finishes, he opens the door, you can go in. Nobody gonna go in.
Mr. Keshe, we are ready to set it up right in front of the White House. I bought the generator.
No, Armin.
Come on, Mr. Keshe.
If they confiscated there, can you do it? Are
They
you
cannot
allowed?
confiscate it. We already talked with the police. They gave their okay.
Okay, do it in front of the White House, but leave it to him to do it his time. Don't rush, don't push, okay? Armin. Hello?
But we came over here to do this in front of the White House.
Okay, do it in front of the White House, no problem. I have no problem with that. But don't push Douglas. He's got to
I'm
do
not
it
pushing
his time.
Douglas. I am just here because he was not ready. So I bought the generator that he can start this up.
Okay, no
Okay?
problem. Let him
Otherwise,
do it.
he could not start this up. That's what his
Okay.
frustration is. So we solved this problem.
Okay, get it done, please. And then we wait. When he's ready, come back. Leave the camera on.
Get it done.
Do what?
Why? It doesn't need a generator. The system doesn't need a generator.
I can't hear you, Mr. Keshe.
I said your system doesn't need a generator. Why do you need a generator?
Because I need a pulse.
What happened with the
we've
system
always
you have?
required a
Where
pulse.
is your mobile unit which you had with the battery?
Well, the mobile unit requires the pump.
Oh, where is your pump?
Well, I didn't bring the pump. I was going to use an alternative source. I was
God.
under the
Okay,
impression
no problem. That's okay. You were supposed to bring everything with you. Okay, carry on. Let's see what happens.
So, what do you want me to do?
Do it. If it's going to be done in front of the White House, do it. No problem. Go ahead.
Well,
okay.
Mr. Keshe, I've never tried to do this with a square wave before. That's
you. I asked you to carry everything with you, the pump and everything. Okay, try to see what happens. Then we have to go all the way back home and get your pump.
I'm sure they have one there in DC.
Okay, carry on. Let's see. So start setting it up. No problem. Okay.
All right, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you. Thank you. We wait. We wait.
I will do what I'll do what I can. I can't make any promises.
No problem.
Are you off?
Yeah, I'm because I haven't tried out the square wave. So when this fails out here because of the square wave, I'm gonna pack my shit up.
We got to wait and see what he does and how he brings it.
Did you want him to leave the camera live?
No, give them chance to set it up. Is a part of the system hasn't been brought in, which is the start of it. I don't know why he had to do this, but we'll see. Very, very. I especially asked. He said everything is in the car. We just gotta wait. It takes about 20 minutes to set it up. If the police has allowed them to do it, then there's no problem.
I guess this is the quiet before the storm. And what a storm it's going to be.
Well, if all the vehicles switch over to quiet magravs power, it'll be a quiet storm, that's for sure. Imagine all the noisy stuff in our lives that could be quiet instead. Maybe the cities will become quieter, a little more gentle. Okay, any other comments or input coming in? Any other live feeds or pictures to post?
Yeah, I'm just getting some pictures ready for you here.
Okay.
Carolina has a lot of pictures on her Facebook page.
Yes, I'm trying to go through all night with them, and some of them aren't useful, and some of them are just pictures of a picture and not the links and so on. So you have to find them and stuff. Unless I'm looking at a different set of pictures, which is possible.
Everyone is unmuted.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, hi, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah. Okay, I just had Arman under the line. And they've been allowed by the police to set the system up across the White House. Apparently, Douglas has left a couple of pieces back at home. They have to go and see if they can buy it. I explained, if they cannot set it up, that they can get the parts tomorrow to set it up tonight. After they set it up, they try it, then we release the blueprint in any way. So that's not going to affect our main target. Then they need about 20 minutes to put everything out. And they had to buy a couple of pieces for what Douglas has left behind. If those couple of pieces do not respond, the other pieces which is needed to set it up, they'll be there. They'll do it by tomorrow. We go back online, they can show it again. But these people are there. The police has allowed them to set it up there. And once they start testing it to see if the system can work independently, then we release the blueprint worldwide. Then you can test it yourself. It's what do you call it, as part of the working of the system. They have left the ignition system behind, which is inside the what do you call it? It's part of the system. So we have to see what is left behind that they need to, or what they bought can do the job. Otherwise, tomorrow they can carry on and do the job. But tonight we will release the blueprint. We just gotta wait to start setting things up. Arman needs a few more minutes. We're gonna get the pieces from the car and set up the whole thing outside.
Can we get some interviews from the people who are standing there and watching what we are doing?
I think when they show the system, then they can see what they are doing.
I can have Mickey walk around with a computer.
Yes, if you could do, please.
Just to people and talk to people and yeah.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Mr. Keshe?
Hello.
Hello, yes.
This is Stephen from California.
Yes, sir.
I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on the pulse that you were mentioning, or the starting. Is that just a sine wave signal being sent through the system?
No, you have to realize it took us nearly 6 months, and both groups, one in Innovation Step, one in Italy. I was in the testing in Italy for a week. I stayed in Rome. We knew we need a trigger on the system. There is a plasma has a trigger point, and if you can trigger that point and ignite it, then you have to create a condition for it that it can sustain it, that it feeds itself back and it keep the pulse going. Initially, we have tried everything. We knew before Douglas develops this connection, it's just a connection, which is the key to it. We put the system, we looked at different conditions around the operation of the magraphs. Our development people in Italy, they are very highly trained, they are they've been around the free energy for years, and they have all sorts of things to do with it. We knew the plasma has a trigger point. It's like a heart, and the trigger point has to be maintained. For that trigger point, you're looking at 60 Hertz because we are using copper wire. If you use blood, it's different. So we're looking around about 60 Hertz, but it has to be, because we use a copper and the point of the demand, which, how can I explain it? If the machinery is set for 120 or 110, that's your demand, or 50 Hertz or 60 Hertz. Is the load which dictates the generation of the release of the plasma. And once you do it, then the motor goes into generation system. The whole structure runs into self-feeding. We have now developed, instead of using a power generator or a signal generator, we have developed now a plasma pulse generator, what we call it a heart. We call it, it's addition which, it's literally connection. We set up different connections. It's addition which Vernie brought in. So this should be like a heart, let's work this way. And the heart system is getting tested. We know the energy supply base has created energy. We are creating energy. We are releasing startup energy and then putting it into a loop, which that loop is the return of all the energies of the plasma. And then what we need is what we call to be able to keep the loop going, feedbacking itself back and forth, which is like a heart. So we have devised the structure like a 4-chamber heart that they can pass energy through themselves. We have created, this is all plasmatic, and it's going to be tested tomorrow or the day after in 2 different ways. That we create a pulse through plasma. It's very, very simple, but very elaborate connections has to be done. And we are using literally the maggraph system for this job. You need to create a given impulse for the maggraph to release itself due to the use of the copper, nothing else. It's the copper which is dictating the rate of the pulse. And once we start the pulse, we disconnect everything, so we are not connected to anything else. You don't need the system. It stays as a feedback, and you literally dismantle it. You can remove it. And as long as the system is on load, which is some energy is consumed, You can demand 10 kilowatt or 2 kilowatt, 100 watt at any time. It responds to any feed. It's taken about 6 months to completely develop this, but each part of the innovation has added to the other, and we have a good team. They keep on asking the question, what about if we change this? Now we have created a heartbeat.
Oh, okay, so I have to, Sandy.
We're going live.
No, I think we just had one open microphone there.
Yeah. So,
Rick, you can stop share, and we can do a live from Douglas there too.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Sure, go ahead.
Got back in. So Sandy's going to be doing some interviews here. Take the computer, and I think she's going to pass the headset.
Here, unless you have the headphones on, it's not loud.
Oh, okay.
And so, can you have Sandy point the camera at you so we can see who you are?
Hmm?
Hello?
Are you talking to me, Flip?
Yeah.
Send this to Gordon. Send this to Gordon.
Hello?
Yes, yes. I'm trying to cross the street, but almost got hit.
Oh, okay. Not good.
I'm trying to multitask and just not doing extremely well at it.
Yeah.
Yes, I really just did that.
Would you like someone to cross you?
My son's giving me a hard time.
Yeah.
Okay. So I am trying to show here. We're walking down into the park. Would you grab what's on my hand? Yeah, thank you. We're walking down into the park here.
Hey, can you have the guy next to you hold the camera, and he can do the camera work, and then you can just carry the computer?
You want him to do the camera work?
The guy next to her is her son.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
It's not a camera, it's a laptop.
Laptop.
Or have him hold the laptop. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see what we can do here. He has his hands full because we're taking stuff down to the
okay.
to the to the site down here.
Oh, we could just keep it as a live video and not have any sound, and that should be okay while Mr. Kesh talks.
Well, she was going to walk down and interview some people here.
Oh, and you're not going to have Mike.
Well, okay, hold on for a minute, folks. Technical difficulties here with me.
Okay, no problem, Sandy. Sorry, Mr. Kesh, I had you muted there for a second. Can you still speak?
Yes, I'm okay. Oh, that's nice to see Sandy. Hello, Sandy.
Hello. It's a beautiful day here. Yeah, it's hot, but it's beautiful.
I thought it was raining earlier on.
It was. It helped cool it down a little bit, but right now, as you can see, it's cloudy, but it's a nice breeze, and it feels much better than I think the temperature was something like 100 degrees Fahrenheit here, so it was a warm one. So we're just getting down to the street now. There's still a fair number of people in the area. We've been told that we can set up on the street here. So we're getting things prepared to do that, and I'm headed down here right now to clear an area and to get to some people going. But first, I've been told to ask some people. Oops, I think I'm just getting sky. Okay, slight tip. Okay. Oops. Okay. Oh, that's good.
Where is Douglas?
Douglas is unloading the car right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're bringing the stuff down.
What are those in front of you?
These are just, well, these are, wave everyone, yes, we're on live stream now.
Yeah, we can see the pavement. Can you put the camera up? Camera
Is that
up.
better?
Yeah.
Mr. Keshe saying hi.
Hi.
Yes, we had quite a crew here earlier. We had we were asking people questions and talking to people, and it's thinned out a bit. But they've been such a wonderful group here. They've been really spreading the word.
For you and your family. Thank you, Mr. Cash.
I want to say
Well,
hi.
Hi.
Love you all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hi.
He's saying thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate. He says thank you to all of you.
Thank you very much.
He's very appreciative. Thank you very much. Okay, it looks like there's some kind of bike thing going on in the street. But
Is there anybody that wants to talk? And
does anyone want to say anything on live stream to someone?
One nation.
What's up?
One people.
Peace.
Hey, everybody.
Okay. Okay, there's a wonderful group here. They've been talking to people, getting people's reactions, and really getting out there.
where are they from? Can you have them?
Okay, yeah. How about
have them
I'll
introduce
start down here.
themselves?
Yeah, maybe at least the first name would be adequate.
West Virginia.
Came over today. We're so excited to see Douglas's demonstration really soon.
Okay, and your name?
Mary.
Mary from West Virginia.
Hi, Lisa Wendy from New York.
Lisa and Wendy from New York.
I went to Dubai.
Yes, she was at Dubai, right?
Hi, Christopher from West Virginia.
Gotta hold the camera up.
Hold the camera
Hold
up.
the camera. We want to see the.
Or get someone else to run the camera, perhaps.
Well, I could try. Okay. Okay. Let's see how we could do this. Okay, so where's my camera? Okay. All right, am I okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, who do we left out? We had Chris.
Christopher, Ted. Ready for you.
Ted. Vivian.
From New Jersey.
From New Jersey.
I've been to Dubai.
Right. All right.
Tom Walls, Ken Island, Maryland.
Maryland. All right.
Red Alexander Ritter from Ridgeland, Maryland.
All right.
Midwest Habibi from New Jersey.
New Jersey. Okay, we got a lot of local. Well, Maryland, New Jersey.
Maryland. Eastern Shore.
Eastern Shore.
Yes.
All right. Yes.
We're here.
We're here. We do have a gentleman that drove down from Michigan with us. We had John Blyven from Arizona here with us. Some people from Los Angeles flew in. So we have a nice group here. You can see just all the people that are standing around here in front of the White House. And they've been very interested in the information. A lot of people have stopped and asked questions, wanting more information, and are really looking forward to hearing more and hopefully seeing something this evening. So we're waiting for just to see how that goes.
We'll wait. No problem.
Yeah. There they are. Yeah, a lot of people made their own banners. This group over here under the tree is also Keshe people. I'll introduce these people. These are Keshe people. Introduce yourself and say where you're from.
Sam Stebreski, and I'm from Canton, Michigan, U.S. And
Could you raise the camera a bit, Sandy?
one race, one planet. And
too high.
We're all one.
Too high, lower, please, thank you.
To all.
Okay. How's that? Okay, sorry, Sam. I didn't get you in the picture a whole lot, but
Okay, there I
I'll
am.
try it. Okay, there you are. And we have Richard.
Hi, Mr. Keshe. This is Richard Feliski from Youngstown, Ohio, about 45 miles from where Sandy and Bill live. And I've had the opportunity to be studying your works for the last 5 years. And I was able to use you in my doctoral dissertation, but the review panel at the defense demanded I take you out and not include it, or they wouldn't give me my doctorate. So I was able to explain in the headline that there was one other physicist in my dissertation that we can't admit because he doesn't live up to conventional physics. So it was not included. So I put you in through the back door, not the front door.
Don't worry, we know that very well.
Thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you very well. He's laughing.
So you know what it's like conventionally in physics today, of course.
And you just that was just this past summer you got your doctorate, right?
My doctorate was last August.
Last August.
Yes. But it took me 6 years
Camera.
to get the research and the physics done.
Okay, would you say again that? It took you 6 years?
Yes, because I studied 3 other physicists before I got to him. And he took 3 years. It was getting used to the new technology and the language. So I had to put about a 20-page glossary before I started to cover your material so that the reviewers would understand what they were going to read. That's why they demanded it be removed totally. No reference at all to your work.
We know that.
That's
It's
what
not the
like
first
so
time.
far.
He
Take
says
care.
it's not the first time. Yeah. Thanks,
Thank you.
Richard.
Right.
Thank you very much.
He says, thank you very much. Okay, there's Douglas's little boy with Bill. And Bill Tristan there. He's enjoying himself here today.
All right.
Okay. And we'll see what else is going on here. We have some other people from the Keshe Foundation up here. I'll have them introduce themselves. Okay, Andy, you're here with the group.
Hello.
And introduce yourself and tell us where you're from.
My name is Andy Tillman. I'm from DC. I saw some YouTube videos of the device working, and I was curious and open-minded. Decided to come, so check it out.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, we'll come here. Okay.
Hello.
This is actually one of our Universal Council members. And you want to introduce yourself and where you're from?
I'm Tan Chung, and I'm from Philly. So I'm coming here today to support the foundation.
From Philly. Yes, Pennsylvania.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Hello there, Mary from Los Angeles, California. I'm here to join all the Keshe Foundation members here to see the real spirit, real action. This is an important day. And I love those Chinese sister right there. She really gets a lot of people attention. And Sandy is really great. I love you all. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you. And I'm going to grab Wayne since I see him over here. Here's Wayne. Hi, Wayne. How are you? You're on live stream. So your name and where you're from?
Wayne from Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Okay. And you came in?
Came in last night and then stay here. And then today, I'm a cameraman for today.
Yes, he's taken over 1,000 pictures. Some of them have already been put up on the web. He's been sending them to Flint. So he's been our cameraman.
I have this one right now. It's about 200 or 300 pictures. Yeah, it's more than that. I have 600 more to go.
have him upload some of the ones that he wants to share to a cloud account and email me.
Upload them to a cloud account and email him.
Okay.
Flint.
Okay.
And
thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can he take the camera and take a picture of you, Sandy?
Thank you.
You and
yeah, have Wayne take a picture of you there right now.
Okay, you see me?
There you go.
Whoa!
Oh no.
No, we're fine. See, that's why you don't take pictures of me. Okay. So.
Okay. No, you don't.
Yeah, you know. So I'm just the spokesperson. I'm the person with the mouth here today.
Can you adjust the camera? The computer lid's in the way.
Okay. Let me see.
Or something's in front of the camera lens.
Oh, there. Okay. No, is that still?
Still.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. It was so simple, but it takes me a while here. Okay, so that's what we got going on, and they haven't brought this stuff down yet, but everyone's kind of hanging out, waiting for it. They're all anxious.
Yeah, we just have over 1,100 people on all the channels now.
Well, that's cool. I'll tell everyone. They say there's 11. Go ahead, Ms. Keshe.
It's about 1:30 in Europe.
Oh, okay. It's 1:30 in Europe, but there's 1,100 people watching. So.
Oh, in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they're ahead of us. Free energy, world peace.
Okay.
Here we go. Hey. There
Okay, so we're.
Thank you very much.
All right, so I go check in up there.
Yeah, go in and check in up there, see how things are going.
It's back on.
You're back on.
I think so. Have a look.
I guess this is a Segway club here or something. There's all these Segways.
Tourists.
Tourists. Oh, here's another Keshe person. Isaac.
Yeah, he's charging the plasma right now. We're going.
Would you tell us your name and where you're from?
Tilt the camera down a bit.
Oh, 1 second. Okay, there you go.
Hello, everybody. My name's Isaiah Nova. I came up from Charlotte, North Carolina. I've been following this whole technology movement for a while now, and this is a joyous day for the whole planet. A lot of people not going to understand it, but they're going to understand it when the time comes.
Thanks. Yeah, he took a bus in here from North Carolina. So we have a lot of people that are making a lot of effort to get here.
Literally all around us.
So it's a nice day here. It's you know, not real crowded. Nice crowd though. Here's some of the Keshe crew. And I'm hoping to see the guys come down soon. Armin and Douglas and all of them. They're still up at the car. Let me see if I can find someone who wants to talk.
Plasma energy for world peace.
No, I'm gonna put that.
No more gas.
That.
Never stop at a gas station ever again.
You tell them.
Right.
Richard wants to say hi to Mr. Keshe.
Oh, hi. Hi, sure.
There's
Douglas.
he's not going to say it now because he's in front of the camera.
His wife, Nikki, and his son, Tristan.
Say hi, Mr. Keshe.
Hi, Mr.
Keshe.
Plasma energy for world peace. Make your own generator at home.
Hi, little one.
He says hello.
Make your own power for yourself and family.
It is precious. Let's go now. He's been doing so good on this trip, and while everything's been going on here, he's been great. He's been a real good little boy.
We don't need it.
So and there's Bill.
Typical.
Yeah, with his Keshe, with the foundation T-shirt on.
Yeah, we're not gonna run off without you.
Sorry about that, folks.
Clean ones are in the bag.
Okay, you give me the
generator. Make your own
Okay,
power.
I'll put you on my mailing list.
Yeah.
I'll be in touch with
I've
you.
made a separate unit. It can cover 3.5 kilos. But I need some help on it. So whoever can help me can call me so we can.
Okay, I'll put you in touch with someone. Okay, thank you. I'll be back in touch with you.
Don't skip out on it. Don't skip out. Don't look past it. Don't look past it. It's coming. We're going to do a live demonstration. Hey, brother, we're going to do a live demonstration. It's coming. We're going to see it live.
Here's the crew.
Waiting on our president to accept the power.
We have dedicated. A lot of these people have made.
Something right. Release plasma energy from world peace. That's it. No more electricity bill. No more war for power. Plasma energy for world peace. Big one. You can make your own power. Learn to make your own generator.
A lot of these people have made units and have come here because there's, you know, they're so into sharing the technology.
Plasma generator. Generate your own power.
No work, guys.
Miss out on it. We don't have that free No more work for power. Now you make your own. You want to keep paying electricity.
Be happy to answer any questions you have about it. Just let us know.
Hi, I think they need to tell people that how much it will cost to make a generator, so give people more sense about this.
I don't know who that was that spoke that.
This is John Ling, Chinese group.
Thank you, John Ling. That was a very good point. We got to set it up first.
We've been telling them it's available to buy. We've also been telling them they can make it. We're trying to get people interested in the science, you know, and explain the actual science to them. So it doesn't seem like it's magic, something they can do, something they can make themselves.
No more war for power.
Looks like it's going to rain. Oh, there's some raindrops. Yeah, all these people, they've just been waiting around to see if they could see the demonstration.
If it starts raining and they can't set it up there, go back to the hotel and set it up in the hotel.
Okay.
Yeah. Either way, we wait through.
Okay.
It cannot be done here. Go back to the hotel. Where is the hotel near?
I really don't know, sir.
Yes, it's very close.
Okay.
Very close.
And then,
Okay,
and then tomorrow, if they can't get it going.
And they can do it immediately. It takes 5 seconds to set it up.
Okay.
From beginning to end should not take more than 10 minutes. But we're gonna see if it's got the parts. This is the main thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've been telling people to try to hang. We've told them that we might be doing a demonstration somewhere else to hold off, and maybe we'd have an address for them and a time. If the demonstration can't go on here, we have been telling people it will be somewhere else possibly.
We'll wait. Where are they? Is it so far to bring the things?
Well, not really. If you see that building at the very end of this walk, the car's right in front of it. So, you know,
How long does it take to come across?
I think it's more of getting everything together. I really don't know how they're packing it up. I think that might be the issue. They were debating whether they were going to try to set it up directly at the car and then bring it down, or if they were just going to set it up down here.
Okay, we gotta wait. We gotta wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. We wait.
Okie dokie.
Thanks.
Okay, well, I'm going to close up for just a minute here. I have to do some stuff for Armin, and then I'll be back in give me a few minutes and then I'll be back, okay? Or maybe I can hand this off to someone else. Let me see if yeah.
Actually, the laptop's down to about 35%. Can you take it back to the car and plug it in?
Oh, sure.
They have an inverter in the car there.
Okay. I'll get Mickey to give me the keys and
Yeah.
get in there.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Okay, folks. I'm going to sign off and take this to the car then.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, wave goodbye, everyone. I'm taking it to the car. Wave. There's the crew. Okay, folks. They've been great. Okay.
Bye.
Later.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Sandy.
Yeah, thank you.
All the mics are open again.
Yes, I understand that. Happens when the person who's spotlighted drops out. Rick, can you share a banner, please?
Will it be dark in about 20 minutes there?
Yes, it'll be dark about half an hour. Maybe 45 minutes at the most.
Douglas is carrying lights, so no problem.
That'll be a better demonstration in the dark. With the lights.
Get some extension cords and light up the whole park. It's actually not really a bad idea, actually. Let people bring their extension cords and lights. We will relight the park up.
It was going to be hot there, so I told him to bring fans. Plug the fans in and everything. Well, Rick, what you think?
What do I think?
Of all the stuff going on.
I'm just looking for the banners and stuff that I had up here, but now they're tucked away.
Oh, okay.
Trying to put away a couple of dozen windows and stuff so I can find things underneath the window.
Yeah.
And so on.
Yeah.
My back and neck are seizing up very rapidly from all the scrolling. Okay, so where was that? I'm going to take a couple-minute break here if you want to just maintain things. Flint? Or you're not there either?
No, it's you and.
I'm here.
Yep.
Vince is there. Okay, good, Vince. Yeah. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, should we? I can show the test video from yesterday, or should you want to wait in silence? Or I got some videos from from 2009 that we were watching yesterday evening.
I was hoping we were going to get Mr. Keshe back to elaborate some more on the pulse, if that's possible.
Okay.
You want Mr. Keshe back forward? Excuse me, you want Mr. Keshe back forward?
If he could continue to elaborate on the pulse that they needed to start the system.
Ah, the heartbeat.
Yes. Thank you.
He just took some time out. And I cannot advise you on this subject, unfortunately. Even if I wanted to, I cannot. It's not my domain, as we say. Any other questions?
What's the weather like where you're at?
It's always sunny. It's always nice and warm. It's summertime, it's August. It's 34, 35. It wobbles 30, 36. It depends.
I think Caroline should be able to advise about heartbeat and pulse. Surely. Isn't that one of your
Thank you, Rick.
Isn't it actually one of your specialties? And isn't it kind of all the same across the universe as far as the scale goes? You can. I'm sure you could wing it if you had to. Just put electrons in instead of heartbeat or something. Okay, so.
It's what makes it move, Rick.
Ah.
To keep it constant.
Okay. We'll ponder that for a few minutes.
No, I was just wondering how they were able to get it started in the park yesterday if he left the pump at home.
Started in what park?
Oh no, there was no demonstration yesterday. They pretty much just drove. They did make the stops, but it was packed up until today.
No, I was wondering about when you show the video, the V2 video that we were looking at. Wasn't that in a park?
Right, yeah. That was recorded in a previous day.
Yeah.
It was outside. I don't think it was in a park. I think it was just outside. They wanted an outside video to validate it rather than inside on a table.
You can probably show that now.
Before he left from his location?
Correct.
Oh, I see.
If we play that, it could be misleading for people that are just sort of coming in or even watching, especially if they're from
You're right.
somewhere else at this point.
What's happening?
Oh, Just deciding whether to play the test off-grid video or getting feedback here. The test off-grid video, Mr. Keshe, you know,
the one was posted yesterday.
Yeah, we're just deciding.
Okay, play that one, no problem. It's the same system.
Thought it might be misleading, that people might think it's a live demonstration or something.
Yeah, maybe you're right. We better don't do.
It's kind of a critical moment here, and
and it's available to see online, so they can go to the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute YouTube page, and it's posted directly on there as well.
Great. Maybe I can post that page, and I can sort of see where it is.
I see the question you put in. We are not demonstrating in any shape or form anywhere. It'll be demonstrated only to the people of the White House. As we've been told, they are in the process of sometime next couple of days or so to see the unit. They've made some what do you call it, communications with the team in the background. So Douglas stays in Washington for a few days till the people from the White House see the system or whatever they decide to do with it. As we have released the blueprint, it becomes totally irrelevant. And other officials around the country, like we can ask the Chinese ambassador in Washington if they want to go and see it. And we'll take it in that direction, that we are there to make a statement of the process. And this is how we'll deliver it. So we got to see what is set up, what they got with them. And we'll take it the next step. We just got to see why they're taking so long to set it up. It should not take less than 10 minutes to set the system up. Do we know anything from Douglas? What is the position?
I haven't heard anything since Sandy closed the laptop up. I haven't had anybody text me. I can text her or I can see what's going on.
Okay. Sorry, I was just talking to Arman. Douglas is setting it up in the car, and we'll see when he's ready to show. Are there any other questions while we're waiting?
We were talking about the pulse. Can you continue to elaborate on that?
What do you want me to do? You want me to make one for you?
No, sir. I just wanted to know if that's what made the system a hybrid.
No. It's just a starter. The hybrid is in the other part of it, which is now getting eliminated. The system has 3 sections, or actually 4 sections. One is the starter position. One is the structure of the backgraph system. One is the feedback loop, what we call the heart system, and one section is the load. Each section works on its own, and the startup section is apparently the part which Douglas has left behind. So he needs to create the starter. So once he starts that, we disconnect, we don't need it. But the way we build the system now in a solid state, we don't need this part. This is an irrelevant part, but Douglas's system is not the latest version which is getting tested. It's the basic foundation system, as we call it, the initial system. And you need to create a continuous pulse, like a heartbeat of the earth or a heartbeat of the man. That pulse is dependent on the mixture of the material, which are the fundamental structure. That is why in the future systems, when we go into plasmatic, we will follow very much the structure of the heart. The heartbeat is not to flow. The heartbeat is to create the release of the Gans energy within the structure of the body of the man for its conversion from one thing to another. The heartbeat in our body, we think is for the flow of the blood, but in fact is synchronizing the release of the energy from the Gans at a given structure. We understand this now with developing these new systems. We try to create a continuous heartbeat for the system. And you have to find a heartbeat. In Italy, it took us some time to be able to replicate it, because the heartbeat at 110 is different than 220. And we were following the 110. Then we realized we have to change it to 220, a slightly different heartbeat and different pulses. And then the system triggers. In the Innovation Center in Philippines, they use a different system. They have a different understanding of it.
Is that similar to like the heel tapping, where you would talk about like stimulating the cell by the heel tap?
More or less, yeah. We have a structural inherited physical process which we cannot change. That is the copper, the state of matter, state of copper, the state of the nano, the Gans, and the outside atmosphere pressure of magnetic field plasma. This is where our problem sits. With any electrical system, that's why 50, 60 Hertz is found to be the right value. If you change the copper to different material for this system, you will have a different heartbeat for the creation of the plasma's pulsation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you will understand when we do the system. Vince, have you received the email from Renan?
Yes.
Rick, have you received the email from Brendan?
I'll have to check just a minute.
Stanley, have you received yours?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Please get everything ready. We will launch within the next hour or so.
I'm ready.
Thank you. We have received ours. We are in the position of the blueprint and the hybrid. It's a beautiful picture. The minute you receive it, it will not take you long to be able to initiate it. Please understand, this is a hybrid version. We have moved to a total solid state. None of the circuitry you see here with the pumps and the other things exist. The coils are not in this kind of configuration. But as we promised, we released the blueprint. The blueprint is done, is with you. It will be done once Douglas shows it. This is the version which Douglas carries. That's why we are releasing this one. The version of solid state one will be released in a due course, maybe in a few days. If you were with us earlier on, when he told you that the new version, small version, is size of a Rubik cube, which is about 6-7 centimeter by 6 centimeter cubic box, and about the same power. You will see it. It's a brilliant work. Any other question? We're running nearly 2 o'clock in the morning.
I haven't received any extra mail at this point.
Maybe it hasn't been sent to you. Can you send that to Douglas, to Rick, please?
Yes, I'll send it.
Okay, you send it. Because what I want you to do, Rick, when we say to release it, please have it ready to share the screen, and we release the blueprint of the generator. And please, all of you who are in the background, all of you who have any connection in Facebook or whatever, release this plus the video. Can you put the link of the video and the blueprint together, that people, when they send it, people can see the blueprint? The video which was published not yesterday for the White House, the original one, the first one in the house. If you can link it up on the link and put it with what you received from Renan, that people can see the video, what it is, they can get a feel of it, and we go ahead that way. Flint, have you heard anything from Douglas?
No, not yet. I talked to Sandy just a wee bit ago, and she said...
I spoke with Armin.
Yeah, they're still setting up. That's all.
They're still setting it up. It shouldn't take more than 5 minutes to set this system up.
Yeah, that's the latest that I know.
I think he will have a problem with the generator they bought. He has to build his system tomorrow. He left, I especially asked him, have you got everything? And he said yes. So in the rush, he must have left it behind. We'll see. Tomorrow we can build it up and it can be shown. It needs, it's just a starter motor. If he gets it, it'll trigger it and it goes.
Mr. Keshe, there was a suggestion, let me get it back up in my comments here, regarding that. It's a ways back, I don't know if I can find it. Basically, oh, here it is. It says, Rick, tell Mr. Keshe, Douglas can take the pulse from the car's alternator. Because its plasma can work on AC, DC,